Cult in a dead MMO. Is it this one? This one's 34 minutes. Wait, this one's kind of like a fucking fat one. And it's already 1:30. We can let it ride. Fuck it. Thanks to the resub Mamalona. Maybe Soul Eater. And thanks to the Prime Lux.
Welcome to Worlds Online, the internet's first 3D virtual world platform.
Woohoo! 3D! That's crazy! We can fucking smell and go wild in here.
Virtual space, online users can shop, watch movies, listen to music, play games, and collaborate with each other. Today's web user is looking
Tom
for
Brady?
an intimate connection with friends, with celebrities, and with trending brands that reflect their values and lifestyle in both the real world and the virtual. By investing in Worlds, you are investing in the future. Worlds.com.
All good, Raidus. Just ask him out.
Together.
Throughout the mid-2010s, an urban legend would surface about a mysterious MMO by the name of Worlds.com.
Thanks to resub Chippewa and the Tier 1
Having
cuddles.
been launched to the public in the mid-1990s, the game was believed by many to be dead, discontinued, and lost to the inevitable void of internet history.
Where?
Unbeknownst to most,
How do
this
people even
couldn't have been
find
further
that?
from the truth, as Worlds.com was very much still running. But there was a catch. Venturing into the game today presents you with
This looks
barren
cool.
wasteland of nothingness, a relic that
What
was
the
once
fuck?
bustling with life, and
You get to play as a duck or a penguin?
to life supports. The game, expectedly, is completely empty.
Thanks to the 5 gift
Mostly.
subs, 28 down. Appreciate it.
You see, rumor had it that Worlds.com was hiding something, a shrouded purpose that's been kept from the public. Rumors involving in-game cults, boxing, graphic imagery, and virtual stalking have led curious minds to hesitantly venture into Worlds themselves in hopes of finding out if these allegations were true.
What the fuck? That's nuts!
So back.
Alright.
This is the story of Worlds.com.
Alright, I'm super invested in this now. Is it a cool cult? Did they do cool things like give out candy on holidays and stuff? Or one of those bad ones like the Manson shit?
An aside. The 1990s were a magical time in the world of entertainment and the advancement of society. Being what I can only describe as the calm before the imminent mid-2000s technological storm, we were living in an era that brought us some unforgettable treasures in the realms of video gaming, movies,
Yeah,
and television.
blockbuster, classic, fuck
In the
yeah.
gaming world, for instance, new and unforgettable IPs such as Mario Kart,
Yeah, agreed, Soul Eater.
Banjo-Kazooie, Fallout, Resident Evil, and Silent Hill were born. And with these came game consoles that have stood the test of time in bringing us unforgettable experiences such as the Super Nintendo, PlayStation 1, and the Dreamcast.
God, the Dreamcast was so good, the most underrated console in history, Power Stone. We need a third Power Stone, please? So good. Sugoi! Fuck, it was so good.
That predated the modern interconnected society that we live in today. A lot of nostalgia is carried inside of many, as the mid-1990s are remembered as a time when the internet was just barely getting its footing into mainstream culture.
Thanks to
Personal
Prime
computers
Ireland.
during this era were nothing but an expensive novelty, at least for my family, and the ones that did have one used them primarily for work. In August of
True cuddles.
1995, Microsoft would release a revolutionary competitor to the Netscape Navigator, the pre-existing OG of internet browsing, called the Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
If you were lucky enough to get your hands on a PC in this era, then, combined with the tools at your disposal in Windows 95, you were able to venture into the vast, wild west of an enigma known as the World Wide Web.
God, the internet back then was so wild and
In today's
wacky.
culture, things have changed.
I'll never forget when I was
Social media,
horny and typed in
discussion
like
boards, and
boobies
websites in
and went to
general
a site that
have
had a
become
demon on it.
sterilized,
Haunted.
being pushed to the brink of minimalism and moderation. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but a lot of the magic and charm that existed in the wacky and terribly designed UIs of the past are largely gone, replaced by logos containing simple shapes, any shred of creative color being replaced by whites, Microsoft, and all-encompassing oversimplification of pretty much everything. As you've heard in my incessant rambling so far, the era was magical, and a lot of newfound creative mediums were on the rise. While video gaming via a conventional console was the primary method of escaping into a mystic world, the rise of the internet paved the path for a new form of interactive storytelling and interconnected social
Gaming.
And those were a little something
For
we now know
gamers.
as MMOs,
Oh,
or massive
kinda.
multiplayer online video games.
I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. Wishing you the best moving forward. It's awful.
Of the many websites that were available to early adopters of the internet, one would be launched in April of 1995.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see
with the
that,
name
dog.
Worlds.com.
My bad, man.
The website was created by a
Thank
company
you.
simply named Worlds Inc. and housed a public 3D chat room that players could enter and explore to their heart's content. According to the website, the minimum configuration is a 90 MHz or faster processor with 32 megabytes of memory. The recommended platform is a Pentium class processor.
Okay. Real quick, is it just me, or on his voice, is there like a really low voice layered into it? Is it just my headphones, or am I hearing like a fucking MMO demon in there? Yeah? Okay, cool. So it's not just me. I didn't know if my headphones were dying, or if Satan was communicating through Lil Nas's music and infiltrating or something like that. Fucking weirding me out. No one else mentioned it in the chat.
133 megahertz or faster with 48 megabytes of memory. Windows 95, 98, 2000, or NT. A whopping 80 megabytes of
Thanks,
free
Risa,
hard
Red
drive
Rider, and
space
Marksman.
and an active internet connection. The game was a big success, mostly attributed to the novelty of virtual online chat rooms at the time. It garnered the attention of various big names, including David Bowie, Steven Spielberg, and a digital artist by the name of Tamiko Thiel. The latter two actually teamed up at one point and created an in-game environment called the Starbright World, which was aimed at giving
Wow.
seriously ill children an outlet to interact. The gameplay is mostly what you'd expect from something out of the mid-1990s. At the outset of registering your profile, players are given the opportunity to choose between various avatars to represent themselves in-game. Among them are a human, a penguin, a monster, a kangaroo, and a clown.
Good selections.
Advertising
Not
on
bad.
websites are various realms.
Oh,
that
and
are
you can be on the
available for you to
Yankees?
Explore at your leisure. Among the hundreds that you're able to choose from, a few notable ones include worlds themed around David Bowie, the New York Yankees, the band Hanson, the Sky, an Animal House, and a Fun House.
Thanks to resub.
Venturing out into worlds for the first time,
Spionix?
you're thrown into a central hub with other players from around the world. The various themed environments that we mentioned prior are accessible through tunnels and doors that are next to their labels, and entering these immediately loads whichever one you so choose.
Pretty innovative for its
Like
time, to
any
be
3D
fair.
PC game is achieved using your keyboard and mouse, and also available to you is a chat box,
Thanks to
allowing you
Prime
to communicate to
Again,
others
Grinna.
in real time. Now this seems like nothing out of the ordinary. Along with the primitive graphics, the game is pretty substandard today. At the time though, this was absolutely groundbreaking, and PC owners flooded this thing, giving it a burst of life that would deem Worlds.com a massive success.
Fuck yeah.
As with anything that's been crafted in the digital age though, the user base began to decline over the years. With the
Kinda
advent
seen
of
it.
various
More like
competitors,
Second Life.
The mid-2000s brought with it the inevitable desertion of the Worlds.com user base as players moved on to bigger and better ventures. Second Life, RuneScape, Toontown, VMK, MyCoke,
Habbo
and
Hotel. Yeah, I knew it
were
was
becoming
coming.
viable alternatives that not only looked better, but gave players more to do with their own distinct charm. You may have noticed that most of the names
Soon,
that start
Rotok.
off are now defunct. The Toontown, VMK, and MyCoke live support plugs were pulled as their developers encountered an existential problem that was prevalent from the start. They couldn't find a way to monetize them. Combined with this, The fact that these games were all run with the help of moderation teams and ongoing servers, it became evident that as long as these virtual worlds were online, whoever it was that was running them was losing money. At this point, you'd expect Worlds Inc. to pull the plug. With a dwindling user base and aging game mechanics, it seemed like this was the only sensible way to go.
Oh, giant spider, watch out, holy shit!
Or release something new and optimized for the next generation of online gaming. But they didn't.
Damn, this place is popping off
As
in
a
there.
matter of fact, Worlds.com is still downloadable and accessible to this day, and stands as an uncanny and deserted relic of the past.
This is cool.
Rumor has it that the game's creator,
I wanna play.
Tom Kidron, is simply fronting the server costs himself and running it out of his own home.
Good man.
That begs the question,
Thanks.
why on earth would an individual be fronting the costs to keep a dead video game alive? What part of this?
He's got a
abandoned
virtual
landscape
girlfriend with
is
big
so
titties.
pivotal that it's still in existence over 20 years later?
This looks so cool. Look at this.
In the short span of time that I've been here, it suddenly dawned on me that I'm visibly the new guy. Everyone here seems to know it.
Uh-oh.
I'm not a regular.
They think he's a cop. They think he's the feds.
Comfortable. Down the rabbit hole.
Run! Get out of there! Engage, no clip. Thanks to Resub Broden and Kenway. Yeah, someone is still running the servers, he just said that.
Rumors began to spread about the game thanks to certain anons from 4chan's VNX boards. Allegedly, there existed potentially illegal and cult-like behavior from the game's handful of players during that time period. As you'd expect, upon catching wind of this, the rest of 4chan did what they do and went in to investigate. Before we continue, I wanted to make something explicitly clear. In my hunting, it dawned on me that these allegations surfaced at a point in time that predated the year 2012. I say this because the oldest records that I've been able to dig up are from that year. Unfortunately, most of the archives, images, and audio files that we're going to get into have been lost to time.
What?
However, there are some that allow us to piece together a cohesive storyline as to what actually went on in Worlds.com. So let's talk about the game itself. A major element at the game's core was the ability for users to create and host their own customized universes.
Wait, I'm confused. What does he
utilizing
say?
the
So
tool
everything
known as the
here,
World Shaper.
2012? What?
Much like Minecraft, if someone chose to do so, they could create their own server, build what they want, and invite certain players through a downloadable file that's accessible through Shaper. Many of these became archived on various websites, and even today, there are download links out there to access certain
Everything
custom
dated
worlds.
before 2012 are lost.
Effectively,
Okay.
the possibilities were endless, and harnessing
Thanks,
the
Resub,
creative
me.
freedom that they were given, players were able to create some admittedly impressive worlds. Now that it's died down, though, things have become a bit darker. A bit more controversial.
I'm not sure about
so
Second
to
Life
speak.
having a cult.
While there are groups of people that are or might be strange in their own right, there are two that have starkly stood out to me as the most mysterious. Two users, a Gimbly and a Nexialist. Interestingly, both have crossed paths in the game. However, their stories couldn't be further apart. Contrary to Nexialist, the stories surrounding Gimbly seemed a bit more grounded in reality. But we'll get to it.
So what are this? Are those like the two raid bosses or something in here? The two different big groups?
First, I'd like to introduce you to Nexialist. According to an early 2012 blog by the name of ForgottenWorlds.com, the profile piece on him states the following. Nexialist is a regular at Worlds.com that has been trying to pull in the VNX boards to play this game. Nexialist is a successful user that's been able to get a cult following in the game which is hard to do. He constantly reaches out to dedicated players to join him, as he seems to be called the Key Bearer.
Key Bearer.
Around the game without
Okay.
chatting. This isn't even close to covering entirely who this guy is rumored to be, so allow me to pick up where they left off. According to 4chan and various message boards, Nexialist is abstruse, a shred of indecipherable mystery that's lurked Worlds.com for what some believe to be as long as the early 2000s. Encountering him
This is wacky.
and it's been rumored that you don't actually find him, he finds you. Upon discovering you, he'll approach you without words, standing as what appears to be a lifeless corpse as you begin to quietly panic at his disturbing avatar. After the initial shock dies down, you're told to follow him, and as a result, you embark on a journey through hellish customized corridors that bear satanic symbolism and graphic imagery.
Who is this guy? Can we get an update on the guy playing Professor Utonium? Where does he fit into this grand scheme?
After your tour, Nexialist will begin sending you disturbing audio files that I wasn't able to find archives for. But if we go by descriptions from 4chaners, it's safe to assume that these sound like the distorted deaths of dying animals. Once you're scared to your wits' end and you leave the game, he already knows that you're going to go to 4chan to talk about it, because that's what he wants you to do. Spread the word, get people talking, and the next sucker that grows a sliver of curiosity and decides to check it out is his next victim. Unfortunately, this all reads like an urban legend. People have been able to capture screenshots and video of Nexialist over the years, but not much, aside from very few outliers, have been found that outlines what I'm describing. Because of that, I'd like to put a pin in this arcane figure and circle back on him later. Because
This is the game Vinesauce played, Vinny?
I'd like to bring you into.
Is it? Someone I saw on one of those threads. And he didn't encounter Nexialist?
The Hidden Worlds website that I mentioned earlier serves as a diary of the experiences that a man named
Hey,
George
thank you,
Costanza
Deathstorm.
had witnessed when he first played Worlds. According to his blog, he found a bizarre network that this Jimbly guy seems to be running, and the entries on his website outline a considerable amount of information that I'd like to dive into and unpack. The very first post on the website was made on January 5th, 2012. It reads as follows. Well, I started playing this game called Worlds.com. Seemed innocent, but according to V, it has some fucked up things from the past. Everything's forgotten here, and in a group we explored the game. In the coming days we'll share our stories and pictures here. Further on that day, another post was made outlining Jimbly's supposed network and its inner workings. The game started as
Interesting,
innocent.
Soul Eater.
We had gags while we explored the worlds, skeletons popping out, and finding Pegasus. Things a person could expect from playing Roblox or other games where your creations are welcome. But things turned bizarre. Our friend Grad, as we called him, was showing us these rooms that I mentioned, and eventually we ended up in a lobby filled with brown doors with text on them. These doors had the creator's name and a description of the level or world. This guy, Bilbo99, had messed up levels with Easter eggs everywhere, and we praised him for his creepiness. And then I noticed at the right corner of my window said erotic in Jimbly.
Hey,
This
Jimbly!
map was Jimbly's creation.
Fuck yeah,
It was
look
a
at
town
him.
filled with
He's having
shops
fun.
and Starbucks. However, things would take a turn. You see, there was a person that contacted me named Megalik. Her or his avatar
Thanks,
was
Resub Crabs.
of a bird or an angel. She claimed that she was new in the world, as I was, but she'd been playing this game for a week and already gotten dirty and knew what this shit was really about. To act new is a common trick to bait new players. Anyway, Jimbly had a network that was serious. How serious? To enter his network,
Whoa!
you need to provide mugshots. For example, here's Bilbo99. There were a total
Hey,
of 3
Bilbo.
rooms filled with different mugshots of users, but room 2 was dedicated to Jimbly.
Hold on. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry to blue ball you. Alright, I'm fucking back. Ended up taking a shit. Jump scared myself with my own fart. Pretty wild series of events. Let's go.
So we scavenged for Megalik and found this.
Well, I can't do that right now, Radis. You're gonna have to
That I'll include.
ask a mod.
One thing I found that was standing out was a user named Kelikar. She was in the porn gallery, and I compiled this. It seems like someone has stalked her, and the rooms were labeled Kelicat. This user must have been a fat cat in the network. As you can see, Kelikat's written there, so what Jimly does now is retrieving nude pictures of regulars that are still left. Megalik was the proof that we needed, since she'd only been playing for a week tops.
Wow, Jesus, Jimbly.
Below this, George displays the various screen caps that he was able to take of the various mugshots of different users. Of the bunch, he was even able to grab a few of Jimbly himself. Intrigued by this atypical finding, he decided that him and his group of friends wanted to investigate a bit on their new friend.
I don't think I've
Megalik.
seen that, Kumgar.
As it turns out, there was a bit more going on with him than they initially thought. And yet another post from the same day, titled, Megalik, a man or a woman, he describes the following. Megalik's nudes that could be found in the other post seemed too good to be true. Her head was cropped out and with the body of a young woman, while her mugshot shows an older woman in her 40s, and that picture's really old. What does that leave us with? She could have faked them because she doesn't want
So
to
how
show
is this a
her
cult?
body.
I'm a little
Could be
confused.
a man playing as a female.
Seems like a
Doesn't want to
Reddit
get
mod
killed.
using his
After
power to
that,
get
we discovered her
pictures.
real email, although it's linked to a man by the name of John. John's in his 50s, seems to enjoy MMOs.
He's a
while
tier
his
1
wife
biscuit
doesn't
boy.
show any interest of games, and has her only Facebook activity labeled as kids. So yes, Megalik might be or is the man posing as a fragile woman while baiting for pictures. Those pictures up there, except for his profile picture, is a year old. The pictures are from 2009, and then he used a picture of his wife to verify himself, and thought how cool it would be to send a fake picture of a pair of tits to make him look like a god in the game.
Okay. Classic
As we're beginning to see,
John, I
Jimmy's
guess.
network encompasses some extremely odd people. People that are impersonating others and using real-world mugshots to gain access to whatever it is that he's running. One might go as far to say that Nexialist isn't the cult leader here, but rather, it's Jimbly, as most of the rumors about the former seem to relate to what we found with the latter. In a third post I'd like to focus on, titled, Jimbly's Inner Circle,
Oh, sweet. Well, thank you,
George
Spooky.
proceeds to explain the following. The last post was about this weird map, about a man going by the name Jimbly that was trying to get naked pictures from regulars, or old players that were still active. So we stalked him. He hung out at a beach, but once we arrived, they'd all scatter and disappear. Thankfully, though, the friend tool and a broken avatar tool could let us teleport to them while being invisible.
Wow, good shit.
But that was for later. Meanwhile, we scavenged the net for Jimbly. We found his website, jimblyworlds.com.
Whoa,
and stored his
Jimbly.
pictures, jimblyworlds.com/pics, only to show a black screen with red typed text that said darkness.
Pretty cool
George
website.
reveals publicly accessible information about Jimbly, including an email address, before closing his post with the revelation that also, Jimbly's into traps. This can be found in his porn gallery. With this in the back of our mind, you know I couldn't just let this go. I had to get in. I had to find out if this was real.
There's no way it'd still be
I
up.
emailed Jimbly and began my hunt.
What would it be, 7 years
Under the
later?
guise of a Jeremy Erickson, I start a message and write the following. Good evening, Jimbly. I've recently started playing Worlds and was interested in joining your in-game network to congregate with yourself and other players. Upon consulting with a few anons from X, I was told to reach out. I've downloaded a few worlds from your websites and am currently trying to get them working. Just let me know what I need to do when I'm in. Thanks, Jeremy.
This really doesn't seem like a cult, though. It's just a weird community.
So
Maybe it
it's been a
gets
few
culty
days.
now.
After a trek through worlds, a lack of a response, and dwindling time to wait, it's beginning to seem like Jimbly either isn't currently active or simply doesn't play this anymore. Though I have a hard time believing that, considering the fact that the Whois domain search on his websites reveals that it was updated on November 5th of 2019. I'm not entirely sure if Jimbly's the kind of guy that would have a sudden change of heart, but if you ask me, it is a bit recent. Anyway, with that under our belt, unfortunately, heading back to the blog reveals that most of the other threads outline mundane discoveries while exploring various official and user-crafted worlds. A few notable highlights include some of Jimbly's bizarre creations.
Hey, that's
other
Banger
threads
Sisters, I
even
think.
remotely relevant to our investigation.
Saw that movie a long time ago.
Even so, the discoveries surrounding Gem are nothing short of unnerving. So what's actually going on here?
He's the Prime Purple Elite. So far, I haven't really seen anything too wild here. I was expecting something
Over the
fucking
years,
crazy.
The primary consensus
In fact,
surrounding
I
Worlds,
don't even know what
primarily
we've
given
learned
in
other than
Cialist, was that it's a front.
these people
for some
play an
sort
old
of
game and are
satanic
kind of
cult.
weird.
Rumors are powerful things. I won't deny that, but there are a few points here that I'd like to unpack. Contrary to Cialist, Jimbly surprisingly hasn't generated much buzz online. This bizarre, cult-like network that he seems to have created
How is it cult-like, though?
effectively cements him as somewhat of a wild card in my theorization. What this guy is doing is weird. From the mugshots to the vast database of supposed network members to his secret repository of graphic imagery, it seems like he is the one actually running the rumored cult. While it doesn't deal with Satanism and death like the urban legends claimed, this guy is, whether he knows it or not, effectively catalyzing a situation in which people run the risk of being doxxed. It took George not even one full day to piece together the real identity of the wife and man behind the McGalick mugshots, and it's unclear how many other selfies that he has stashed away in the world that he's, according to the blog, been building since 2005. To be frank, aside from the lack of a response, I wasn't able to find much else surrounding this guy, and it's safe to assume that there are others like him. A game
I'm not
that's
sure,
largely
Rotok.
abandoned, aside from a few key players, is surely something that would catch the eye of somebody trying to run some sort of network under the radar. With that being said, I encourage you to make your own conclusions about him. With the
Wait, is that
evidence
it?
at hand, it does appear that at one point in time, there was something going on behind the scenes. Whether or not it still is, or if the mysterious Jimbly is still active, remains to be seen. While I haven't been able to track him down, maybe you can, but keep in mind that if you're so curious as to venture in on your own, your potential discoveries may be nefarious. But remember, we're talking about Jimbly's custom worlds.
Thanks to Tier 1
Stay in the
Ludoplex,
official game,
the
and
gift
it's
sub
safe
Purple
to
Elite.
assume that you'll be alright. But that brings us to another point of discussion. Cialist. You might recall that I mentioned the fact that users are able to create their own worlds. This was actually a pivotal mechanic in the game and gave players an extra layer of interactivity. In a sense, I could see the developers feeling as if they're future-proofing their
Did
game
not do Vid
as it allows
Chronicles.
creative freedom that was unheard of before the point of its release. With this in mind, we have to remember that most of his so-called cult activity was happening in these aforementioned user worlds. Regardless of his eerie demeanor, Cialist was eager to
Thanks,
give
Resub
newcomers
Ernie.
a tour of many of these. As it turns out though, he's apparently come off as quite ordinary to many players. In one post on Reddit by a user named Goomilord, they claim that they even encountered Nex and that he's merely a normal guy. Apparently, he switched his avatar to Sanic at one point and began spamming the words, "There is no cult on worlds.com" in the chat.
So he's just an
Take it for what
RPer.
you will.
Like, the guy just fucking
I believe
RPs. Thanks to Resub Dick
So let's think about this logically.
and Ernie.
Worlds is, at its core, creepy in and of itself. The barren environments, combined with the uncanny primitive textures, naturally gives any unsuspecting players a sense of uneasiness, especially if you've caught wind of the various allegations surrounding Nex's mysterious character. To
That's
me,
pretty
I
cool.
believe that he's playing along, leading players to the belief that he's some sort of cult mastermind as a long-running joke. The worlds he frequents are creepy on purpose, and, in my opinion, he was capitalizing on it for a bit of fun.
Yeah,
His avatar is
obviously, for
nightmarish,
sure.
He comes off strangely when he wants to, and he executes this with a group of willing friends. The same friends that we see in the so-called cult screenshots that were captured in-game. A weird hobby, but to each their own. I'm not judging.
So there was nothing.
Now, with all of that out of the way, there's still one glaring question that remains. Why does World still exist?
That's the only really weird thing about it. Like, there's no point to keep it running. That's like the only odd thing. Like, Jimbly asking for pictures of people is the sign of a lonely person wanting to make sure, like, you know, this is a person, and I'm talking to a person. That's what it strikes me as. And the porn stuff is him taking fucking Google images.
Direct your attention to the game's owner. Tom Kidron, in his many years as the world's owner, has become somewhat known.
There's the 5 goose subs, Lotoplex. Thank you, man.
Troll. Patent trolls
Appreciate
essentially
it, man.
purchase many different elements and ideas of a particular product and squat on them for years, filing lawsuits against anyone that violates them. The reason that these people are called patent trolls mainly rests on the fact that the ones they purchase are typically what they perceive to be a sought-after and core element of a particular product. In this case, Kidron's been squatting on patent number 7,181,690,
Classic
which
patent.
is titled System and Method for Enabling Users to Interact in a Virtual Space. This was filed on August 3rd, 2000, with further detail in the following. The invention provides a highly scalable architecture for a three-dimensional graphical multi-user interactive virtual world system. In a preferred embodiment, a plurality of users interact in a three-dimensional, computer-generated graphical space where each user executes a...
Yeah, he probably sues everyone that makes one of these kind of games.
From the perspective of that user. Sounds broad, doesn't it? That was on purpose. Andy's used it. Even as of this year, there are articles all over Google explaining legal cases that Worlds Inc. has filed
Worlds
against
vs.
companies
Bungie?
and IPs such as Second Life, Blizzard, Bungie, and more. And according to a Vice article from 2015,
They ever won?
Kidron rakes in a whopping $200,000 a year from his court proceedings. This
No way.
effectively explains away the server cost. When not many, if any players play your game at all, the result of this is cheap upkeep, low bandwidth, low server costs. Ergo, he's raking in cash with a positive net income. In the US, the typical patent lifespan is 20 years, so at the time of writing this, we have just short of 9 months before Kidron would either have to renew or simply let it expire. As a result of
I'm
this,
sure he renewed.
if he so chooses, he could let it run its course and retire from his relentless court proceedings. If he does, I wouldn't be surprised if the world's game goes down with it, effectively and permanently leaving this artifact of a game to die.
Someone do it for me. Did he renew it or did... Well, I already know he fucking renewed it.
So, all in all, as it turns out, Jimbly is the real enigma here. The custom worlds that he, and potentially others, have created are an indisputable testament to the underbelly of this archaic MMO. Today, it's unclear whether he's still active in the game or not.
Oh,
Even so,
it's a huge
the
tier
inner mechanisms
3.
of this fabled network are something
Rates
that perplexes
2?
me, as I see no end goal
Thank you.
other than to hoard a repository of
Appreciate the
images
huge
for
tier
his own
3.
enjoyment. Why he chose Worlds.com to do it is and will forever remain beyond me. Regardless, Worlds, whether still online by nefarious reasons or not, stands as somewhat of a time capsule to the primitive era of social gaming. Today, with the official non-custom Worlds, it stands as a corpse of the past, a window into what once was, and a sliver of mystical nostalgia, sending us back into a time when we all first discovered the world of the internet.
Very cute.
As far as we know, servers are, to this day, willingly being kept alive. Alongside this, the inevitable date that the game permanently goes offline is unclear, so if you're eager to experience this curiosity of old, then you better get on it soon. Stay in the official servers, and you'll be fine.
Also, this is not the game Vinny played. I looked when I was
Maybe
shitting. He played Active Worlds.
Otherwise, you'll run the risk of missing the nostalgic boat, leaving it to sail away and for us to watch it go.
Yeah, so I feel like that was a bit off. Literally nothing cultish about that. You have a guy who's RPing, and you even mentioned that it's literally RPing, not really cultish. Gimbly, I think, is easily explained because it's clearly a lonely guy, and he asks for the pictures of anyone that plays and wants to be his friend. Not the most uncommon thing in the world. And the porn shit was just stock images, right? So it's not, like, I don't know where the cult... Let's see what this is. I don't even know what this means, but... Oh, the channel is Lutch. Thanks to resub Ryochu.
Number 4. On March 29, 2018, a 30-year-old Polish man named Mateusz Kawacki was returning home to spend Easter with his family. Mateusz had been living and working in Hanover, Germany as a construction worker for about 5 years and lives with his father, who also works in Hanover. Mateusz is from a small village called Hutkau in southeastern Poland. He has a long-distance relationship with his Polish fiancée, who lives in a village called Lipia Góra in northwestern Poland.
Nice.
She is pregnant with their first child and would soon give birth. It is believed that he was very happy and excited.
She gives birth to the Antichrist.
Daughter. He planned a marriage proposal. As his fiancée is about to give birth, Mateusz sets out driving his 1998 BMW 525 from Hanover, Germany to Lipia Góra, Poland, after work at around 11:30 p.m. He is due to arrive at around 8 to 9 a.m. the following morning. It's a 647-kilometer drive.
Put that in freedom units. How many miles?
Mateusz never makes it to Lipia Góra. His father said he called Mateusz around 10:30 a.m. on the 29th of March. According to him, his son told him that there was terrible traffic on the way. Mateusz told his father that he waited a total of 2 hours in traffic jams due to accidents and that he was around Szczecin at that point. Szczecin is a city on the Polish-German border on the way to Lipia Góra.
Maybe he's still in traffic.
14 kilometers to go from there. It is reported that the German-Polish border is checkpoint-free, although there are cameras that can apparently read license plates. Around that time, he wrote a text message to his fiancée that he would be with her in about 2 hours. But he never made it to his fiancée's, and this is, in fact, the last communication with Mateusz. Mateusz's fiancée becomes increasingly worried when he didn't answer her calls. She eventually called Mateusz's sister, who also lives in Hanover, at around 5 p.m. But no one can get through. His cell phone rings, but he doesn't pick up.
He joined a cult.
Later that evening, Mateusz's mother goes to the
Road Warrior
police,
cult.
but the police discourage her from filing a report, as it's too early and Mateusz will likely turn up. Nevertheless, Mateusz's family reported him as missing in both Germany and Poland. Polish police allegedly handled the case alone, as the German police refused to investigate. The family then asked the Polish police to locate Mateusz's cell phone, which was apparently on for a couple of days after his disappearance. But the police are unable to do so, as Mateusz was using a German SIM card. German police, again, can't locate his cell phone either.
Oh, give me 1 second. Is that true, Jessica?
His cell phone...
The Walmart motherfucker Karen? Was that Del Taco? No, I'm not finding that. I already did Del Taco Karen. Nothing came up. Not with her, at least. Just this lady. Which is not her. The accuser of the brethren. God, yeah, she's a fucking icon.
As Mateusz disappeared in
I
Poland,
want to see more of her.
Later, Polish police claimed that Mateusz's cell phone never connected to a Polish network. It is unclear where Mateusz received the call from his father. Frustrated with the police, Mateusz's family began their own investigation and meticulously checked the entire route, going into side streets, checking with gas station attendants, asking for CCTV footage, going around markets and towns near the border with Mateusz's picture. Unfortunately, no new clues appear for for the next 6 months. And it seems that Masseuse, along with his car, just disappeared into thin air.
Aliens then, huh?
The
Those
family even
bastards.
appeared in the media multiple times. They complained that the police are not doing enough.
Is that it, Tobias? This is the one that Jessica was mentioning?
Check.
Deranged. Oh my god. This is big. I don't think I've seen this. This is the accuser of the brethren. She has returned, kind of, a year ago. Alright, let's see what she does to these motherfuckers this time. Thank you, Cage.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, 1 second. Let me give her. I want to get my order. No, you're not going to get one. You wasn't left.
I told you.
I want my fucking order.
Give her order! And then, if you don't mind, let's do a sacrifice. What is happening? Thanks to resub Timbo. Oh. Jesus, Tim, thank you again, man. Thank you for the 25 gift subs. Holy shit. Tim, my god, thank you. Thanks for some Freezy. You've been so fucking generous. This one's not very good because she's not in the camera. I can't really hear her. Thank you again, BRD, for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, BRD.
I want you to be safe. Okay, are you safe? Well, why are you acting like this and you believe in Jesus? Yes. You said, shut the fuck up and all this shit? Yes. That's rude as hell, man. That's rude as fuck. Well, you look at your dog. You scared the fuck out of your dog.
Is she wearing the same thing she wore in Walmart? Does she only have one set of clothes? She's like a cartoon character. Oh! Surprise! I did not expect that. It's like a magician. The dog looks so embarrassed. It doesn't even really look like a dog. It looks more like a house elf, like Dobby.
They called the police.
I wish the camera guy would get closer. Like, get involved here. I want to watch. Like, in front row.
It's okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. God damn it. Explode. Yes. The demon's coming out? I can't hear her. Get closer. Sit here.
Oh shit, bro. It's getting better. Now let her say her piece loudly. How does this go on for 20 minutes? God damn it. There is so much potential. This one I've seen. This is a classic. This was the first encounter. Voice crack. First encounter.
Police officer.
This is the first phase. The boss battle.
Give me your driver's license.
You pulled right out in front of me.
Yeah, and when someone pulls in front of you because there's an emergency, you slow your rear end down and you stop.
Okay, these
Have
are
you
not
ever
cars.
had someone have an emergency?
These are not
and
cars.
pull in front of you?
These are not
Yeah.
cars. They don't stop on a dime.
God
It
damn
doesn't
it.
matter. You have to be far enough behind.
You know what? I'm going to tell you the whole
You
incident.
should have picked up my trash, big boy.
I picked
Thanks
up
to
your
tier
trash.
No,
1
you
crack.
didn't. You want to go see
Here's
what you
some
left?
Jimbo,
Left the
cheese,
carpeting
and
and
give
You
some
were supposed to
Timbo.
pick up everything.
anything.
Nope, 4 bags.
Yeah.
Is what you're serving
Oh,
for.
you are in so much
And
deep
last
crap.
week I
Well, you
picked
wait
up
till
more
your
than
boss
you, too.
tells you what you
He's
gotta
on
pick
his
up.
way here, too,
You
man.
think you get to decide what you pick up and what you
Nope,
don't?
it's what you ordered.
You little twerp.
It's what you ordered.
You little twerp. I know what I ordered.
Okay.
And you're gonna pay.
Okay.
I wish there was another encounter, man. She's been at Walmart twice and then that one, but I don't think there's another one. The McDonald's one had so much potential if the guy just got closer. This one's the best.
My fucking personal space. You came over to me, motherfucker. I didn't come over to you. Fuck you. Ma'am. Shut the fuck up.
I wish she'd have her own, like, stream. Like an IRL stream. She sounds like Stone Cold Steve Austin. No, she sounds like Chris Farley. That's what I said the first time I heard her, and I still believe that. She literally sounds like Chris Farley doing Van Down by the River. Forever.
Life without fucking parole, and I'll be better off than any one of you motherfuckers.
Amen!
Fuck up.
I love her. And this is the one we just saw. Is there anything more from her? Like maybe a sighting during like coronavirus lockdown? Like I wholeheartedly believe she was out in public causing like a crazy nuisance with like the mask stuff. But I haven't seen any videos of her in like the last year. I just feel fucking like lost without it. Is this her? Again?
Let's get back to the real religion. Okay. Now I want to apologize
Oh my God.
in advance for all
Is this
of
a
my
bowling alley?
motherfucking
Roller rink?
slurs, because when I start
Nice.
thinking about Satan, it's really the only language he speaks. He never speaks to you in real love. So it's like having a kid with his own free will. No.
Well, I didn't expect that. Yeah, it's a DMCA, so I don't want to risk it. God damn it, she's not even having like a fucking meltdown. Fuck. I wish she'd start screaming at the kids instead of dancing. Life without parole. You'll never get past the 3rd grade without Jesus Christ in your motherfucking heart. Imagine this is her and she just changed that much in a year. She went from this all the way to the accuser of the brethren form as like a Frieza final evolution. Were. Well, this is just sad. That's not enjoyable like with the other girl. Finish the video. We've already seen them though. I've literally made like 2 videos on this lady. Like I have extensively watched her. I just have never seen the McDonald's one. This was not one of her more popular ones because, I mean, it was pretty poorly filmed. Finish the first video. The first video is over. Like the McDonald's one is over. He just put the other one in here as well. Which was the first encounter where she does like the chicken dance. And then she rolls around. But I've already seen it. I even made something on the other tab. Oh. I actually forgot we were even watching something before that. Oh yeah, I totally fucking forgot about this.
And not taking Matsusa's disappearance seriously. On September 12th, Matsusa's mother was asked by one of their neighbors about their barn.
Thanks, the resub, Bebo.
The neighbor complained that the barn had been smelling for a while, and other neighbors were also starting to complain.
Oh no.
They believed it's probably a dead animal.
Thanks, the resub, Yeti.
Can't quite locate it.
And Biznu.
The neighbor eventually asked the mother if he could check below the barn's roof. Half of the
Let me give
barn
sub
was
Michigan.
walled off, creating a room and an attic on top of that room. She agreed, so he climbed
There's a
up
tier 1
and
Zafran.
saw a pile of clothes. Upon closer inspection,
No, hold on. If they show a body, I obviously can't watch that. Let me check. Seems okay. I don't see anything. Should be alright.
he found out it's actually a dead human body, a severed head and a torso. There were also 2 nooses hanging from the roof and a backpack on the floor.
Jesus Christ.
All the pieces of stuff seemed to be Matsusa's, yet the body was too decomposed to be identified. It is unknown why Matsus ended up dead in this barn of his parents, which is located in southeast of Poland,
What the
when in
fuck?
March he was supposed to be visiting his pregnant fiancée in the northwest. It's a 635-kilometer trip between the two, basically from one side of the country to the other. The police then went to investigate and quickly established that the cause of death was suicide by hanging. They also hand over all of Matsus's belongings back to his family. 4 days after his body was found, Matsus's family discovered his shoe in the barn with his detached foot still inside. This points to the police not having done a very good job at
Yeah, that doesn't
evidence,
sound like
and
suicide
also
at all.
why this matter didn't come up during the autopsy. The coroner would have asked and wondered why the foot is missing and where is it. Matsus's sister accused the officers of negligence.
Thanks, resub thick boy.
Apparently, they refused to search the actual barn thoroughly because it would take too much time to sift through the hay, which lay on the ground where Matsus's body was found. Furthermore, some of Matsus's teeth are knocked out and stuck to his clothes. While a head can get severed after a body is hung for some time on a noose, it is rather difficult for teeth to get knocked out post-mortem. There also seems to be bloody patches on his clothes, although these are difficult to tell the difference between, considering the clothes are dirty.
Are these the clothes?
Inside his backpack, there is a
I actually
Polish
couldn't
water
even tell.
bottle with cigarette butts inside and an orange juice box. Matsus's family all claim that he never drank
Thanks to
orange
tier 1
juice
Trillborn
because
and
he
the resub
disliked
potato.
it. It is reported that all of this potential evidence is
I don't know what's gonna come out of that bag, but I'm just not gonna risk it on Twitch.
not in Poland, not in Germany, not anywhere. The keys and vehicle registration were never found either, despite his wallet being in that backpack. Furthermore, his cell phone was among the things found, and there was one more call to his uncle on March the 30th. It is believed it was an accidental dial, as it only lasted for less than a second and never got through. His uncle never received the call. Also, the attic, where Matsus's body apparently hung, is more or less in full view from the ground inside the barn. According to the family, they used the barn throughout the summer, so it's very unlikely they wouldn't have noticed a hanging body.
What?
Apparently, when the case got so famous, police started to conduct a more thorough investigation. German police obtained security camera footage and searched Matsus's apartment in Hanover, where they secured his tablet. All of the evidence was then analyzed by police experts in Warsaw, the capital city of Poland. Based on all of the evidence they gathered, police were able to establish that Matsus had lied to his family on the day of his disappearance. He was not in Szczecin when he'd called his family, and also wasn't driving at the time. He was still in Germany instead, according to receipts found in his belongings.
Thanks, the resub Michigan
He
fan.
actually took a train to the German border town of Frankfurt
What
am
the
der Oder,
fuck?
and then mostly walked over a bridge to the Polish sound of Slavice, almost 24 hours after telling his family he was already in Szczecin, Poland. Police also discovered that he checked in at a hotel in Slavice with another person. The identity of this person is unknown. Matsus then took a train to Warsaw the next day, and then took a bus to Zamość, which is the local big town close to his home village of Hutkow, around 21 kilometers. Apparently, he arrived in Zamość at around midnight, but it's still unknown when or how he got to Hutkow, where his family lived. DNA analysis was conducted, and it was confirmed that the dead body was indeed Matsus's, but police could not determine the exact date and time of his death. Number 3.
Alright. That was actually kind of fucking wild, not gonna lie. That had so many twists and turns. What the fuck?
On a Wednesday, July 5th, 2018, 23-year-old Angela Hernandez left her Portland home to drive to Lancaster
Makes it
in
Brian,
Southern
boy, Sean.
California to attend her sister's wedding.
Try and find her,
According to
Aiden,
her
and
family,
film.
on Thursday at
In case something
10:18 p.m.,
goes wild.
Angela texted one of her
Thanks for your sub,
sisters
Amanda.
to say that she was getting tired and decided to stop in the city of Half Moon Bay. She said she would be sleeping in her vehicle at a parking lot behind a Safeway store located at 70 North Cabrillo Highway 1 on Friday at 7:54 a.m. After getting enough sleep, Angela texted her sister that she was leaving the parking lot and headed back on the road to Lancaster.
There's
This
resub Sunny.
was her last message. Surveillance cameras at the store confirmed nothing was amiss. According to deputies, her route from Half Moon Bay to Lancaster would have taken her approximately 6 hours. Angela would suddenly stop texting and her phone goes straight to voicemail. For her family, this is very unusual of her, not texting and calling. So by Friday night, Angela's family reported her missing. Angela is the type of person who's always active on social media. Since then,
Lancaster
she has
sucks,
not been
does it?
active. Her family doesn't believe that Angela would intentionally disappear. They said Angela has not shown them any signs of depression, to be suicidal, or any indicators that would explain her unexpected disappearance. Investigators would say that her last cell phone ping was from a cell tower near 700 Highway 1, Davenport, California, on July 6th at 3:33 p.m. Davenport is less
Then
than
we've
an
got
hour
her.
south of Half Moon Bay. Investigators from Oregon to California searched for clues to her disappearance,
Thanks to the
but
resub
Angela
Jaeger.
is nowhere to be
Cat.
found.
Oh, Cal sucks
Her
ass.
family is deeply
Fair.
worried and offered a $10,000 reward for information. They were also putting up flyers hoping someone may know what happened to her. Search parties even canvassed Highway 1 looking for signs of a vehicle careening off a cliff, but found nothing. On July 10th, the Santa Cruz County Sheriff flew over the Davenport area and found no trace of Angela or her car.
Well, I mean,
Then on a Friday,
what?
July
Yeah,
13th,
that sounds about par for the
1
course.
week
You were
after her disappearance,
very high.
a couple, Chelsea and Chad Moore, spotted a white
Chad.
2011 Jeep Patriot over the side of a cliff in the area of State Highway 1, north of Nacimiento-Ferguson Road. Chelsea and Chad Moore are surfers, but on that day the waves weren't great, so they decided to explore a remote
Thanks to
beach
resub
and found a
cuties.
fishing spot. Using ropes, the couple climbed down a little-known and treacherous path. For an hour or so, they hiked along the beach north. Around 5 p.m., the Moores found a bumper in the sand. They walked around a bend and saw the damaged SUV. They found no one inside, but began to gather items and remove the license plate so they could report it to the police. As high tide snuck in around 6:15 p.m., the couple decided to leave a different way out. Then they heard a scream of a woman. They turned around and Angela was right there on the rocks. Chelsea
Wow.
ran off to get help, and it was when
What?
she reached the camp post, she saw the missing flyer for Angela Hernandez, and it dawned on her that she had been down there for a week.
I did not expect that
In a few
ending.
hours, a rescue team pulled Angela up the cliff. Once in the hospital, Angela was reunited with her family. Angela told the California Highway Patrol she was driving near Big Sur down Highway 1, headed to Southern California in her SUV, when a small animal crossed the road.
Oh.
She swerved to miss it, and in doing so, shot her SUV off the road and off a cliff, tumbling down.
I
about
can't believe
250
she survived.
feet
That's
to a
incredible.
desolate, rocky beach. She had a brain hemorrhage, fractured ribs, broken collarbone, ruptured blood vessels in both eyes, and a collapsed lung. But she didn't die. When she came to, water lapped over her knees. She broke her window with a multi-tool, crawled out the window, swam to the beach, and passed out.
What did she eat
Used
for a
radiator
week?
hose from her car to collect dripping water from moss along the shore.
What?
She walked for days. Up above, she could see cars pass by atop the cliff, but they couldn't see her or hear her screams.
How did she think of that?
Angela said when the time she saw Chelsea, she thought it was another of her rescue dreams. She couldn't believe that they were even real. Angela said in her post on Facebook that she feels, "I have everything I've ever wanted. I'm sitting here in the hospital, laughing with my sister until she makes broken bones hurt," she
Oh
said.
my god.
I've met some of the most beautiful human beings that I think I'll ever meet in my entire life. I've experienced something so unique and terrifying. I can't imagine that there isn't a bigger purpose
Thanks
for
to
me
the Prime,
in this
Muzzy.
life. I don't know, you guys. Life is incredible. Number 2.
That is what is she doing now? It'd be a shame if she's not like fucking a huge deal, you know, changing the world after that. To use a radiator hose to collect dripping water from moss. What a fucking genius. What was it, Angela Hernandez? Because you can absolutely survive a week without food. It's just probably couldn't do it without water. That must be like a really, really like huge difference in height than what we actually see on video. Because she, according to this, she was screaming while the rescuers were looking for her just above. And they couldn't hear her down below. You have to be real fucking high up there for that.
54-year-old Maria Evelyn Seos mysteriously went missing when she decided to go along with her then high school
and the sound of
friends
waves,
to
true.
Singapore. According to her daughter, Joanna Marie Seos, her mother was in their house together with her and her live-in partner Ronald James Ruby when Maria's batchmates from high school came by with an SUV to get her to go to Singapore. She said her mother was upset about a family matter at that time, so she decided to go to get some time away from stress.
The Prime Steezy.
Joanna's brother, who was only named by the media as Michael, was shocked when he arrived home from school and his mother wasn't home anymore. He thinks it's weird that his mother would go without telling him.
This was on our local news.
But
It's
he
fucked
decided
up.
not to report his mother missing.
Is it like
because
terms of
probably
service?
Maria just needed time and will soon return home. Later on, Maria would time to time message Michael and Joanna on Facebook. In one message to her son, Maria greeted Michael belated happy birthday and that she's very sorry she went away without telling him. She said she's okay in Singapore and that he should not worry. Also, she asked if he already had a job. She also asked Michael to understand her because she's getting old and just wanted to experience being alone and have a life without stress. She also asked if Joanna had already given birth. On one occasion, she even sent a gift to Joanna for her birthday. In other messages from Maria to Michael, she said she cannot message all the time because she's busy with work, then later asked Michael again if he already applied for a job. Michael eventually found a job at their local bank in Cavite City. Michael became suspicious because Maria never answered his question of which city she is working in Singapore.
This is absolutely
never
just
called when he asked
someone
if she
else.
can call just to know if she is all right. Growing more suspicious, Michael decided to ask his mother's batchmates from high school, the one who supposedly went together with Maria, to Singapore. He found out that not even one of them had any idea that Maria went to Singapore at all. In June 2018, Michael decided to report Maria missing, but probably there was not much effort by the Philippine police to investigate the matter. In 2019, Michael was left living alone in their house since Joanna and her live-in partner broke up. Both went away from the house. In 2020, Michael decided to renovate
Makes
the
the Prime
extended
smell
area
good.
of their house because it wasn't still finished and was a bit disorganized. The area doesn't have a ceiling and no tiles.
Oh, holy shit, her
When
body
workers
was in
started
here,
to
huh?
chisel the cement on an unfinished septic tank behind their house, they found Maria's personal belongings, including her passport and wallet, with her ID. Later, they would discover her mummified body. It turned
Holy
out Maria
fuck.
never left her house. Instead, she is just right behind her own house, on top of the unfinished septic tank. Joanna and her live-in partner, Ronald James Ruby, were investigated and eventually admitted to the crime. It is reported that Joanna and Ronald have planned the murder very well. The two knew that Maria's son Michael would just return home the next day because he needed to do his thesis, giving them plenty of time to commit the heinous
Exit
crime.
Tier 1 Smexy.
On that day of her demise, Joanna and Ronald fooled Maria by telling her she should get dressed so they can go somewhere nice. They have a big surprise for her. But as soon as Maria went downstairs to get ready to go, Ronald, who was hiding under the stairs, attacked her from behind with a hammer.
Why,
When
though?
he saw that she's still breathing, he asked Joanna to get a knife and then stabbed her to death. The investigation revealed Ronald
Thanks
had
to Resub
extreme
Kitten.
hatred towards Maria. It's believed that Maria was always mad about her daughter getting pregnant at a very young age, only 16 years old, asking Ronald all the time when he would go to get a job, and that they were still in her house. According to Joanna's statement, on the day of the murder, she asked Ronald not to carry out the plan because it would be bad for her to have no father and now with no mother. Joanna's father died in 2011, but the murder went on anyway. According to police, they let Maria's lifeless body lay on the floor for 2 hours before dragging her to the top of an unfinished septic tank at the back of their house. Ronald then put cement over her body. Over time, due to decomposition, Maria's body would smell. Every time this would happen, Ronald would just add more cement to seal in the smell.
What the fuck?
One time, Michael said, he caught Ronald putting cement over the septic tank and asked him why. Ronald answered that his mother asked him to do so before she allegedly went to Singapore so that it would not smell bad. Michael actually believed this. Joanna and Ronald then fooled everybody again. They used Maria's Facebook and pretended on social media as if nothing had happened badly in the family. Joanna even kept posting on her Facebook some positive and motivational words. Nobody would have suspected that she and Ronald just committed a heinous crime in their house. The development of this case stays true to the saying that no secret can remain hidden forever.
Thanks to resub, Al.
Number 1.
What the fuck?
In March of 2012, Anton Palipa disappeared from his home in Scarborough in Toronto,
They found out
Canada,
because Michael
amid a
renovated.
prolonged struggle with schizophrenia.
Thanks to the Prime, Caleb.
Anton lived in BC during the late 90s and 2000s. While in Vancouver, Anton had been a key member of the Anti-Poverty Committee and had a long history of activism in the city, dating back to
Real quick, what is the Anti-Poverty Committee? Are they against... They hate people that are poor, or they hate the idea that people can be poor?
1999.
Thanks to Prime, Iron
That
Man.
year, he was among several people arrested for occupying the offices of then NDP Premier Glenn Clark. In the
Tier
years
1
leading up to his
Bit
disappearance,
Blast.
Anton's family had tried to get him help as he was struggling with mental health. Before they were able to do so, he disappeared. There was no trace that he'd left voluntarily. His possessions and important documents were all still at his home. No one knew where he could be, and missing posters were put up in his place. The family was desperate for information and had no idea what to think. Despite trying to believe otherwise, they found it increasingly difficult to dispel the fears that Anton might be dead. His brother Stefan alerted the police and checked wherever he could for his brother. He looked in homeless shelters, jails, and even in morgues to see if there had been any sign of him, but all his efforts turned up no answers. Then, in late December 2016, almost 5 years since Anton's disappearance, Stefan received a phone call notifying him Anton had been found by police without shoes or identification along a busy highway in northern Brazil.
What the
Anton,
fuck?
who does not speak Portuguese, did not make sense to the police and was visibly distraught. A Canadian-born police officer named Helenis Vidigal was able to learn Anton was a Canadian, and using that bit of information, headed online to try and track down his family. He said a couple of things that made sense to someone who has lived in Canada, for instance. At one point, he asked me if I am a francophone. Also asked me to get the RCMP because he would like to be repatriated. Vidigal located Anton with 3 other officers on a highway in Ji-Parana in the state of Rondônia on November 28, 2016. She initially thought he was a beggar because of his unkempt appearance. Although Anton refused to speak about his family, she said she sensed there was a family out there looking for him, and she set out to find them. Vidigal posted a photo of Anton to her Facebook page and enlisted the assistance of her Canadian friends to try identifying him. She said she also sent a few emails to missing person groups in Canada.
There's a lot here that doesn't
RCMP,
make sense.
And the Canadian Embassy in Brazil. At the end of December, The police officer stumbled across a missing person poster with Anton Polipa's image from around the time of his disappearance online. She contacted the Twitter handle listed on the poster and received a response within minutes from Anton's family friend. The friend put Vidigal in touch with Anton's brother Stefan,
5
and they made
years.
arrangements for his return home. Anton briefly escaped from police supervision in Porto Velho at the beginning of December. Eventually, police were notified that he had been seen close to the BR-319 highway that runs through the Amazon rainforest. Vidigal said she was concerned for his safety during this time. Because up there big predators like jaguars, alligators, snakes, among other deadly animals are real, we are talking about the Amazon jungle, she wrote. Luckily, Anton was discovered in the city of Manaus
Over the
January
corpse of a
3rd,
bear he just
2017,
beat to death.
where he was taken to a psychiatric hospital, according to Vidigal. His brother Stefan met him at the hospital and took him back to Canada. Stefan told CBC News his brother looked really rough. His health was starting to deteriorate, he said. We got him just in time. He raised more than $15,000 through GoFundMe to pay for the flight to bring his brother home on February 6th, 2017. Anton was then staying with his brother in Toronto while he recovers from the ordeal. Stefan also told CBC it's still unclear how Anton has spent the last 5 years of his life, though it's believed he made it to Brazil mostly by walking and hitchhiking.
Oh,
Anton was somehow able to travel through the United States in Central America
holy
without a
shit.
passport, intending to reach the National Library of Buenos Aires in Argentina. However, when he made it there, he was turned away due to his lack of identification. This led to him continuing his journey and heading to Brazil, where he was eventually found. Amazingly, he survived by picking fruits and berries and scavenging food and clothes in rubbish piles, along with the help of strangers. Whilst in the Amazon jungle, he managed to avoid poisonous snakes and spiders, but did lose all 10 of his toenails.
Well, small price to pay to visit such a great library. That was pretty wild. Those stories actually...
Every week sees the release of multiple mysterious videos. However, some of these defy explanation. So, from a Mexican witch to a violent ghost, join us. Recently uploaded, this video was filmed somewhere in Montreal, Canada. The videographer films the moon on a daily basis. However, in his latest look, he apparently captured these UFOs.
Those aren't UFOs, they're beans, idiot. Clearly one of the astronauts just dropped them from orbit with the
Incredibly,
ISS.
based on the size of their shadows, they would have to be massive.
That's the whole thing.
In this next video, a woman is casually walking down the street when she is suddenly and violently thrown by an unseen force.
Holy shit. It's like a Nacho Libre suplex.
While some blame a chain, others maintain there is nothing there. As such, if this isn't the answer, what kind of force would be able to throw over a person with such ease? In recent years, the phenomena of frozen planes has become a hot topic among paranormal enthusiasts. Usually credited to the simulation theory, most of the videos can be explained. However, this one continues to puzzle viewers. Shot by Atlanta resident Sebastian Barajas, it shows a private plane frozen in midair.
Thanks to Tier 1 Imleco. The resub Sosuko.
Initially, some skeptics blamed the wind, yet the banner behind the plane doesn't reflect this.
Uh-oh. We do have ourselves a real mystery afoot. Who hacked the plane?
Eventually, after over a minute, the plane finally resumes its flight, but what caused it to freeze in the first place?
Probably just a server issue, I don't know.
Little is known about this next video, although it's believed to have been filmed in Russia. If that is the case, then this father and son may have captured the old master, the Russian Bigfoot.
Makes it a tier 1 prince. Oh god! I knew it! I've been saying it for years, Sasquatch is real. Finally, the proof.
Compared to most Bigfoot footage, this one has little to no skeptics, and is considered to be one of the best videos out there. In particular, people draw attention to its massive shoulders and elongated arms.
Little to no skeptics,
which
huh?
seem to make a hoax unlikely.
Yeah, you can't dispute that, I guess. Looks pretty, no argument from me. Also, I'll just read this out. The number 8 one with the girl being knocked over is an edited video. It was originally a tire that flew off a truck and hit her in the face, and they edited the tire out. I've actually seen that on Twitter. Since there's a lot of videos where tires fly out and hit somebody, on Twitter there was an account that would edit the tires out and just have the impact. And I recognized one of them because I saw it on Reddit. They had edited out the tire on someone that was walking down the sidewalk and gets hit in the back and just like fucking flies forward. They edited the tire, and the entire like skeptic community on Twitter was like, see, fucking proof that something is afoot in our simulated universe. So that is actually a pretty common one.
On May 17th, 2006, a mysterious entity was filmed flying over the Nuevo Leon mountains in Mexico. According to those who captured the video, it appeared to be wearing a cape, an observation that led to theories it was a witch.
Is this, what am I looking at, a microscope? What the yes. Now I see it. That is, without a doubt, a witch.
Eerily, in support of this claim, 2 policemen revealed that they had seen a similar or identical witch that same day.
Una persona vestida de negro.
Thanks, Resubsquanto.
Con plumas, 2 garras negras, así negras.
Not tonight though, Q. We just caught up like literally 3 nights ago.
La veo así, pero ella iba agachada. Entonces me hago para atrás, me meto otra vez al cuarto donde estaba.
Thanks, Resub. Meat Strips, Fizzle, Gift Sub Prince, and Prime Dakota.
Una noche cuando vigilaba este lote de autos, recibió la visita de 2 seres que volaban sobre el Panteón de Santa Catarina, ubicado a espaldas del cerro donde fue grabada la enigmática figura. 2 años antes, Leonardo Samaniego realizó un encuentro similar. Curiosamente,
Thanks, Resub Logan.
era un policía.
One thing I've wanted to do is create one of these things. Like, I'd like to have Mark Rober whip up like a really convincing paranormal flying thing, and then just fly it around like, I don't know, some city, and see how many people pick up it, like, believing it's real.
However, some skeptics maintain that the supposed witch is actually just a bunch of balloons. Yet those who saw it are insistent it was supernatural.
I think that's illegal. What, to convince people that the fucking witches exist?
In multiple public hero videos,
Thanks for the gift sub TDL.
Seems to depict the close call rescue of a bystander. However, when researchers look closer, what seemed like an ordinary fall now appeared to be the result of paranormal interference.
What?
Eerily, when zoomed in, you can see a faint apparition, one that seems to actively push the bystander.
Okay. Yes. Ah, of course it's an apparition. What else would it be? Thanks to the resub Daffy and the anonymous bits. Skinwalker Ranch. Yep, that sounds like actual serial killer shit. I can't watch that on Twitch.
It stays in place for a few seconds before disappearing.
Isn't this hold on. This clip right here. Isn't this the one where it was a drunk man that got arrested because he pushed her onto the tracks? That's this video, isn't it? Holy shit, hold on. That wasn't long ago. me see it. Where was it? There was a drunk homeless man, if I remember right, that pushed her onto the tracks. Or it could be a different one. But let's see. No, it's a different one. Or at least, I don't, well, Jesus, there's a couple instances, but it is, the one I was thinking of is not this one. Thanks to the resub Spike in the Tier 1 Waffles. Skinwalker Ranch was the first known sighting of a Wendigo. Okay, I see we're using those terms very loosely. Thanks to Tier 1 Emily Drones and the Bits Aussie and Cinder. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll queue it up. But I'm trying to find this because I'm pretty sure this video is, I'm pretty sure it was a guy that pushed her because this looks very familiar. Okay, I guess not. Must have been a ghost. Thanks to the Prime Kung Fu and Kidney Stones and the resub Smiles. And the resub Rusty. It's not like a ghost thing or anything, that's just kind of interesting. I've never heard that theory. What was that? Al Duce? Is that even a real thing? El Duce. Eldon Hoke. After the body of frontman Kurt Cobain was discovered in the greenhouse of Cobain's Lake Washington home, Hoke began making the claim that Cobain's wife, Courtney Love, had offered to pay him to kill Cobain. Hoke promoted his story in such media outlets as Jerry Springer, Inquirer, and Nick Broomfield's documentary Kurt and Courtney. In 1996, Hoke passed a lie detector test when claiming that Love had offered him $50,000 to kill Cobain. In 1997, Duche, I don't know how to say it, it's whatever, again claimed that Love offered him $50,000 to whack Cobain. Claimed that he knew who did kill Cobain, giving the name Alan, and some people think it was Alan Rinch, but he said he would let the FBI catch him. According to a self-published book by Mentor's bass player Steve Broy, the whole story was concocted by Mentor's associate Rev Bud Green in order to sell to supermarket tabloids. Nice. Interestingly, though, April 19th, 1997, one day after his final performance and talking to Brent Alden, 8 days after filming his interview with Nick Broomfield in the Kurt and Courtney documentary, he was found dead on the railroad tracks, decapitation in an accident, and was hit on by a full freight train going 60. That is pretty fucking weird. Thanks to the Prime Ram and the resub Drobes. Day's been alright, Bear. Hope you've done well. Wild. According to the documentary made about, or autobiography made about El Ducci, there were people on the track, on the other side of the tracks, that called out to him, and he went over to meet them and got stuck. Thanks to the Prime, Lumbo. So who is Alan Wrench? How deep does this go? What a fucking unfortunate name. Alan Wrench just of course brings me Alan Wrenches to buy. I see. So he doesn't want to be found. That crafty Alan Wrench. Damn. Alright, I'll do Alan Wrench Cobain. Alright. Murdering Kurt Cobain, finishing it all off. I actually have a photo of Alan Wrench with Kurt Cobain wearing the shirt that he died in. Alan Wrench says he killed Kurt Cobain. Who is Alan Wrench? Yeah, there's not a whole lot about Alan Wrench. But it just seems like a guy who's trying to piggyback off of that story from El Dushi.
Whilst most have heard of the mainstream 9/11 conspiracies, one controversial theory proposes that United 93 was actually empty when it crashed. Supposedly, the passengers
oh, this one's just really fucking disrespectful.
Subsequently murdered. To prove this video, years before its release, in December 2009, these two videos were uploaded to YouTube. Shot in Moscow, they appear to show the same pyramid-shaped UFO. After the release of this footage,
oh wow,
the of the pyramid went quiet. Then in 2018, this UFO was caught above the Pentagon.
Holy shit.
Mysteriously, around the same time, this leaked video found its way online. Allegedly taken at a UN closed meeting in New York.
Thanks to Tier 1 Pool and the Tier 1 Boom.
The Pentagon pyramid was extraterrestrial in nature. Interestingly, she is now identified as Alaya Prokofyeva, the real founder of the private space company, Galactica.
What? Oh my god, aliens are real. I knew it! It's proven! Would a triangle really be the best shape for their ships, though? This shit is from a movie? Thanks to Resub. What movie? Thanks to Prime Crown. What movie, though, is what I'm asking. I mean, I think it's... I also think it's from a movie. Would be my guess. Like, this is so convenient that it's just like an exposition dump here.
Allegedly taken at a UN closed meeting.
But I don't know what movie. Let's see. Alaya Prokofyeva. Prokofyeva. Yep, that's how you say it. Alaya Prokofyeva, founder, CEO of Human Cosmos. The only thing I find is her, like, LinkedIn pages. Everything I find about her is her posting about herself. Check comments. YouTube comments is the worst fucking place for anything ever. I guarantee they believed every single one of the things in here. Yep, that was definitely Bigfoot. Can't argue with that. Well, never mind, actually. Most of them are just calling it out. Night, Christopher.
A weekly internet show, The Atheist Experience has run for over a decade, and generally sees the host debate with various callers over different religious matters. However, during a seemingly regular, if not slightly intense call in 2014, there was a sudden bizarre and downright chilling moment live on air.
That's just a silly argument. I mean, I understand.
I agree with you. I'm just trying to get at why it's a silly argument.
Well, I understand that that statement was originally said by Carl Sagan, but who really cares about, you know, them requiring extraordinary claims and evidence?
So then you should believe I rose from the dead. Okay. I terrified her with my awesome logic.
Apparently.
That's the creepy, mysterious moment?
As heard, while the hosts argue with the caller, she abruptly lets out a blood-curdling scream, and before we can hear any more, they disconnect the call.
What?
Disturbingly, the screams sound uncomfortably real, as though the woman was actually attacked.
What?
In fact, many viewers were so convinced the call was genuine that they asked the show to track down the woman's address. Others though aren't so convinced, and contend the scream was merely a sound effect.
Belarus.
Still, is it possible the woman was literally murdered on air?
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
A reality series is one of the last places you'd expect to find credible proof of life after death. However, one Big Brother contestant allegedly heard the voice of her dead sister.
Ué, eu ouvi meu nome.
What?
Cida? Cida? Aonde?
This is a mysterious video?
Aonde?
I think he was just happy to be watching some Brazilian Big Brother here.
Still, the mystery seems over when a fellow contestant claims responsibility.
I'm just gonna skip through this. I think it's just this guy being horny.
In the previous look at Mysterious Videos, I covered a plane supposedly frozen in the air. To some, this was evidence of the simulation theory.
Thanks to some Chris Crab
and it was just the wind.
Ghetto Works.
However,
and
either
the Dollar
way,
Astro.
these so-called glitches in the Matrix not only affect aircraft, but also apparently birds. Now, admittedly, most of these videos are easily explained as normal hunting behaviour. Yet what if the bird was dead, and still somehow floating?
What is it? What is it? Can you see it?
This is an old patch. Yeah. Just a bit of lag. Desync.
What the hell is that?
According to one onlooker, Nino Tobrak-Kojan,
He's a
he
prime
watched
demon.
it for at least 2 minutes, but saw no movement whatsoever.
2 minutes?
Unsurprisingly,
He drove right by it.
has itself led to stranger theories. The common consensus is that it's proof of the aforementioned artificial reality, but alternative bizarre ideas claim it's a government drone, or even a broken alien device. Leave your own theories in the comments.
What the hell is that?
Yes, a broken alien device is pretty reasonable given all the evidence. Thanks to the resub Arisen and Detergent.
If you've spent any time in conspiracy circles, you've likely heard of the chemtrail theory. The idea is that many contrails are actually filled with undisclosed chemical substances.
They're making our dicks
These
smaller.
chemtrails then slowly poison the atmosphere with the overall purpose of human population control.
Yeah, it's clearly
an
not
additional
working.
And downright bizarre theory posits that said chemicals are released via cloaked government planes. Now, obviously, this sounds ridiculous, but believers have offered up some weird videos. Incredibly, on July 17th, 2019, Skywatcher Eye of the Beholder filmed this unexplained anomaly in Bucharest,
Sweet, thanks,
Romania.
Eris. Yeah, I know, I love these things, Mafia. Thanks to the resub, Maddie. And yeah, True Cult.
Still, you might say this was just an optical illusion, yet 2 days before this video was released, amateur researcher Linda Miller captured another one of these planes.
Thanks to the resub, Varus. Looks pretty good. I can't,
So could
yeah.
the impossible be true?
There we go.
And the government actually use invisible planes?
Thanks to the resub, Clorox and the Prime Stick.
Hidden in the remote Monitor Valley of Nevada lies the boiling hot spring Diane's Punch Bowl. Such extraordinary heat has led to the alternative name Devil's Cauldron. But
I've
could
heard of
there be
that.
an additional and darker reason for this?
Oh.
One person who may have stumbled upon the answer is the channel Texrax. For years, they've tested the durability of multiple pieces of technology via different extreme situations. As such, the boiling cauldron was a perfect place to test the survival capabilities of the iPhone 11.
Okay guys, so check it out.
Thanks to resub, Otis.
We're gonna slowly but surely dip it straight in the water.
Still, the
Alright, I'll check it
experiment
out.
seems like a flop with Texrax's first test.
Thanks to Prime Veronis.
However, the second time Texrax drops the phone, he captures something truly chilling.
Wow, what the fuck? It's demons!
Texrax himself is at a loss to explain the screams, but this hasn't stopped his viewers from claiming the cauldron is actually a portal to hell. Now, obviously this theory is speculative at best, but there's no doubt the sounds are unusual. So what's really the answer? Be sure to let me know.
It goes to hell. What do you mean? We got the answer. What the fuck are you talking about? You heard the screams. Demons are always screaming
In the world
hell.
of UFO research, some self-proclaimed hunters often analyze
It's not the
NASA
drone,
feeds
it was
for proof.
fucking demons,
Unfortunately, for the most part, they're left with blurry pictures of normal space phenomena.
Thanks to
However,
resub,
every
Geo.
now and then, the cameras pick up something that shouldn't be there.
Nuka and the Prime.
The most recent
Itlo
example
and
of
bread.
this was on February 19th, 2020, when ufologists spotted this bizarre object.
I'm sorry to hear that, Bear. We'll do the Ghost of Camel in just a moment. I'm busy being enlightened. Thanks, resub, Crimpy.
Incredibly, based on its size compared to that of the nearby planets, the UFO appears to be massive on an unprecedented scale. Still, despite such inspired speculation, NASA claims the artifact anomaly is actually an internal reflection of Venus. Intriguingly though, researchers have noted the UFO's similarity to Ezekiel's wheel, long suspected to be proof of the ancient alien theory.
Yep, that's what I
Those
was thinking
unaware,
too.
The Bible claims the prophet was visited by a flying chariot, yet others believe it was a spaceship. No doubt this sounds like blatant pseudoscience, except the idea was surprisingly correlated by NASA chief Joseph Blumrich. So is the solar anomaly proof that Ezekiel's wheel has returned? Or was it really just a reflection of Venus?
No, it's Ezekiel's wheel. Like, you can't argue with that. Look at that shit. It's like a fucking Beyblade over there.
If this year didn't feel apocalyptic enough, some believe a dragon has now been filmed in China. In a scene sensationally described as hell on earth, a sudden explosion recently hit the Tiexi district of Shenyang. Officially, it was the result of a lightning strike. However, many are convinced it was some type of plasma weapon, and even weirder still, that it had a connection to this flying creature.
Wow. It's always so convenient that someone's like looking in the correct direction to catch something like that in a totally innocent, nothing going on kind of day. I always just find that really lucky, just how lucky we are to get those kind of angles, because he's clearly holding his phone.
Mysteriously,
He just decided to start recording while driving over by those buildings doing nothing.
Like a dragon silhouette behind the apartments. Covered by multiple cameras, skeptics have claimed it's merely a piece of plastic debris, yet it seems to flap its wings.
That was sweet there. No, I think it's
is
just.
It possible
I don't
that
think so.
anomaly
Boom.
really is some unexplained creature? And if so, why was its appearance perfectly timed with the explosion? Is this proof they're related, or was it just a bunch of debris and a few coincidences? What's your opinion?
I think it's a dragon. I mean, what the fuck else could it be?
A video that bears unnerving similarity to that of the frozen bird clip. This was taken back in September 2019. Posted to Facebook by Morgan Lyons, she supposedly stumbled upon this crowd of seemingly frozen people. This is definitely weird enough, but even stranger, there'd been nobody there 10 minutes earlier.
What the fuck is happening?
Holy shit. The NPCs, their code is fucked up.
Gotta go. Get me out.
Now this is certainly mysterious, but could there be a simple explanation? According to some comments, the group is a class from Dr. Joe Dispenza's meditation retreat, in which participants stand completely still in order to become fully immersed in the experience. However, others remain skeptical of this, and question why they would freeze in such uncomfortable positions, as well as why some members are stood nowhere near each other. Additionally, viewers state that they couldn't all stand still without at least some instance of movement. So if the people aren't from the meditation retreat, could it perhaps be an elaborate prank? Or as a few far-out theories postulate, further evidence of the simulation hypothesis?
I think simulation.
Gotta go. Get me out.
You didn't see one moving. That was an illusion to hide the malfunctioning simulated
Earlier this
universe.
year, the city of Bryan, Texas was rocked by a horde of banshee-like screams, and although officials blamed a pressure release valve, many residents are
Hey, I have
convinced
seen
of
that
an
phase, and thank you.
otherworldly explanation. One of these
Thanks
is
for
Daniel
so
Robb,
cool.
who was one of the first to record the screams. According to Robb, they apparently started around 8:30 in the midst of an unusually powerful thunderstorm, and continued for an hour.
There's a sound screaming, it's like a
It's like a scream. It's so freaking loud, and it's coming from up in the air, like up there. It's been going on now.
Jesus.
What is that? I swear I saw like this thing when the lightning was flashing a second ago. What the fuck?
This one was a real thing? What did it turn out to be?
Fairly regular intervals, with an odd mixture of vibration sounds and shrieks. Most inexplicably, they seem to be extremely loud, and yet somehow far in the distance.
That is so loud and so, like, eerie. It's like a banshee, blood curdling.
So what did it turn out to be then, if it's real?
There it is again.
It's Zapdos? That's kind of what I was thinking.
What is that?
Fortunately, however, resident Rusty Appolida was able to get a much more close-up recording. Unfortunately, his video only makes the screams that much more creepy.
Uh-oh. Oh, is that... I think it's a fox that makes a fucking super loud scream, right?
With an animalistic cry.
Is that a fox or something? What am I thinking of?
There are a series of mysterious blue flashes. Eerily, these screams sound like they're coming from something alive, and not
Mountain
an object,
lion?
as others speculated.
Thanks to resub Maddie.
So what was responsible?
True boom, it could be.
For now we don't know, but the answer probably lies in Rob's other two videos. Interestingly, the earlier clip shows the Air Force responding to an unidentified object, in the exact same location where he later captured the screams.
Yes, it was probably an alien spacecraft screaming.
Meanwhile, in the latter piece of footage, it looks as if Rob potentially captured said object.
It's coming from up there. See that thing in the sky? Flashes?
Thanks to resub Sunbro, Neptune in the Prime Atrium.
What was this UFO? A weather modification device as has been suggested? Or is there a more darker outlook?
It's not a cloud. It's a witch. So what does a mountain lion scream sound like? Well, that almost immediately replicated that. That took the quickest YouTube search of all time. That's pretty fucking close. What does a fox scream sound like? I know these screams are fucking crazy. Nice. This one? Yep, I think it was probably a mountain lion. This is probably filmed on the same night that that guy was losing his fucking mind thinking it was a banshee. Hey, thanks for the 5 tier 2 gift subs, damn right. Appreciate it. Had an early head start, but it looks like Cult 1. We'll do Cult, and it's shorter anyway, so this will be a good taste of the channel anyway.
It goes without saying,
Thanks to the Prime
cults are
Smooth.
infamous for a very good reason. They are known to indoctrinate people, manipulate them,
Mhm.
and use them as a collective for the goals of an individual cult leader or a harmful belief system. In many cases, they target individuals that are very
Thanks to the 5 gift subs,
vulnerable,
Gaming
because they're
Legacy.
generally more
We sub
likely to
Nuke and
look for
Ghostly.
leadership. Desperate people tend to look for desperate answers and tend to not use their better judgment. Take, for instance, the story of the miracle mineral supplement that claimed to cure just about anything.
Hey, I
from
remember
Alzheimer's to
that.
Autism, And as it would turn out, not only did it not cure any disease, did not help any disease, but also contained bleach. Cults thrive when followers of an individual collective prescribe themselves to blind misinformation.
Oh, here, hold on.
With all of that being said, today we're going to dive back into retracing the digital footsteps of one such cult. This is the story of the now defunct Reddit cult of Cantlemoism.
I've been on Reddit since day one, going from Dig to Reddit, and I've never heard of Cantlemoism.
Our topic first started when I was looking for more internet mysteries to do videos on, and I was on another popular subreddit called the Reddit Bureau of Investigation, and I found a post that read the following: super unusual subreddit where every post is gilded an absurd amount of times. Here is ISS Gold, the subreddit in question. I'm pretty positive they're all bots, but why circle jerk thousands of dollars into gilding onto these posts for no reason at all? There has to be some
they're a Reddit
why.
gold
At the time
cult?
I had first checked out this subreddit, it was still up, but as of now has been made private. In a nutshell, there were countless posts in this tiny subreddit that contained a vast amount of Reddit gold and silver. At first, it appeared like some sort of test subreddit, something very similar to the YouTube channel WebDriver Torso. While I couldn't find any proof this was a test subreddit, what I did find out from a comment was what led me to this topic. A user had commented that this could have a possible connection to r/Cantlemoism, which dropped me right into one of the most interesting stories I've ever come across on Reddit. Trying to access
sounds like some old Middle Earth shit.
You'll notice that the entire community has been banned. What's interesting here is that Reddit actually took notice of this community and banned it altogether. Keep in mind there's an r/Scientology subreddit that is wide open. So what was so bad about this one that Reddit had to take action? I will note the reason for this subreddit being banned is listed as for being unmoderated, but I highly doubt that, as you'll soon learn more details. If you trace this entire situation back, this all starts with a Reddit user by the name of Chris CGC, whose real name is Chris Cantlemo, who became notorious on Reddit for giving away upwards of $70,000 in Reddit badges, which was calculated by his own mods on his own subreddit. If you look into this guy's background, you'll learn that he owns a medical company called GL Sciences, as well as a few other companies in the past.
Very successful Redditor.
A bit of money. Just to make sure,
he must use r/finance.
Badges, they're used as gifts from one Reddit user to another and are displayed on posts. They are usually given out as a good job award for being particularly funny or helpful. Reddit Silver is the cheapest Reddit badge you can put on a post. The next tier is Reddit Gold, which gives you 1 week of Reddit Premium. Lastly, there is Reddit Platinum, which provides 1 month of Reddit Premium. If you're unfamiliar with Reddit Premium, essentially it is just a membership that unlocks a variety of features with Reddit, including the option to turn off ads. Moving back to Chris CGC, he became well known, as I said, for randomly gilding posts on the r/teenagers and r/dank memes subreddit. Keep in mind, this guy clearly targeted a younger demographic by going for those subreddits. For example, in this individual post, it would cost about $350, which features 69 platinum badges, and
he's an epic memer, big man.
Who posted this? This was
imagine fucking CEO being a memer.
Basically, be handing out money every single
day. Okay, that's
day.
Elon Musk. Actually, never mind.
This was even so common that they created an entire subreddit called Children of Chris, dedicated to people who were gifted gold by him. At first glance, this seems entirely harmless. This guy was being generous with a lot of money and was reported to be spending thousands of dollars a day on gilded Reddit posts. As you can imagine, many people didn't have a problem with getting free Reddit Premium memberships, and it got to a point where people would just pass this guy's name around and say, "Message Chris, he'll send you gold." As I said, at first it seemed
I've never heard of this.
It seemed like this guy simply had a bunch of money to go around and was willing to pull stunts for the sake of entertainment. But as time would go on, he would reveal the actual motive behind these gilding sprees. As a result of this guy gilding almost any post that was in his way, many people were curious about the man behind the gildings. A lot of people looked up to him because he was very generous. However, in an interview done by Insider Meme Trading after he gained some attention,
Insider Meme Trading,
the mass gilding sprees, to which he responds saying he wanted to get the message
actually cool name, not gonna lie.
DMT cured cancer. In case you're unfamiliar, DMT is an incredibly powerful hallucinogen. DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, has been studied in the field of cancer. However, there is no consistent peer-reviewed evidence that would suggest this in any way. And let's be real here. If a cure for cancer was found, do you think a guy would have to do a publicity stunt?
Do they also use that for joint pain?
To get the word out in the months to come.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Sorry to pause, but I need to look that up. DMT. They also use that for joint pain, don't they? Let me see. No, this isn't what I was thinking of. I remember a couple years back, I knew a guy that was peddling hard for some, like, really pseudoscience-y liquid jar-ish shit. Like, it looked like what the xenomorphs were born out of. And it was dimethyl something. I remember that, which is why it started to, like, fucking winter soldier me there for a minute. And he was like, this'll work, this'll cure your joint pain, inflammation, might make you taller, it's gonna make your beard more full. DXM? Maybe. Thanks for the, hey, Socks, good to see you, man. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Socks and Lich. Jesus. Give you the generosity tonight, goddamn.
He still found some notoriety and started
Sounds
to
like
get a following
HGH.
as a result of his generosity.
No.
Something I want to note here, many of these followers were not in it for the sake of his teachings, however, they were a byproduct of being around him. Nonetheless, a portion of people stuck around and did listen to what this guy had to say, and there are former believers of Cantalmoism. And as time went on, and through the help of Cantalmoism Exposed, a subreddit we will get to, many people started to outline the potential symptoms of a forming cult. As I said earlier, looking back on this situation is
I highly doubt it's like a real cult.
All the original threads surrounding
probably just an updudes to the left. Thanks for the gold, stranger.
Deleted. Not to mention, Chris CGC himself was also banned from Reddit. In fact, Chris has been banned more than once. People collectively created a comprehensive list of alternate accounts that Chris was creating, and most of them are banned. What remains is a subreddit called Cantalmoism Exposed, in which we get a full understanding of the situation. The sidebar of this individual subreddit reads the following. Cantalmoism is a cult of personalities centered around Chris Cantalmo, who came to prominence on Reddit through his mass gilding sprees. The cult espouses a form of psychedelic New Age pseudoscience, ranging from innocuous beliefs to dangerous self-harm.
Oh, okay,
It's
okay.
targeting members of r/slash teenagers for recruitment. We are here to aggregate information about Cantalmoism and help people make informed decisions to avoid further recruitment. Among the pinned threads in the subreddit, we find one called Outline of Initial Concerns with Cantalmoism. Here we learn quite a bit about this whole fiasco. The thread reads the following. I'm interested in whether or not any true cults have ever emerged on Reddit. I've been following Chris CGC and his sub Cantalmoism. I started out participating for the awards. I had 5 years of premium after a few days of participation, but once I had more than enough gold, I continued to participate out of interest for what is the strangest, most cult-like sub I've ever seen. Today, it is starting to get more renewed interest by the Reddit community. As a leader, Chris CGC has been suspended by Reddit for 3 days, and it was mentioned in a popular and just deleted Ask Reddit thread described as a really weird cult-like subreddit run by a guy who gilds literally all the posters. He talks about how he has terminal brain cancer and that he's cured it with DMT, and believes DMT can cure literally everything, and the users seem to agree for some reason. My personal take is that he's a schizophrenic, but I have no proof.
Or just a scam artist, what do you mean?
Here's a few ways in which it seems like a cult. Mind-altering practices such as meditation, chanting, speaking in tongues, enunciation sessions, and debilitating work routines are used in excess. Perhaps the main tenet of the whole cult is that DMT is a perfect and godly substance with no bad effects that everybody should be using, and that it cures cancer and AIDS.
Wow!
In fact, he has gone as far as saying that radiation and chemotherapy are torture and make patients worse, not better, which is extremely dangerous advice to people who have cancer. He has also urged his followers
did Chris
to
talk
stare
to Steve
directly
Jobs
into
or
the sun
something?
every day,
Is he
saying
responsible
we have
for
been
that?
tricked into fearing the sun to make us dumber. The leadership induces feelings of shame and or guilt in order to influence and or control members. Often this is done through peer pressure and subtle forms of persuasion. This is a textbook and egregious example, especially when it turned out that the user YanZZ didn't actually do anything wrong and the cult members refused to accept it. The group is elitist, claiming a special, exalted status for itself. Its leaders and members, for example, the leader is considered the Messiah, a special being, an avatar.
No fucking way. All because he was gifting Reddit gold? That's like just spitting in your face and then wiping it off. Reddit gold is useless.
The leader, Chris CGC,
Truly
is
useless.
constantly referred to as God. He believes that he has special knowledge.
Hold on, I need to look at... What does Reddit gold do? Doesn't it just grant you access to the Reddit gold lounge? Like, who cares? So you hang out with some pretentious douchebags? Like, does it do anything else? Let's see. What is Reddit gold? rewarded to post. What can you do with it? Here we go. So you get a week of Reddit Premium and 100 coins you can use to give someone silver. Is there ads on Reddit? I can't say I've perused the internet without an ad block in years. Is that like a big draw? Like you don't get ads? For a week? Oh, okay. It seems like an awfully large thing to say that the guy who gives you Reddit gold is the Messiah. Jesus. Thanks to the Prime Poison. Thanks to the Resubble
knowledge
Kami.
of the spirit world and wants to use the knowledge for the express goal of world peace. The group is also preoccupied with bringing in new members. Monetary rewards are gifted with participating in the sub. The group is preoccupied with money. He spends thousands of dollars a day gilding members with Reddit money, and he also is increasingly paying members real money and offering to pay for their plane rides to
That's a
visit
great
him.
deal. Wait, he's just giving away money?
He spent over $100,000 recruiting followers with a main focus on
Yeah, just fucking pretend to call him the Messiah. Who cares? Free cash from a weirdo.
Outrageous things he has said, but I think that thankfully most of these are not taken completely seriously by his followers. His most devoted followers definitely still believe him, though.
AC
It
Tier 1
seems like
just did
Reddit is
stuff
starting to
for
catch
Prime.
on and get worried, as
No
his
7
account was
and
just
Resub Otis.
suspended for 3 days for telling people to call me or visit me to experience DMT as anti-cancer treatment. He encourages schizophrenia and believes that it's caused by excess DMT and that hallucinations are completely real. As the poster of this thread starts to update it, he goes into one of the podcast episodes that have now been deleted. Edit 3. I just listened to Chris' most recent podcast episode, and I can finally understand what people see in him as a leader and why his followers seem to love him. I'm almost convinced that he's an amazing but insane human being. Either that makes him less threatening because he's not the type of person to start a dangerous cult, or more threatening because he is the type of person that could convince enough people to pull it off. The first half is just a normal conversation, which establishes trust in him before he transitioned to the crazier second half. We learn how Chris befriends the homeless and lets them come into his house whenever they want to.
That's kind of nice,
He
though.
wishes he had enough space to let thousands of them sleep in his backyard.
What?
He does have over an acre.
Maybe this guy is the
but
Messiah.
enough to start a commune/cult on a smaller scale. Then, in the second half, he starts talking about DMT,
AC
albeit
Tier
in a
1,
far less insane
that monkey
way
in
than
the
he
Prime
normally
King
does.
Joe.
He then makes some apocalyptic prophecies that he previously talked about on Reddit. He talks about things such as a recession worse than the Great Depression being imminent, and World War III between US, Iran, and Israel being imminent as well. However, he does say that those two things will actually be good for everyone except the rich. Next, he tells us what his ideal society looks like. He wants something beyond communism, where money is made illegal. It's not too big of a stretch to say that he might consider implementing such a society on a smaller scale.
Money
if
is
he gains
illegal.
enough devoted followers. Lastly, he talks about
Wow.
suicide. At first, he said he thinks the people who commit suicide go to a better place.
Oh, wow.
And are better
Holy
off.
shit.
This is obviously a very scary idea when you look at how common
Thanks for the
mass
gift sub again,
suicide
Socks.
is in cults. He seems to be aware of this as he quickly changes his tune to say that he really thinks that people who commit suicide have to start their life all over again, which would be boring. Overall,
Holy
there are
shit.
some Jonestown vibes, but mostly he just seems like an extremely moral, charitable, and crazy person. His followers fall in love with him for his morality
Didn't
and
pop up
charity,
for me, Kaiser.
missing
Well,
out
thank
on
you
the
then if you
crazy
did, man.
side, and that's where I think the danger lies. Alright, now, as I said previously, many of the links are dead. However, going
Interesting.
over to his website, we can in fact see many of the claims and the beliefs held by this guy, and
Here's
they
the
still
recent
stand
Monster
under the
Shark and
discovery
Gonna Barf
section
in the
of
Prime
website.
Chronic.
While it might be insane to think that many people even remotely entertain this guy, he made examples out of a few of his devoted followers. who even
Jonestown
paid
is
for
one of the
their
most
college,
wild
in some
stories,
cases
yeah.
up to $15,000.
Whoa.
As a result, many people sucked up to him in hopes of financial gain. But at the time, Reddit turned a blind eye as they were getting paid through the nose by this guy. I personally believe, as well as many other people, that most of his so-called followers were just in it for the
Thanks,
sake
Prime
of
Crazy
money.
and the resub
And when there
Yish.
stopped being handouts on a daily basis, almost all of his followers started to turn on him for not providing evidence of his claims. At first, some people were willing to be patient since Chris had never provided any proof towards his claims regarding DMT. He came from a scientific background and would constantly post about his upcoming research being published. However, that obviously
Wait,
never
is this
happened.
Chris? This guy doesn't look like a dank memer at all. Looks like Tom Hanks in character. I thought it was gonna be a young guy. Cult leader my ass. Grandpa.
At another point
Ew.
in time, one of Cantelmoism's main
Give me back
followers
that
got a
Reddit
restraining order
gold.
from Chris, which led to him getting doxxed. This led to death threats for leaving the group, and ultimately this situation was starting to spiral. Later on, death threats would flood into basically anyone critiquing the group. However, many people noticed that in many cases, it was just Chris on an alternate account. In an effort to keep some of his followers on the hook without any financial incentives, Chris became desperate and would make alt accounts pretending to be news outlets, stating that they were working on a story about his research. However, obviously people saw right through this. Up to this point, even the most devoted followers started to not be able to turn a blind eye towards his childish behavior. In many situations, he resorted to name-calling, like a 5-year-old, and in other cases, he even told a person with cancer that he was an idiot. As a result, his own subreddit turned against him. It read the following: "This is a place for a very mentally ill man named Chris Cantelmo to post his craziness. Please get this man help and don't support him. He has no money left, no family left, and nothing good in his life."
Damn, Chris, fucking blasted on your own
closer
dank
to
meme.
today, where around a month ago, this Reddit community as a whole has been banned. I can only imagine because Reddit wasn't getting paid off nearly as much. While Chris still remains online on his other platforms, he's still trying to recruit members in person, but his digital footprint still remains.
I want to check out
Even
that
his
channel.
own Discord turned against him, and one of his top followers has now taken over. From an outsider like myself, looking at this entire situation, in my opinion, I definitely see how this seems quite premeditated. I can see the angle a lot of people have mentioned regarding this guy being mentally ill as well. However, it seems like from the very beginning, this was calculated towards creating a cult. This guy comes from an educated background. He graduated from Yale. He set up a website. He targeted impressionable people, and he used one little sliver of attention and was vindictive towards anyone who didn't agree with his beliefs. Thankfully, however, the situation
Hey, thanks for the 10 new subs again, Cyaxis. Good to see you tonight.
Something
Hope
else
you're
I
doing
should
well.
note is that I
Thank you
also
for the
believe to a
generosity.
certain extent Chris has been experiencing a degree of psychosis.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe this guy to be mentally stable due to the constant drug use. Here we had a guy with a great livelihood and a good life, and he was well off. Then, seemingly out of nowhere in the later years of his life, after being an atheist for 56 years, he becomes ultra-spiritual as a result of taking DMT and
He
other
just wanted to
drugs in
start a
excess.
cult, man. He just did it the
refers to
wrong
himself
way.
as a god, and all of his teachings
should have
point
started
to
playing
obvious
Minecraft.
delusions and psychosis. That being said, I don't think talking shit directly to this guy helps whatsoever. As a result, anyone watching this video, don't go harass this guy. His brain obviously processes information differently, and even though what he attempted to do was terrible, it won't stop him from continuing
appreciate it,
doing what he's
Cyaxis.
doing.
Thank you for the
This guy
generosity again.
needs professional help. Instead, this video stands as something much more effective
Thanks
for
for
the
the some Kaiser.
situation than directly talking shit to him. At this point, if anyone comes across this rabbit hole or topic on the internet, they have a reference point to which they can understand how this group came to being and avoid it. With that being said, I thank you for joining me here today as we looked at
Well, that was
one of the
actually kind of
weirdest stories I've
interesting.
ever seen on Reddit. This is Barely Sociable. Have a great night.
Is that true? Only one guy said this, but now I have to know. Did Chris Cantelmo actually kill himself because this video? I'm gonna look it up. I feel like I'm being lied to, but that would be horrible. Let's see. Oh my god. Wait, that's real. That's fucking awful. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that guy wasn't lying.
We are going to do a psychic brain massage.
Well, fucking do it then, pussy. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I'm expecting any minute now for him to like chug a fifth of vodka and just say shoe nice or something.
Can you feel?
Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Shit, he's powerful. God damn. Ooh, wait. Hey, whoa, be nice to the psyche. Yes, please. Let's connect. That's what I want. Oh.
From your mind.
Oh, whoa.
In out.
Wow.
Your brain.
Oh, yes. Pet it, please. Wonderful. That felt great.
Had the misfortune to handle this incorrectly, you would most certainly have a painful and horrible death.
What?
Sadly, this subject has been covered before by someone I know.
Uranium.
But I found this story really interesting and I had to do a video about it.
Plutonium?
This
Fuck.
video.
Son of a
Like
bitch.
many of my atomic videos, our story starts during the Second
Things a
World
bit
War
spacey.
and the Manhattan Project. The Demon Core, or Rufus as it was originally nicknamed, was intended to be used in a third atomic bomb to be dropped on Japan. It was designed to be 5% below critical mass.
So this doesn't seem
leaving
like
the
super
core
interesting though.
somewhat
Like
safe. However,
we know now how
5%
dangerous
was
plutonium
to
is.
ensure that when needed, it could be used to make a very large explosion easily.
Seems like a really comprehensive lesson into the dangers of plutonium, but yeah, I was expecting like some wild shit. But I mean, it's a good sport. I certainly have no problem with shin kicking. When do they? There it is. The danger to the sack is really high in this sport, but I'm pretty sure they wear a cup.
So the Harvard Globeheads debunked their model yesterday.
You're not testing on a ball, guys. The Earth is flat.
Oh shit! Wait, is this serious or no?
We're gonna put one magnet here in California. Seriously, I'm about to lose it. I'm getting pissed.
I don't know
this is
how you're gonna
absolutely
take a 1
satire,
mile
isn't
piece
it?
of toilet paper and hit space.
God damn it!
I thought he was gonna die, dude. I literally thought he was gonna die.
Wow.
I thought you...
They're a complete shock.
I thought it was an
literally
actual
wanted
flat
to die.
earther thing.
You can't write that stuff, guys. I'm just having my freaking world rocked.
Shut the fuck up!
It's everything.
This looks very high effort though.
I'm
Wow.
right. And I've always been right. You guys get it? You guys fucking get it?
Damn, the amount of effort that seems to have gone into that is wild. It says parody? What, where? Oh, god damn it! Well, I mean, I think it was pretty clear. But, yeah, I should have just seen this right away and not got excited.
So the Harvard Globeheads.
Phase Rug Gatorade in Windex bottle prank? Tell me if it's fake or not. Alright, I don't have to watch it. I can tell you it's fake. Phase Rug is in the fucking title. What do you mean? I'll watch it for a couple seconds just to confirm, make sure I'm on the right track here. I don't want to be wrong. But I can tell you it's definitely fake.
What's going on, guys? FaZe Rug. I know her reaction is gonna be funny. It's gonna be so fun to do, and oh god, I'm actually scared to do this. And I'm gonna ask her if she needed help cleaning.
That's nice of you. Work on something? Did you really fucking drink him no Windex? Come on, you should look.
It looks. My mom got so scared.
You were on.
It's fake. That's probably enough FaZe Rug's content for the whole year, in fact. We just reached the limit. Watch the Glico-Morinaga Incident, Japan's greatest unsolved mystery.
Explore the Glico-Morinaga case and its perpetrator, the monster with 21.
That's a cool title, I'm in.
Izaki legacy, but nothing could have prepared him for the night of March 18th, 1984, or the subsequent nightmare that would last nearly a year and a half after that. At approximately, the two men first happened upon Mrs. Izaki and one of the couple's 3 children.
This is not what I was expecting
they
at
were
all
both
here.
bound. Meanwhile, Katsuhisa, hearing the commotion, tried to remain unnoticed in the nearby bathroom with his 2 other children, but his efforts were ultimately in vain. Do but wait. A ransom request was made the very next morning, with the unidentified assailants asking for the equivalent of $4.3 million, along with 220 pounds of gold.
Damn!
A staggering amount for anyone, but one that
What
would
the
ultimately
fuck?
never have to be paid. Just 3 days later, Katsuhisa managed to escape completely unharmed, revealing to both police and the public that he'd been held in a warehouse in nearby Ibaraki City, not far from his own company's headquarters.
What the
Puzzlingly
fuck?
enough, the CEO also claimed that he managed to finally escape because he, for some reason, had been left unmonitored. Almost a month after the taking of Katsuhisa Izaki, more bizarre events began to unfold for Glico. On April 10th, a number of vehicles outside the company HQ were inexplicably set on fire in a suspected arson case.
What the fuck is going on with Glico?
A week later,
Jesus,
a container
they're
filled
haunted.
with hydrochloric acid was located in one of Glico's buildings. Both Glico and local Osaka media received letters claiming that cyanide-laced packs of the company's candy would be placed on store shelves. The letters signed by a person or group choosing
Damn,
to
this
be
is like the
called
actual
the
Zodiac
Monster
killer.
with
Like,
21
he must have
faces.
fled the States and then went
The
here
name,
to
many
torment the
assumed,
chocolate
was
guy.
taken from the works of mystery writer
Glico and the
Ramen
Chocolate
Ogawa,
Factory.
specifically a character known as the Monster or Fiend with 20 faces. It goes without saying that what happened next here was mass panic, and of course for good reason.
It's
Now, despite all
Arasaka.
the damage, however,
Yeah,
no poison
what it
candies
is.
were actually found. Meanwhile, investigators were scrambling to crack the case, but the so-called Monster with 21 Faces was slippery, and they knew it. As this was all going on, the letters did not stop. Many that were sent to the media were addressed directly to Japanese police, who the monster described as stupid and incompetent.
Oh, hey,
The
that's too.
monster
Hey,
was
hey,
so
hey, let's not be
confident,
rude.
or
What the
perhaps
fuck?
frustrated with police,
They're doing
that
their best.
the vehicle was gray and that they'd entered Glico's factory via the front gate in order to plant the container filled with acid, which they
That's gotta be
claimed
embarrassing.
was originally street garbage. The letters themselves.
Imagine being so
contained a
incompetent at your
defining
job that the
characteristic
criminals
of
you're
this
trying to catch are
case.
just openly
But
giving you
even
hints
with
to
how
make it more
frequent
fun
they
for them.
were, they
'Cause you
didn't
can't figure
offer
it out on
any
your own.
solid clues as to the monster's identity, aside from the fact that they seemed local based on the dialect that was used. There did, however, appear to be one possible break in the case after Glico's products had been recalled.
Oh!
This man was spotted on CCTV, seemingly placing something onto a store shelf.
We got him!
It is a bit difficult to make out, but the man here is wearing a business suit and glasses, along with a Tokyo Yomiuri Giants baseball cap.
Oh, I actually
To this
thought that was a
day,
New
this
York
remains
Yankees
the
cap for a
only
second, I'm
piece
not
of
gonna
actual
lie.
footage associated with this case. But whoever is depicted in it, the so-called videotaped man, has never been identified or even formally connected to the person or group who calls themselves the Monster with 21 Faces. On June 26, at the height of all the chaos and confusion, something even more bizarre took place.
Oh god.
Another letter had turned up, but this time
This time it was a love letter.
claimed that the monster was done with Glico. The note, addressed to the people of Japan, said the president of Glico has already gone around with his head hanging down long enough. We would like to forgive him. Japan has gotten terribly hot and humid, so when our work is done,
Yeah, maybe
we
I'll
want
check
to
that
go
one
to
out next,
Europe.
Raiden.
Geneva, Paris, London. We'll be in one of those places. Let's bring Pocky, the traveler's friend. Delicious Glico products. We're eating them too. See you in January of next year. And it even came without any money being exchanged. This, of course, would seem
Yeah, they haven't
ultimately
made a single
bizarre and
fucking
a
dime
waste
from
of
this
time
shit.
If not for the fact that the monster really hadn't stopped at all. In fact, it had already started targeting other brands, including one Marudai food company, with much the same tactics it had already used with Glico. Once again, ransom was demanded in exchange for peace, and unlike Glico, Marudai was ready to comply.
Oh, no.
But with a catch. On June 28th, just 2 days after the
Why
monster
comply? They
announced
clearly
an
just
end
gave
to
up
its
last
obsession
time.
with Glico, said man was described as having a larger build, short hair, glasses, and most notably, eyes said to resemble those of a fox. The
What?
undercover cop was instructed
So you sent a
to
cop
keep an
that was
eye out
high.
for a white flag, the signal to drop the money, but since that flag never appeared, the cop continued on the route until its eventual end in Kyoto. He was only there long enough to hop on the next available train back to Osaka, and sure enough, the fox-eyed man boarded the exact same train. This time, the monster wasn't bluffing. Several packs of Morinaga products were found with additional labels on them reading, "Danger contains poison," signed "The Monster with 21 Faces." In response, a staggering 40,000 Japanese police officers
they
were
kinda
set to watch over
get rid of the
supermarkets
surprise
and
by saying
convenience
that.
stores. In August of 1985, things were still at a standstill, and the Japanese public were furious with law enforcement's perceived
Appreciate it, Giggle.
incompetence.
Thank you. And
The
yeah,
pressure
GTRP
was
is always
too
fun.
much for one man in particular who had worked on the case. Superintendent Shoji Yamamoto, who, tragically out of shame, set himself on fire and would ultimately pass away.
What?
The monster, meanwhile, had been watching...
What? This is like literally an anime plot. The fucking detective was so ashamed he couldn't catch the guy that he lit himself on fucking fire? This is probably what he looked like when he was burning alive too, just so fucking stoic about it. Like, yeah, I'm burning alive, what is it? What of it? Huh, pussy? My god! What? Bro, like over here, the fucking lead detective on a case probably thinks about it 10 minutes out of his day. And meanwhile, this guy was so consumed by it and so disappointed he couldn't crack it, he lit himself on fucking fire.
We decided to give our condolences. We decided to forget about torturing food-making companies. If anyone blackmails any of the food-making companies, it's not us, but someone copying us. We are bad guys. That means we've got more to do other than bullying companies.
Kind of a lame note, not gonna lie, kind of lame.
But even so, people were still left with no answers, no real reason
Wait,
for
what?
why all this.
So, this is fucking crazy. So the guy lit himself on fire, and that was such a profound statement that the criminals just stopped. So this guy, like, he must have seen the strings that attached everything. He must have cracked the fucking code. By lighting himself on fire, he solved the case, but he lit himself on fire because he couldn't solve it. So the act of the self-immolation ultimately solved the case. This is crazy. And there, man, what a story. And the criminals also had so much honor that they respected him so much that they just quit.
It almost comes off like the monster with 21 faces didn't actually want to hurt anyone or even make money for that matter. Why place labels on tainted goods? Why not actually collect on the money? Why leave the CEO unmonitored, which allowed for his escape? That we don't know of. In the end, we're never going to know what the monster really wanted. Was it to make a point to society, or to play out his very own detective fantasy in real life? The answers remain unclear, but what's troubling to think about is that the monster with 21 faces could still be alive today, and much like the Fiend, the monster remains unseen. Thank you.
That was great. But what an I can't help but feel like it's all wasted. So, like, the team behind the monster with 21 condoms, like, they did something crazy. Like, they did something nuts. And no one will ever know who it was. So that group, or that maybe one person, they can never fucking brag about it. They can never be like, I'm a genius. Like, this guy probably sits at the dinner table with his family or his friends. He's like, yeah, I'm fucking smart as shit. And then he can never prove it. Because he can't just be like, yeah, I'm the monster with 21 faces or whatever. Such a waste. You did something nuts and no one will ever know. Except you. I already saw the Redditor that vanished. That's just... videos like that, though, I'm not a huge fan of. No. It's just, it ends with, like, nothing. Like, just reading a couple Reddit posts from a guy and then speculating why he stopped posting. Like, that's not interesting. It's not like a mystery. Just a random guy who was trolling on a Reddit account and then he stops. It's like, oh. Is there anything toss in here? Or are we good? One guy said this video is tossing me. 1 sec, I'm just gonna do like a quick rudimentary scrub.
An obscure online video game. What is it?
Oh.
Some might consider it an anomaly. A game so far out of ordinary conventions that they're left ripe for urban legends, conspiracies, and rumors.
That game looks cool.
What makes an obscure video game? How does it differ from your Silent Hill or your Call of Duty?
Yo! What? Who recognizes this game? About once every 5 or so years, I have like some kind of flashback to playing this in elementary school. This was a Christian Doom game. I don't remember what it was called now. No, it's Christian Doom, and I can't remember the name, but they had this on like the computer lab when I was in like elementary, middle school. I used to play it a lot. Literally all of these are wrong. People are just saying like random shit. It's not Kingsfield. Kingsfield was not a fucking FPS game, right? Kingsfield was the platformer, wasn't it? Oh, nope. Holy shit, it's From Software? Oh, maybe the game that was on screen isn't the one I was thinking of then, because the one I'm thinking of, it was the precursor to Dark Souls. That's pretty cool. What the fuck is it then? What's the one I'm thinking of? Well, it definitely wasn't Katechumen. They had like giant purple floating heads. and you fought using a like a Bible in one hand and then something in the other. Oh, this is the one. It was one of the first Christian first-person shooter games. Oh, and that was the one that was on screen too. Yeah. I thought so. Because it's got the purple head. I'll never forget that. Thanks, guy.
Since the dawn of gaming, the medium of the home video game has had its fair share of outliers. Throughout your day-to-day, you might not see it, but it seems that almost every few years, a game breaks the fourth wall and melds with the realm of obscurity. The thing is, some of these are wrapped up in real-world mystery and seem to break the overarching meta that accompanies gaming entirely. You see, video games are meant to be an escape from
thank
reality.
you, Tempest, for the 10 gift subs to the resub freedom.
Opposite the monotony of our day-to-day lives.
Thank you, sub Noah.
It's when we get the outliers like Sad Satan that led people to real-life prison sentences, or video games tied to cults like Kanye Quest that are still mostly unsolved, when we obtain this special blend of two vastly differing mediums that real.
The Deep Web and Sad Satan. June 15, 2015, Deep Web horror game built by Terror Engine premiered on YouTube gaming channel. Obscure horror corner, infamous game whose origin remains a mystery until today is called Sad Satan. Greeting players upon launching the title screen with the words game title written at the top, while a revised version of the Chinese children's songs I Love Beijing Tiananmen plays in the background. Why did they go to jail? Oh, Sad Satan had CP in it. Gotcha.
Gaming. And a damn good mystery.
Okay.
A gaming mystery, if you will.
Oh, I'm out of tissue.
Mysteries in online video games. And they appear to be chatting with someone called the Dinosaur, that tips window on the left side, which begins to state some pretty abrasive vernacular.
I'm excited. What kind of reasons?
On the 4th of September 2018, at around 7:50 in the morning,
Martin who saved
graced the export of 4chan, inquiring about Schnell online. Their post about it reads the following. Hi X. I was recently on one of those conspiracy iceberg threads and I came across a user mentioning a game based on the dark web called Schnell Online. This game is supposedly used by on the darknet. The user provided a screenshot of the game, and this game has no other appearances online. The screenshot provides a ClearNet link. Proceeding to this link will take you to a basic web page with a download link for a game called Carcass.
Okay.
Carcass, huh? A bit forward for an obscure game, but my interest has piqued. Heading to the link in the reference screenshot brings us to the profile of an
Nobody calls me a loser, I'll download this shit right now.
Interesting, considering that the Schnell player's name was Ulven. If we take a look around, we can notice that the Carcass page is strangely devoid of any details or graphics. Like, for instance, in these tags. 2D, black, kill, murder.
What the fuck? Oh my god. That actually looks quite a bit like
If we head back to 4chan, we can observe that another user mentioned a Reddit thread that was posted in 2016. It references an obscurity chart that supposedly has some unfindable games. And in that list, we can see 6 of them, with just 2 that have seemingly never been found. Classic Game and Schnell Online. Interestingly, a Redditor named Tyler Dirt had commented on this thread linking to 2 gameplay videos that were from this list. That of a 14
tier 1 Jake
and twice-fold ampersands.
Resubscribe. So it just seems like they made a shitty game. Wow, I take it back. Look at that. Can you speedrun this? Oh, wow.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie to you. I have no idea what the hell's even going on here.
That looks boring.
Curiously, these videos were both uploaded by a YouTuber named Saint, and after checking his other videos out, they appear to have a knack for playing old, obscure point-and-click video games. And that's what most of their video library consists of.
Gunner.
Games that are bizarre, eerie, and surreal. Heading to their YouTube About section reveals their social links, and clicking on their Twitter profile reveals, lo and behold, the real identity of Saint. Ulven W. So what does this tell us? Well, not much besides the possibility that they most likely created these games. Considering their itch.io page,
very talented
it's safe
developer.
to assume that they're an indie developer and have quite the catalog. Curiously too, if we take his full name and paste it into a Google search, we're able to find a 2016 upload of that same Schnell gameplay, unlisted on the same channel. Their description claims that it was slated to release early 2017. However, as that date came and went, Saint had been radio silent about it. It appeared that they moved on from it entirely, continuing their upload schedule as if the concept of Schnell had never
What was the... Like what?
existed.
What was the idea of it?
Now, Schnell's been on my radar for the better part of a year or two.
Whoa,
Barring the 4chan rumors about it, the game's highly intriguing by itself. It looks creepy as hell, and I really wanted to get to the bottom of this to find out if it actually exists. With that being said, I decided to track down and contact Saint to see if he had any input. I wasn't expecting a response, but it was worth a shot. My questions to him were as follows. 1. Was Schnell ever released? And if so, is it still up? And 2. It seems that Twicefold Ampersands is enveloped in vagueness. Is this somehow connected to Schnell? And surprisingly, about an hour later,
I'm sure the guy
I
would love
received
to
the
be
following
interviewed about
response.
it.
Schnell Online was conceptualized in 2014 following a conversation with an individual who I shall refrain from naming.
I'll name them. It
We
was
were
Dinosaur,
originally going
right?
to call it Lemuria. It was depopulated on January 30th of 2017. Not much is known about the community, even to myself. I was never in contact with much of the regulars, and most of them left without saying anything. If you want to know more, you would have to talk to Q. They were often seen on Traveler, another 3D chat program. Schnell was a homage to those, but they left Traveler sometime in 2015.
He was a prime girly.
I'm not sure what they're doing now. Here's some old footage of
Lost
Lemuria
Stag.
in development. It changed a lot afterwards, but I'm hesitant to show any footage of it now, especially since I'd have to put the servers back up and everything. Interesting.
So what is the mystery? It's just a guy makes shit games? Like, we already know who makes it, and they're shitty. Now what?
Well, it appears that my optimism's gotten the better of me, because if I'm being completely honest, it seems that this game is offline.
Oh.
And after scouring the internet
Dang.
about it,
Oh,
it's
man.
been down for a while. That's not to say that this Q person isn't real though, because curiously, I found mentions of them dating all the way back to 2014. In December of that year, a Redditor named Boxcar Jakey managed to find Q by complete accident. They were reportedly the only other player on Traveler back then, and Jakey found it strange that they were just lurking there, alone. It seemed almost like that Vine Sauce Active Worlds creepypasta that happened a few years ago.
I don't know
But
that. What
this one was real.
the fuck is that?
This video documents their interaction, and in the description, Jakey provides a bit more context. I was on Digital Space Traveler exploring when a person by the name of Q greeted me with his or her microphone saying automated static numbers. I managed to get some info out of this person, but it seems like this person would never tell me why or what they're doing on a game where no one goes on anymore. Following this is a transcript of their conversation, in which they discuss the Traveler game itself, along with other MMOs like Active Worlds and Worlds.com.
So,
there honestly wasn't much to it.
fucking lonely
but
guy,
at
I
the end
guess.
of the day, this does drive home the point that this Q person that Saint's referencing is a real person and is still somewhere out there in this vast abyss we call the internet. To find him, though, that's a whole different story.
Why do we
Very
want to...
conveniently,
What?
Every lead, every Tumblr page, YouTube video,
But
and channel
why?
that he was involved with is now dead, and scouring internet archives in hopes of finding any sort of trace as to where they went is nothing short of hopeless.
Thanks, Reese of breast
Who
milk.
knows, though? Perhaps they might see this and come forth with more information. That, of course, would be a long shot in the best case scenario, but considering our other dead ends, that's a chance I'm willing to bank on.
What do we want to talk to him about?
In conclusion, Schnell Online has proven to enthrall a small part of the internet, and unless the elusive Q ever comes forth with more context, it appears that this eerie game will remain exactly where it's always been. An unfinished concept with obscure nostalgic visuals, all topped off with creepy rumors that'll forever cement its place as one of the more intriguing internet urban legends that I have ever encountered.
But what am I missing? What was so interesting about it? 4chan made a post saying terrorists use it, and then you talked to the guy who made it and said, yeah, some dude named Q plays it. It's just a shitty game from a guy who makes weird shitty games. 4chan made up a creepypasta about. It's the exact same thing with the Cult in a Dead MMO or whatever, where it's just a group of people that still just play an MMO, and they have a weird avatar. I guess the mystery is being able to find Q, but it's just a guy who doesn't have any social media. Let's see what the next one is.
The game is a sequel, so it picks up on a story that we aren't exactly acquainted with. To summarize though, the series has to do with, well, hauntings that cause the game's characters' lives to change for the worse. Named the Yumizu Occult Research Institute.
This is definitely an RPG Maker
Allegedly,
game, huh?
The researchers that worked here had disappeared, but at the time we begin the game, our main character doesn't know that. However, instead of being greeted by the staff of this facility, she encounters a bleak emptiness that sends her life spiraling into a void of despair.
Thanks, Resub Turtle.
What happened to everyone? And where did they go?
Prime Phoenix.
Well, that's for us to find out. And so Giratani sets off to find the truth. Giratani makes her way back home, and things seem pretty ordinary. Until you realize that she brought a fucking demon back home with her.
No!
From there, shit begins to hit the fan with her mom becoming possessed, and from what I understood when playing it, even her friends that came into contact with her.
No!
It's definitely an interesting game with a solid premise.
What?
And the visuals that occurred during these haunting sequences even got me pretty good a few times.
What are you... Uh-oh.
Allegedly, later in this game, there's a certain glitch that occurs, causing the game to experience a complete failure. Apparently, you have to go through a certain gate in a certain area to trigger it. However, it seems to have absolutely no purpose other than posing as a nuisance. The reason I say that is because when this glitch happens, you're forced to completely close and reopen the game to keep playing.
What an inconvenience. What in tarnation? Is there a jump scare coming? Ooga booga! Oh my god. There's a prime cipher. Whoa!
I will say that there are tons of Let's Plays out there about Yuta Onna Tatari 2, and most of them seem to run into this exact same error. I wanted to see this for myself though, and yeah. It goes without saying that this picture resembles a dead body, and considering how obscure this game is, it left many wondering if this image were real. The only thing that comes remotely close is the game's use of obscure real-world imagery to increase the creep factor, like this shot of the closet, and this creepy-ass demon lady in Giratani's dream. This one though, this random corpse-looking image is the only one of its kind, and starkly stands out among the others due to its bizarre revelation.
So what is the mystery? Why is that there? It's just a shit horror game.
As the
What do
Let's
you
Plays
mean?
began to pile up on YouTube,
What?
so too did online discussion about this game. One of the earliest instances that gained a bit of traction came from a Redditor named You're Not Real on the r/creepy gaming subreddit. Attached is an Imager link, and upon heading there, we're able to gain a bit more insight with their experience. I can't seem to progress any further in the game due to this message. Almost seems like an error report.
Oh my god.
Screen goes black and flashes a white screen 4 times. This image appears. Jarring noise plays non-stop. The game stays like this until I click quit. I don't think this is how the game's supposed to end.
It is! It fucking is, I can promise you!
The comment section, understandably.
It's just a shitty horror game, man.
Now, considering the other games we've covered, like Hong Kong 97, it's apparent that real corpses baked within video games are not exactly out of the realm of possibility. Considering the fact that, in Yuta Ono Tatari, you're allegedly supposed to walk through each of these torii in order to trigger it, which I personally think is a relatively specific set of actions.
What do you mean I take the fun out of everything? It's not a mystery, it's a shitty horror game!
I agree with the general sentiment that this image is eerie. And considering that Kiritani's mother does become
There's not like a mystery to it. It's
just hope that
it's just a bad
image
horror
isn't hinting
game.
at what's to come by utilizing a real corpse. So let's back up. If we're gonna get any answers about the context of this image, we need to figure out what exactly is happening during this glitch.
It's not a glitch! It's not a glitch! Oh my god, has no one played Doki Doki Literature Club? It's just... That's how we ended it. It's not a glitch! God damn it!
And in response, a Redditor named It's Rain Time was able to give a translation. Reading. Please confirm. Location, date, Yuta On no Tatari 2. Severing the arm. The data is being damaged. Possibility is... please stop. You get the idea. Now, with this newfound context, it makes it seem that this is much less of a glitch and more of a hidden Easter egg of some sort. Given that this is a horror game that uses realistic imagery elsewhere in this story, I wouldn't be surprised if the developer threw in this fake glitch to freak the player out. But
pretty normal.
With this presumption under our belt, that still doesn't answer our questions about the photo. My opinion hasn't exactly changed on it, and reverse searching that image brings up a whole bunch of nothing. Who knows? Perhaps Paya dug this up and threw it in the game, not expecting anyone to find it. Maybe they were going to take it out of the game, but just left it. No matter what the reason or motive behind why it's in there though, the image that occurs during this glitch is haunting, and I really, really hope that it isn't what I think it is.
It isn't. I'll tell you right now, it isn't. I'll be the one to hit you with the good news. It's not. It's a bad horror game. I've played a million of those fucking games on Steam. That's not even a unique one. It's just a shit horror game. That's not a mystery. Fuck. Give me like an actual like story that it's you know, it's like anything. Fuck. I'm optimistic about this one. He's a prime chip.
Welcome to the Museum of Anything Goes, a 1995 MS-DOS game created by Michael Markowski and Maxwell Robertson. The game's the epitome of the creepy, surreal 90s edutainment game, in the same vein of Super Solvers and Roly-Poly's no Nanakorobi Yoki.
A classic, who could forget?
In the Drowned God video, and you all seem to take great interest in it, so I found it fitting to talk about. Not only because of that, but because it became somewhat of an urban legend itself just a few years ago. The premise of the game is simple, but at the same time incredibly complex. By calling itself the Museum of Anything Goes, that notion
anything can go
as we experience uncanniness and unexplainable peculiarity around every corner.
This game looks lit.
The basic premise involves the idea that you're dropped off in front of a strange museum and are given no context or storyline as to why. The back of the game box is incredibly vague too, stating that you're at a museum unlike any you've ever seen. There are no guards, no rules, no
Where
limits.
is the penis man?
Become a part of the imagery
I haven't
and
played it.
experience the thrill of this unbelievable interactive museum. To be honest, I don't exactly think there's any sort of end goal with the Museum of Anything Goes. It seems to be one of the earlier choose-your-own-adventure games that were made, and because of that, it's got a pretty substantial replay value. You can quite literally just explore to your heart's content.
Alright, finally.
And interacting with whatever piques your interest.
Freedom. Whoa!
4, 3, 2. Pop goes the weasel.
Hey, that's not a weasel, that's a... like an agent. This game looks amazing.
You know, there's something special about this game. And I feel like it's all unintentional. Everything is rigid, out of place, and painstakingly dead. Sure, there are people in these rooms, but I have strangely never felt more alone. I can't really explain it, and I think that's what makes this game so unintentionally haunting. It's a product of the 90s, and it damn sure shows. But while I could talk about this game all day, we're actually here for something specific.
Alright, what?
An eerie little mystery that was birthed from someone that you just might have heard of.
T-Pain. Did he make the game?
The Museum of Anything Goes.
Oh, Vinny!
And this is some hot garbage for you here on this Sunday stream. You're gonna love it. I'm running it in a virtual OS. So for your pleasure.
The future is now.
For your pleasure. For your pleasure.
This is Vinny Vine Sauce, a video game streamer that's been active for the better part of the past decade. Back in 2016, he created a mini-series where he played through various 1990s entertainment games.
Yes,
and
he
they all
did.
gathered a pretty substantial amount of views. The Museum of Anything Goes episode, though, stood out among the others, not just because of the game itself, but because within it, he encountered something disturbing.
Deprived me of my emotions. Whatever you do, don't click the grave. You'll be sorry. What?
Don't do it, Vinny.
Oh my god, that's a dead body. Get me out. The fuck is this shit?
Wow. Anything goes in the museum, Vinny.
On this stream,
didn't you read the back of the box?
Thousands of viewers, the game presented what he thought to be a dead body. That belief to him was so strong that his stream archive from that night is still censored to this very day.
What it actually was a bunch of... what? What did they substitute? Because he's making it sound like the mystery is that it wasn't a dead body. So what was it?
So what
A
happened there?
skinwalker?
Within the Museum of Anything Goes, there's a section where you can interact with this specific painting that looks like it's meant to represent a portal to heaven. The game asks you to
Actually,
click a
some
button
Phantom
if
Informs.
you want to see someone fall out of the sky. And if you do, you observe the following. The game then guilts you.
Well then.
Now look what you've done. You must now attend his funeral.
What the fuck?
But first, you must dig a grave. And the scenes that follow involve us doing exactly that. Interestingly, when this casket's in the ground,
Hey, the
the
Prime
game
Dragon.
warns us. Whatever you do, don't click on the grave. You'll be sorry. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, it seems to be setting up the idea that within this coffin is a human being. The one we had fall out of the sky. With this notion in mind, I don't fault anyone for believing that the next scene is indeed a dead body.
But it's not. What is it? What the fuck what is happening? Is this like a Tosserus or something? What is this, like a clip from a movie or something? So this is what came up on Vinny's stream? Oh, it's a pig. Oh, I see. Oh, I skimmed ahead. I see.
The game seemed to do everything it possibly could to set up the premise that what you're seeing is a human corpse. However, if you take a step back and really look at it, you'll realize that it's nothing more but an early age jump scare. Do I think it's in bad taste? Yeah, a little bit. And this game toys with the idea of death in other areas too.
That is pretty weird. Ah! Emo tap. The tier 1 Korean.
This game is still incredibly eerie. Blending fiction with reality, implementing incredibly rigid animation and voiceovers, and having this strange ambience throughout your entire adventure effectively solidifies this experience as one that'll stick with you. The lingering sentiment you get when playing this is uneasiness, and pressing through the abstract nonsense that's thrown at you around every corner really makes this game stay true to its name. This museum is haunting, it's uncanny, and it's a place where, as we've seen,
anything goes.
Anything goes.
Yep. So what was the mystery? Just whether or not that was a dead body in the coffin? Yeah, it's a weird game, but it wasn't really a mystery. Is it about like the people that made it, who made that game? And it was like Anthony something. Wayzata Technology. Wayzata Public Schools. I don't feel like looking too deep into it.
Mysteries in online video games.
You said Birdsey.
A newfound fascination of mine, and what seems like a fitting progression of the console conspiracy series. Tonight, we just dove into 3 gaming mysteries that have recently intrigued me. I hope you all enjoyed this. If you have any other obscure video
third one was definitely the best one
we discussed tonight, feel free to shoot me an email at nightmareexpo@gmail.com.
I just think so. The third one was probably the best one, but these first 2, there isn't like a mystery to be solved. It's mainly a showcase of a weird game with well, this one at least had a story. This didn't have anything. It just seems like there's no drive. So, example, this one, the mystery was the glitch, when that was just part of the game. Like, that was the core scare. Or you get, like, a creepy image when you do this. It's like a really common technique for shitty horror games. This one was a giant block of fucking nothing. It's just a bad horror game that I think 3 people on Reddit were just trying to figure out. That's not exactly a mystery. This one, I guess if the 4chan stuff led to anything with Q and whatever, could have been an interesting story, but there wasn't anything there. This one was just interesting overall. The Museum of Anything Goes. This whole second one was trash though. Just a bad horror game. Open mic failure.
Everybody having a good time tonight?
Yeah.
Sometimes before I go out, I like to come on my wallet. So if you steal my wallet,
yeah,
you got me. You got me. But at least I have the satisfaction of knowing that somewhere you have to fondle my dry juice to tear those $1 bills apart.
Alright, well this got off to a fucking good start, am I right? He has good stage presence though. I like the way that he like really hunches over. It's like he's in a metal band and he's like giving a scream on the vocals there. This guy's, he's got a good future here, I think.
That was the punchline!
Let's go!
Thanks for staying, everybody. Why was this fucking milkman having sex with everybody's wives?
Good. What? Good point, though. What is happening?
Who's left in the audience here? Seriously. Yay! Woo! Let's get some noise in here.
Woo! Let's get some fucking noise!
Negative space. Everyone got up here tonight. They were like,
yeah.
Space in here, all the space. Microphone's turned off. Martez want to go home. Open mic guy wants to go home. I'm not allowed to even do this to punctuate jokes because it's like somebody's fucking drums. Thanks, they'll save me one. Bought a 6-pack of Miller Lights for $97 and watched everyone have a good time. And now it's my turn.
I have understood maybe 5 words so far.
Nobody's fucking here. Not even the fucking bus boy. He's like, let's go home. And I do this, and he's like, oh, yeah, that's cool. Oh, I love being up here, dude, though. This works. This so fucking works. I had an epiphany today.
Hit me. What was it?
Who's fucking, everybody, who, was there a fucking, there was a ukulele symphony up here tonight.
What is happening? I feel like this is one of those cursed VHS tapes or some shit.
Standing by my refrigerator, illuminated by the light of my refrigerator door, I was pouring myself a glass of wild cherry Pepsi, and it started to spit out on my glasses. I was like wiping it off. It was like all of a sudden sticky. It was like smoggy, foggy. It was on my hands. It was on the remote control. It was on my jeans. It was everywhere. And
that sucks.
I thought, holy fucking Christmas! I put that shit in my body, and I have for 30 fucking years. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm scared. I want to go home.
Okay.
Thanks, Vinny.
Hey, fucking exactly, America. You ready for some fucking comedy? You ready to fucking sacrifice yourself to this? That's fucking Silver Lake after midnight, you know?
That was good.
It's when the kiddies go to bed, you know? Time to fucking go to bed, kiddies. It's time for the fucking real shit.
Well, that was a ride. I'll tell you what, that was a fucking ride. I didn't understand most of it, but I still feel like we went on a journey. And at the end there was wild cherry Pepsi or something. And he wasn't happy. The rise and fall of Gator. This is an hour and 26 minutes. Jesus Christ. This is a horror story? It looks like it's more of a documentary on a guy who skates. Yeah, MasterChef's become the new React meta. We watched like almost all of MasterChef like 2 years ago. They were some of my early Just Chatting streams. People are just now figuring out how good MasterChef is. Gator is a murder story. Is it toss? This is a murder story? Yeah, alright, I'll give it a try. Like, just to confirm though, this isn't toss or anything, right? Human sperm and chicken egg. I don't know why you keep saying that, man, but Godspeed.
How you doing, Klaus?
Things we give some Thomas and the Recip Lofty.
I'm 21 and I'm from the United States, San Diego, California. And
Cali.
11 years. Skate a lot of half pipe.
This is quiet.
Ditches, a lot of things, and now I'm here competing in the toThe Cup, and it's a blast. Okay.
Mark Rogowski, better known as Gator the Skater, was a well-known professional skateboarder during the 1980s to 1990, who raped and murdered a 21-year-old woman named Jessica Bergsten in 1991.
Jesus Christ.
Gator was born on August 10th, 1966, and
that seems this isn't goofy at all. I think I'll probably just pass. Why are you just like recommending an actual like monster? That is not wacky. Why gymnastics died? Is it not popular anymore?
Was the incredible ancient sport of gymnastics, where the world would thing they do where they sort of just jump and kick the air. I don't know what that is. Jump forward.
Isn't that a pirouette? Pirouette?
Tokyo Olympics
something like that.
2021. Gymnastics has been on a gradual downward trajectory for quite a while now, but strangely not in popularity. People still love watching it, but more so in participation. In today's video, we will explore
Tier 1
the
TJ.
strange death of
And Tier 1 Nox. I think gymnastics is still very cool.
On the 9th of April 2020. However, there is a small part of me that sort of feels sad for the sport, the pioneers of throwing your body into weird shapes,
Makes you
hucking it and
subject.
just hoping you'd land on your feet. the NCAA men's gymnastics had more than 210 programs. Today, just 15 remain. This drop from the original 210 programs
they've
down to
optimized
15 works out as a 92% drop in 51 years. For some reason, young lads don't want to dress up in a leotard, point their hands, and do backflips anymore. But why is that?
You get fucking jacked doing gymnastics though. You get fucking yoked. I don't know if I'm super interested in the topic, but I didn't think gymnastics wasn't popular anymore. I feel like people still talk about and participate in gymnastics, but I could be wrong. When gymnastics goes wrong, well, you just want to see some injuries. You need help. Look up, eating the wrong dish cost him 18 years of his life. What? Oh, it's this guy. Yeah, I remember this guy. This is the guy who pretended to be a prince on social media and shit. Like he was flaunting wealth that he didn't have, and then he posted a picture with food or something. Fuck, what was the story? He posted a picture with like some food and they're like, you can't eat that. You literally wouldn't be allowed to eat that food. Thus, all of the lies fell apart. Yeah, we watched the whole story on this guy. This is a new video on it, but we did watch the whole story on it. How scream artists create perfect screams for movies? That sounds interesting. A scream artist? He's truly a master.
One moment from Venom. That's not Tom Hardy. That's Scott White. Scream artists are some of Hollywood's best kept secrets.
Yeah, I didn't know this existed.
Actually secret. Take Ashley Peldon. She's one of the most accomplished screamers in Hollywood.
What a profession.
But you might not know where to find her, as productions don't always want audiences to know that their stars have been dubbed.
Joey and Snappy.
This makes nailing both the emotion and the actor's voice that much more important.
I'm sure I blasted you guys.
No, it was pretty tame.
On set aren't actually usable, so they have to be re-recorded later.
The great background actors who are there on set that day.
I did know that.
Mic'd, or maybe there was too much going on in the noise. You'll have wind machines going and sound effects, or you'll have like the stuntman or the director yelling at the actors.
Screams are physically difficult.
Wait, I recognize that movie. Wait. What movie is that? Fuck, I can't see the name.
But when it comes to screams,
Malignant, that's what it was.
Quality is just one factor. Screams are physically difficult. Just look at this clip of Hugh Jackman dubbing some of his noises from Logan.
Damn, he's good.
So if an actor wants to keep their voice intact, these skilled recording...
Yeah, Malignant was fine. It was interesting.
You know, maybe I'm more expendable, because for a session fee, I can blow out my voice.
Peldon and White first need to know what type of scream they're doing, as that will impact their performance. One of the most common screams you'll see in movies are fearful ones, but they're not actually realistic.
Now, what's interesting is in real life, most people will probably freeze up and not allow a sound comes out, but it's not as dramatic on screen, so we want to make sure that it's a big, loud, terrifying scream.
So she puts her diaphragm to work.
You want it as messy as
Where's
possible,
the fear receptors?
So, like, you know, really clean, short, or contained kind of scream. It's not really as realistic for somebody who's in a lot of fear. But if somebody is fearing for their life or in a really terrifying, it's important there. This one would feel more of a fear.
Yep, met Cola and Goblin.
Building kind of scream rather than
we did some content.
You know, blood-curdling scream.
But what makes that scream sound different from this one?
Aggressive. I'm mad.
Anger, right? So it's screaming with the intent.
Screams that come from a place of anger call for a clenched mouth and tighter body position. And a more empowering rage scream calls for Peldon to fully open her mouth. White will do the same when recording war cries for games like Call of Duty. For other roles, Peldon will channel grief.
So grief has a different feel.
That's so cute.
Listen as she tries one scream with the word no. And one with
I'm not buying it.
Convincing screams involve much more than just incorporating dialogue.
No. That's better.
Listen to all the acting from the video game Days Gone.
Rough game.
Fits in perfectly when White's character delivers a kick.
Yeah, perfectly. I don't know about that.
Matches when he swings a machete. For example, in Incredibles 2, White had to create the scream for a pilot who's thrown out of a helicopter.
The fear of being...
Why not just have the voice actor do it?
Which then turns
doesn't have to be great, just like, ah!
I shouldn't have been kicked out of that plane, you know, or whatever. So it couldn't just be a fierce, ah! And then you hit the water. It had to have a little two-part act. And once you hit water, you're not going to hear any more of the, ah! You know,
more expensive, I guess.
Cut 2.
This is so adorable. Just get the Dragon Ball Z voice actors. Be better.
3-minute scene in and I'm already sweating bullets.
After that breather, White looked for specifics.
We're really trying to hone in on the actual scream itself and analyze.
I don't know how you become a scream actor.
Goes off behind
just fucking yell. I hope someone hears you.
And his teeth are showing.
And
so
you
you have to yell through your teeth to match that performance.
Then, when Hardy flies off his motorcycle, White had to sustain a scream for nearly 10 seconds without losing the imitation of Hardy's voice.
Easy. Yeah. He took a breath.
All
Amateur.
these screams, whether they're fear, rage, or fighting sounds, won't carry the same emotional punch until they've gone through a layering process. Those layers can include the
they have to layer. Wait, they have to do it themselves.
Vocals and digital sounds. Layering is
Don't they have an
especially
audio
helpful for
engineer on
non-human
set?
voices,
I would
like when
think.
White performed the otherworldly screams of the demon from The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me
Oh
Do It.
god, that movie sucked.
Here's a demonstration of how a sound mixer might take White's raw screams and add effects to make them more powerful.
Pretty good.
Right?
Right, yeah, I bet that's
Well, adding
fun.
effects
It's
like
probably a fun
reverb to
job.
create an echo and a rumble can make them even scarier. So what makes one of Peldon's real screams sound better than this one?
I think what makes the difference between what sounds kind of like a generic scream that they could just get from their library of screams.
Well, they do,
versus
like the
one that
Wilhelm
fits
scream
the
and shit.
scene is matching what we're seeing.
pretty bad.
The actor, the energy, the emotion. My scream isn't just noise, it's an acting burst.
6 screams, 2 seconds each. Go. Give us options. And you're like,
There's Resub Asbestos. That's a position I never knew existed, nor will I remember it exists next time I play or watch a movie. But it's not surprising. It seems like it'd be a lot of fun to do. I bet they get paid. Why I hate Reddit mods? The dark truth behind Reddit? I wonder what that dark truth is. Thanks to the Prime, Live in the Resub Tedium. Cartoon Network Universe Fusion Fall. Okay. Well, thanks for the bits, Trashable. I'm sorry to hear that.
Reddit moderators are destroying the entire internet. In fact, Reddit moderators might just be the worst thing to have ever happened in internet history. And by the end of this video, I promise you that you'll agree with me. You know, a Reddit moderator is a lot like a teacher's pet at school. The teacher's pet was that guy we all knew who felt superior to the rest. The guy who'd boss everyone
The
around.
jock,
the guy
the cool
who'd
guy.
tattle on everyone for breaking insignificant rules. You could almost smell their power trip. But what if this guy could boss around millions in the most petty ways imaginable? Well, that's where Reddit moderators come in. Reddit moderators moderate Reddit for free, with their only compensation being the illusion of authority. These powerless and deeply troubled people look to exert power in any way
He
they
must have
can.
got banned from a popular subreddit.
You only had one cake day.
Though, to be fair, Reddit mods can be fucking awful. Who's the main guy? Is it Galloboob? Galloboob tried to make a career out of being Reddit's #1 shit poster. On his Twitter, it even says, like, Reddit influencer. And he does seminars on how you can be, like, a marketing guru through being a Reddit mastermind. I think it's Galloboob. Thanks to the resub Harold. Snarky Lemon. And the 10 gift subs Leon. Thank you, Leon. It is fucking Galloboob. He even did... Hold on, let me find that video. He did a video. How to make money from Reddit.
It is the dark side of Reddit where promotion and shilling is hard to control.
Does he still post on Reddit?
Going back to these messages quickly, what are these? These are people trying to troll you and also try to get to know you.
I'm like, I have to keep my, what do you call it? Just keep like a protection wall of what is true and what is just absolutely trolling.
Bandit, Money, and Celeste.
Well, getting the hang of the online. So I honestly think most of the stuff I received are genuine. But then again, like someone asking for...
Yeah, I'm not watching 25 minutes. It basically just gives horrible fucking advice on something that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a Reddit influencer. It's like the only social media site where the more you use it, the less powerful you become and the less you can do with it. On everywhere else, if you get popular on it, you can at least make a career out of it, even Twitter. But Reddit is the only place where the more popular you get, the less options you have to make it a career. He chose the wrong horse. Thanks to resub Calcat. I want to see if he still posts though. Give me one sec. Let's see. Here we go. No, he hasn't posted in a year. Oh, never mind. 8 hours ago. I was wrong. Thanks to resub, Donnie.
Picture of me with their...
They're the same types of people who become abusive police officers, but instead of policing crime, Reddit mods policed language. In 2020, Reddit mods policed language so badly that they ended up deleting 6% of all Reddit posts, and this is because 6 power-hungry mods are now in control of 92 of the top 500 subreddits. So then the real question is, who are these anonymous moderators policing the internet? Why would anyone moderate thousands of subreddits and millions of posts for free? And most important of all, how did 92 of the top 500 subreddits fall into the hands of 6 power-hungry mods? Well, the answer to these questions goes a lot deeper than I initially expected. Because to understand the Reddit mod, you need to understand Reddit. You need to understand where it all went wrong. Because somewhere, somehow, Reddit turned into everything it swore to destroy. Reddit never used to promote tyranny and censorship. Reddit never deleted 6% of all posts. In fact, Reddit used to be a platform for tolerance and free speech. So what on earth happened? Well, this is the real story of the rise and fall of Reddit.
Oh, it's the Illuminati? I fucking knew it. Probably all ties back to Rslash gaming. Worst fucking subreddit
in the
ever.
dorm rooms of the University of Virginia. Co-founder of Reddit, Steve Huffman, otherwise known as Spez, was your typical nerdy character. He was that Zuckerberg type, geeky, computery, smart, and power-hungry, and unbeknownst to him, Spez's perfect match was just across the dorm.
So Alexis and I met in college. We were hallmates first year. He lived right across the hall from me.
He was disappointed because he thought I was a girl.
I was like, oh, Alexis and Mike live across the hall. It must be like a co-ed dorm. That's cool.
It wouldn't take long for Spez to realize Alexis was really just a charming version of himself, and over the following years, Alexis and Spez would become close friends. Their friendship was strengthened by their passion for computing. In order to monetize this passion, they would come up with their first idea for a startup, My Mobile Menu.
And one of the ideas I had was for ordering food from your cell phone. I had told Alexis this idea once. He's like, we should totally build that.
However, the idea was simply too far ahead of its time.
Yeah, pretty innovative.
After the pitch failed to gain enough financial support, the two would begin working on a new idea. During this time, internet culture was in its infancy. Internet memes were only just beginning to crop up here and there, and Spez and Alexis caught on to this. They could tell that internet culture wasn't going anywhere soon. It was clear that if Spez and Alexis could figure out a way to centralize internet culture, millions were to be made. And so Spez and Alexis would set out to
actually, they sound like really smart
Their idea
guys.
was to create a site that would be the front page of the internet. This would later become the adopted slogan of the website, but for now, the slogan was initially called SNU. The intention behind SNU was for people to ask what's new, although it wouldn't take long for them to realize the domain name was already taken. So a few other domain ideas were considered: Uberloo, 360 Scope, Hot SNU, Ripe Fresh, Dose, and numerous others. But eventually, the name Reddit was suggested by Alexis. And much like SNU, Reddit was a mix of the words Reddit, as in, I read it on Reddit. After receiving funding from angel investors, Reddit was released on the 23rd of June, 2005. Over the following months, both Alexis and Spez created numerous fake accounts in order to jumpstart the website, spamming the site with interesting links in order to give any unsuspecting visitors the illusion of a thriving online community.
Alexis and I started submitting all the content just to keep the thing full, right? Because Reddit's no fun if the page is blank.
We would come up with a post and a random username to give the impression that the site had more people on it.
The Reddit team would expand not long after, and in November 2005, Reddit merged with competitor site Infogamy. The merging of Infogamy and Reddit
I remember when
would bring
Reddit fucking
a new
launched.
a co-founder named Aaron Schwartz.
Because I used to use
This was
Dig.
a pivotal moment for Reddit. Aaron Schwartz becoming co-founder was the final piece of the jigsaw for Reddit's success. You see, Aaron was a computing prodigy. By the age of 13, Aaron had already created the site Info Network, a site serving as a user-generated encyclopedia. So it would seem that Aaron was the perfect guy to serve as a Reddit co-founder, and this was true. Because in the months following the merger, Reddit's popularity began to skyrocket. Although a few months into Aaron's arrival, things started to get rocky. This was because Aaron's view of the world differed greatly to Spez's. Aaron viewed the internet as a tool to hold governments and corporations accountable. He thought the internet could be the ultimate tool for free speech, where anyone, anywhere could express their opinions freely. Aaron thought that information needs to be free, open, and unregulated. Although the same thing couldn't be said for Spez. Spez viewed the internet as an opportunity for business. This was the dividing line between Aaron and Spez.
It's like an actual Marvel
it was
movie.
This divide that would shape the internet as
but
we
with
know today.
goofballs. Now Reddit is only for geniuses.
2005 was a revolutionary year. Facebook had just been released, YouTube was brand new, and Reddit was being spammed with Spez's links. In 2005, the internet was still seen as something nerdy. This was a time 2 years before the release of the first iPhone.
And no, I haven't talked about it, Split. I just don't really have much of an opinion.
iPhone.
Anything could happen. Aaron Schwartz wanted to steer the internet into being an electronic libertarian utopia, a world free from government regulation and corporate corruption. He wanted the internet to be a land of pure democracy, where each and every person had an equal say in the world, where real world leaders would be scrutinized in real time, where elites would be forced into open transparency.
Jesus, this guy actually thought he was a
The internet offered
superhero.
An opportunity for ordinary people
Good
who
for
weren't
him.
part of the power structure to take back power to themselves. And Aaron saw Reddit as a beacon of these principles, a hub for ordinary free thinkers. However, Aaron's view of the internet would be confronted by the other side, by the other tech giants who wanted their platforms to become the titans of the digital age. The side that wanted to consolidate and control massive percentages of internet traffic and the money that comes with it. Pioneers of the internet like Zuck wanted a small group of companies to decide what you can and can't say, and a small group of moderators to follow their orders. But Aaron hated these ideas. Aaron hated the corporate world and was motivated to do everything he could for free speech. And at the time, Aaron wasn't alone. In fact, co-founder Alexis could also see the importance of free speech. To Alexis, free speech was a right that must be
you're all
protected.
good, Split.
This is why Alexis actually joined Aaron in his campaign against Congress's Stop Online Piracy Act. Alexis even went so
Quick
far
text
as to
message.
launch the National Anti-SOPA protests.
This has become an issue that's much bigger than just saving the internet now. This is a fight to save democracy. It is a fight to show that our elected officials are beholden to the electorate, not to lobbyists.
Woohoo!
This was a period where a large proportion of tech giants actively defended the principles of free speech. And in this time, Reddit was a
I'll
hub
check it
for
out, Grant,
somewhat
sure.
serious or interesting discussion. It was diverse, but not stupid. But all of this would quickly change in the years to come.
I had no idea there was such a deep and complex history to Reddit.
By
I thought it was just as simple as, hey, look
Reddit
at
was
Dig.
taking off.
Let's just
the
steal it.
combination of Spez, Alexis, and Aaron would prove to be a hugely successful business move, and people were noticing. In October 2006, Reddit was sold to Condé Nast Publications. Condé Nast Publications is a mass media company known for being the owners of Wired magazine. At the time, Reddit was sold for a reported $10 to $20 million. With the acquisition of Reddit, the team moved off to San
Maybe
Francisco.
2 gift subs better.
But for Aaron Schwartz, this was where things would start to go downhill. In the month after the acquisition, Aaron began to complain about the corporate influence over Reddit. Aaron claimed, Wired has tried to make the offices look exciting by painting the walls pink, but the grey office monotony sneaks through all the same. Grey walls, grey desks, grey noise.
Ooh.
The first day I showed up here,
Very
I
poetic.
simply couldn't take it. By lunchtime, I'd literally locked myself in a bathroom stall and started crying.
Oh.
Aaron's thoughts on Reddit's takeover, along with a burning belief in free speech,
Prime,
meant the
Erudidio,
inevitable
and the
would
resub
happen.
Blancus.
Aaron Schwartz was fired from Reddit in January 2007, and by the year 2009,
What?
the co-founders would all go their own separate ways and begin their new lives. Aaron used the money from Reddit and his knowledge on computing to embark on political action. On September the 25th, 2010, Aaron downloaded the whole Westlaw legal database in a project with Stanford law students. The goal was to uncover the connections between the funders of legal research and the legal
What?
system itself. What Aaron found was incredibly disturbing. Aaron discovered that law professors in Stanford were receiving lobbying money from companies like ExxonMobil during oil spills, as this served as an effective route to bail themselves out of legal troubles. Aaron never released the documents, but it was reported that Aaron was going to analyze the data for evidence of corporate funding of climate change research that led to biased results. Following these actions, the FBI would begin to track Aaron's activity.
Jesus Christ, he's like Jason Bourne,
Aaron continued
but with
campaigning
nerdy
for free
shit.
speech and political transparency.
And so, yeah, it's true. Sites like WikiLeaks are going to be putting up some embarrassing material about what the U.S. government does, and people are going to be organizing a protest about it and try and change their government. You know, and that's a good thing. That's what all these First Amendment rights of free expression, of freedom of association are all about. And so
I thought,
we should try and shut
I don't
those
know
down.
who's
It
on
just
the
goes against very
Reddit
basic
board anymore, but I thought
principles.
Aaron was a name there.
Principle, I think, is one that
Is
our
he not
founding
part of
fathers would
Reddit?
have understood. If the internet had been around back then, instead of putting post offices in the Constitution, they would have put ISPs.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see.
Aaron would travel across the US, giving live talks on the importance of a free and open internet. It was through this work that Aaron was able to gain enough support to prevent the Stop Online Piracy Act.
This bill would be a huge, potentially permanent loss.
Thanks
If
for
we lost the
resub,
ability to communicate with each other over
Zillow,
the internet,
Noodle, and Magical.
it would be a change to the Bill of Rights. The freedoms guaranteed in our Constitution, the freedoms our country had been built on, would be suddenly deleted. New technology, instead of bringing us greater freedom, would have snuffed out fundamental rights we'd always taken for granted. And I realized that day, talking to Peter, that I couldn't let that happen.
3 months after the speech, Aaron was arrested following an indictment by federal prosecutors.
Fuck!
Aaron's indictment contained charges of 50 years in prison and a $1 million fine.
What?
However, these charges were harsh for a reason. In 2012, the US government wanted to make an example of people breaking into confidential files. And with the US government's failure to extradite Julian Assange, Aaron Swartz knew he was going to face the brunt of government
As the
power.
prime gris.
There was no way the government was letting another WikiLeaks situation happen again. Aaron knew things were bad. Very, very bad. 26-year-old Aaron Swartz was facing the prospect of living the rest of his life in a cage. Aaron had been cornered into a trap, and after 5 months of his arrest, Aaron Swartz committed suicide.
Whoa, 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 holy shit. What the fuck? Now, is it like an actual suicide, or is this like a Jeffrey Epstein kind of situation? Thanks to the resub Rezol and the Prime Lucky and gift sub Aaronoff. I need to look this up. I had no fucking idea about all this. What was his name? Aaron? What was it? I forgot his last name. Schwartz. Aaron Schwartz. Okay. God, what a shame. He seemed like such a smart guy. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really say anything about it. So he was found hanging with no suicide note, and that's as deep as that goes. Oh, actually, nope. Speaking at his son's funeral on January 15th, Robert Schwartz said Aaron was killed by the government and MIT betrayed all of its basic principles. Tom Dolan, husband of U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts Carmen Ortiz, whose office persecuted Schwartz's case, replied with criticism of the Schwartz family. Truly incredible that in their own son's obit they blame others for his death and make no mention of the 6-month offer. This comment triggered some criticism, with Charles Pierce replying, the glibness, can we use normal fucking words? Fucking, Jesus, glibness. The glibness with which her husband and her defenders toss off a mere 6 months in federal prison, low security or not, is a further indication that something is seriously out of whack with the way our prosecutors think these days. So it seems like there is at least some people. I've never heard glibness in my life, and I know a lot of goofy words. I've never heard glibness. So it seems like there is at least some people that believe it was not an actual suicide. Thanks to the resub Sociable.
Aaron's death.
Oh, you're just talking about the game? I know Fusion
the
Fall.
internet had always been free of censorship. Censorship was only really used for legal purposes to keep the internet somewhat civilized, and Reddit moderators did as they were meant to, filtering out spam, abuse, and managing small online communities. But all of this would change in 2014. You see, in the years after the co-founders left Reddit, Reddit was undergoing huge development. Reddit had tripled its page views, and in 2011, Reddit had gained 1 billion page views a month. Then in January 2012, Reddit doubled its page views again, gaining 2 billion views a month. There was no stop in sight, and by 2013, Reddit was receiving 56 billion page views and 71 billion page views in 2014. However, in 2014, Reddit took a turn for the worst. A turn that would make Reddit the model for the internet censorship we see today. Because before 2014, Reddit was getting a lot of scrutiny in the media.
Oh, I remember the jailbait controversy.
A subreddit which featured inappropriate and illegal photos of young girls. So Reddit responded to these criticisms rightly and removed the subreddit from the platform. But this media criticism was only scratching the surface.
Lizard. Thank you for that.
The next year, Reddit would be slandered for being a sexist platform. For example, the Huffington Post claimed that Reddit was sexist purely for being a male-dominated site. The claims of Reddit being sexist got so bad that co-founder Alexis pleaded Reddit users to, quote, cool it with the sexist comments.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Alexis also claimed that Reddit is defined by, quote, straight white men. The Atlantic and other magazines picked up on this, adding to the belief that Reddit was a place for sexist and straight white men. This scared Reddit stockholders and advertisers alike.
Whoa,
Reddit
what
would
the
suddenly
fuck?
undergo a radical change.
Whoa, this is very interesting.
The first steps towards Reddit's change would come with Ellen Powell's appointment as CEO of Reddit. In the lead up to Powell being CEO, Powell had gained notoriety in Silicon Valley, most famously for her gender discrimination lawsuit, where she sued the venture capital firm Kleiner Perkins for what she perceived to be sexist business practices. And whilst the lawsuit was unsuccessful, the media rallied behind her as a feminist saint. She was the perfect shield for Reddit, so Reddit employed her as CEO of the company in 2014. This was the moment Reddit changed for the worst. Ellen Powell's rise to CEO created a new era of Reddit, an era Aaron Swartz had spent his life warning against, an era defined by power mode, censorship and propaganda. And it all began with Ellen Powell's announcement that Reddit was no longer a platform for free speech. The announcement came after numerous subreddits were banned by Reddit, but this time it wasn't for legal reasons, it was to escape the bad reputation Reddit was gaining from the consequences of free
Lucas
speech.
and the
A complete
Obsidian
U-turn
and
of Reddit's
Cream.
original policy stated by admins just 2 months beforehand, Reddit admins actually created a blog titled "Every Man is Responsible for His Own Soul." In the blog post, Reddit admins repeatedly claimed the importance of free speech on Reddit. This is a quote from Reddit admins. "We uphold the ideal of free speech on Reddit as much as possible, not because we are legally bound to, but because we believe that you, the user, has the right to choose between right and wrong, good and evil, and that it is your responsibility to do so. When you know something is right, you should choose to do it. But as much as possible, we will not force you to do it." However, these claims were just as hollow as Reddit's moderator guidelines. And when I talk about Reddit's moderator guidelines, this is what I mean. So basically, for Ellen Power to increase Reddit's censorship, Reddit would need power mods to handle the dirty work. And so in October 2014, the first major power mod was born.
Galloboob.
A mod known as Galloboob.
Yeah, I fucking called it, yes!
Galloboob
Yes!
is the digital representation of Reddit's new era. Galloboob is a mod with over 36 million karma. He's turned the power mod for his vast control of the top subreddits, controlling huge subreddits like r oddly satisfying, r relationship advice, and r roast me. He's a power mod notorious for blocking comments critical of him. And not only comments, it got so bad that a subreddit calling out Galloboob's power-hungry censorship was also banned from Reddit. This was the new era of Reddit, where those criticizing the power structure would be threatened with banishment. In the words of Ellen Powell, Reddit was no longer a bastion of free speech. But again,
now
in
it's
2014, this was just the
site.
tip of the iceberg. You see, in theory, Reddit's moderator guidelines require volunteers not to use a breach of one set of community rules to ban a user from another community, because these guidelines were created in a time when internet censorship was looked down upon. But this was a new era, an era when even more power mods would begin to emerge, like the infamous moderator Awkward the Turtle. Awkward the Turtle.
This vid is for those who are extremely online. True.
2,572 subreddits.
That's
and
true.
like Galloboob, he's a mod notorious for silencing opinions he doesn't like. And unfortunately, these occurrences aren't anomalies either. Moderator tyranny in the last few years has gotten to an all-time high, with this model of censorship spreading across the internet like wildfire. But for now, in 2014, power mods were only just beginning to rear their ugly head. The most hated person on Reddit wasn't Gallowboob or Awkward the Turtle.
I don't know who that
hatred
one is.
Was for the CEO, Ellen Powell.
I don't know who Awkward
Reddit
the
at the
Turtle
time
is.
Still cared about free speech and internet
I
censorship.
remember shitty watercolor.
Because these ideas were at the core of Reddit, and with Ellen Powell's statements and actions, Redditors disliked her deeply. The watershed moment for this hatred came when former community manager David Croce gave an Ask Me Anything about being fired from Reddit. David Croce stated that Ellen Powell dismissed him with 1 year of health coverage when he had cancer. As a result of this, a petition was made to remove Powell as CEO of Reddit. And so on July the 10th, Ellen Powell resigned as CEO. But maybe Ellen Powell was just the instrument and not the musician, because Ellen Powell wasn't anywhere near as authoritarian as the person who would replace her. Spez.
But he helped create the site! He's its dad! Oh my god! Also, one thing that I find really interesting is like you can't really make another Reddit site now, because if you do, it just immediately becomes for racists. Like I remember, what was it called? They tried to make a Twitter replacement and it was called, I think it was like Geb or something, I already forgot now. But it was literally only inhabited by racist fucking weirdos. So that's the real issue here, is because they've gone so deep here. Like the only people, I don't know how to explain it, but like if you try and compete with something that's open like Reddit or Twitter, all you get is racists. So like there's nothing you can really do. You just have to fucking swallow some dog shit here. Because any competitor just immediately devolves into only for racism. It's wild. Yik Yak is another good example. I remember that got really bad. Gab, that's what it was. Yeah, Gab. There was a Reddit replacement that I'm blanking on. VidMe, trying to compete with YouTube, went into nothing but videos of suicide and racism. Fuck. What was the Reddit one? Was it Vote? I think it was Vote. Yeah, it's unlucky. Because you, like, now, like, you can't compete because then only racists use your site. Like, there's, like, no winning. Like, there's nothing you can really do.
Spez's reign as CEO brought about the most change to Reddit, and as you could guess, this change wasn't good. Far from it. This quickly became obvious when Spez decided to scrub Aaron Swartz's legacy on Reddit. Spez removed Aaron's position on Reddit's co-founder page and began scrubbing posts heralding Aaron Swartz's legacy. This was a move that would define Reddit's new position on free speech.
Thanks for Prime Halloween
Next,
Jack
Spez
and the resub
which was an effective tool to silence communities that didn't break any rules. Spez would use the quarantine to discredit content that Spez didn't like. And when I say Spez would censor content that he didn't personally like, I mean it was content that Spez personally didn't like. Infamously, Spez went into Reddit's database to alter and change comments he didn't like to distort posts in the R. Donald subreddit. Of course, those in the Donald subreddit didn't take too kindly to the move, so the Donald called out Spez's direct censorship and manipulation of speech, and even created a subreddit dedicated to criticizing Spez. But to Spez, this was outrageous. How dare users enact their revenge? And so once again, Spez used his position as CEO to modify comments attacking him, changing these comments to instead criticize R. Donald mods rather than himself. But Spez couldn't do all of this on his own, and this is where Reddit moderators would become notorious for their Mickey Mouse levels of censorship. Because, as I mentioned earlier, Reddit's decline was catalyzed by the combination of power-hungry moderators and censoring Reddit administrators. On this new Reddit, it became common practice for political opinions to be banned from the site, and it wasn't just Spez editing comments, it was Reddit moderators exerting their power over all those who disagree with the status quo. Which is why saying things like this would get you removed. Because Reddit power mods love that sweet sensation of bossing people around in the most minor ways imaginable. And I could go on and on about the countless examples of moderator tyranny, but I think it can all be perfectly summed up with this post right here. And just guess what happened to this post. It was of course removed by Reddit moderators. And not only that, the user who posted it was banned from over 40 major subreddits in 40 minutes.
And you're banned. You can no longer post on wholesome puppers.
So then you may be asking, how did these mods gain so much power? Why was Aaron Swartz scrubbed from Reddit history? Why did Spez actively work to stifle the free speech of Reddit users? I mentioned earlier that these Reddit mods are like teachers' pets, with their only compensation being power. But this isn't the full story.
And it's a lot of power.
In order to run hundreds and thousands of subreddits, it takes a ridiculous amount of time that just isn't available to you if you're working or being a normal human being in society, unless you're being paid for this time.
I remember this.
For example, has been caught several times taking money from companies to shill their products on Reddit. One of these cases was with Gallowboob advertising for Netflix on the subreddit Hail Corporate. When people on the subreddit began to call him out on it, he would remove every single critical comment. The Gallo boobs of Reddit are like the Cambridge Analytica for corporations. These mods have influence over millions and unrivaled power on the website. The trade-off being they do the dirty work for Reddit admins, and in return, Reddit turns a blind eye to their profiteering from advertising products. And this wasn't the only thing Reddit turned a blind eye to. I mentioned in my last video on Reddit that Reddit was being manipulated by big finance. I detailed in the video how corporations use Reddit as a tool for propaganda. But it's not only corporate propaganda, in fact Reddit has become the engine for the political censorship we see today. The most clear sign of this came with Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016, which used our politics to promote articles favourable to Hillary. And every time Redditors brought up the fact that Hillary Clinton received more money from the arms and weapons industry than any other candidate in history, these posts would be downvoted into oblivion. That's why you
What does that have to do with a
criticizing
Reddit
Black Lives
mod,
Matter
though?
being banned, whereas pro-Black Lives Matter posts gain thousands of karma. It's why showing just some of the damage done by Black Lives Matter to ordinary people is removed. It's why just upvoting some posts on the site will
this
get you
seems like a
banished from
reach.
Reddit. It's why Reddit turns a blind eye to moderator abuse to keep the Reddit status quo in check. It's all to keep corporations and political interest groups happy. But nothing could define Reddit's era
Well,
of
that
censorship
this
any better.
this really took a turn. It's also equally possible that the people on Reddit lean one way politically more so than the other, so those posts just get upvoted naturally more, while the others get downvoted by people. That took a real big turn there. I don't think that has anything to do with the Reddit mods manipulating anything, unless the posts were removed, which he's not saying they were. Thanks to 2 gift subs, Lucky and the resub Floppy. I mean, I'll let it ride, but now it just seems to go from like facts to more of like a bit of a reach here.
Than Reddit's submission to the Chinese government.
Thanks to resub Torchlight.
In 2019, Tencent's investment into Reddit was the final piece of the jigsaw in Reddit's censorship model. I say this because Tencent is run by the biggest censors of all, the Chinese government. The Dutch hacker Victor confirmed this by revealing millions of conversation and users' identities on Tencent were being sent to police stations across China. And just 3 days after this was revealed, the Tencent founder and chief executive had a seat in the National People's Congress. And in recent years, Tencent's activity has become more and more apparent. For example, Tencent has a 38% share in Discord, a 17% share in Snapchat, and it also has investments in game studios like Ubisoft, Activision, and a 40% share in Epic Games.
And Riot
in
Games.
2019, Tencent invested $150 million into Reddit.
Now, Reddit users are afraid that their beloved platform, known for uncensored free speech, is going to get censored to meet the demands of the Chinese Communist Party. See, Tencent has a history of censoring things the CCP doesn't like. Its Chinese platforms QQ and WeChat are both heavily censored, and they work with Chinese authorities to give them access to user data. Amnesty International did a report back in 2016 on tech companies protecting users against threats to privacy and freedom of expression. The results? Not so good for Tencent.
No.
Chinese firm Tencent came bottom, the report reads, scoring 0 out of 100, ranked as the company
That's surprising.
taking least
Oh my
action
God.
on messaging privacy and the least transparent.
Spez always claimed that Reddit would never remove content to appease Chinese investors. In fact, he even committed to never doing so. But as always the case, money speaks. Which is why viral posts stating that we need to start taking actions to stop China taking over the world would be removed. Pictures reminding people of the persecution of Uyghur Muslims would be scrubbed from mainstream subreddits. And of course, the famous pictures remembering the atrocities of Tiananmen Square are banned without any justification. Which is why on Reddit, anti-Western posts and comments are allowed, but criticizing Xi Jinping and the CCP? That's unacceptable. Or even criticizing LeBron James' sellout to China gets your posts removed from Reddit. It's very clear that Reddit has irreversibly changed. Long gone are the days of Reddit being a pioneer.
Has he even been on Reddit? What? Almost every single week there's a new thing on the front page of Reddit about some fucked up shit going on with China or something. Like the banning video games one. Like if you just type in China, it's nothing but people critical of decisions being made over there. Like just an immediate search of China. It's almost nothing but negativity. Like I don't know what this guy's talking about. Like everything up until like this point, he was speaking like some actual facts, going over like the history of what went on and what was happening, and now it's just like these weird like, wrong statements. Like, it's a huge reach. I don't get it. It used to be like that 2 years ago. Maybe it was, but I mean, this video was in 2021. Like, it's brand new. And it's not like that at all now. Like, I remember, what was the... Oh, God. Like, when the Winnie the Pooh thing was big, that was all over Reddit. And unless those posts are deleted now, I don't see what he's talking about. He hasn't used it in 2 years, probably. I guess maybe. I can't speak to exactly how it was 2 years ago, but now it's not like anything criticizing China gets banned. It gets right to the front page. Like, the hot thing to do on Reddit now is to criticize China. Damn. What a shame. This was like a really well done video, right up until like the 20-minute mark.
Free speech. The days of Aaron Swartz's values being at the core of Reddit have been replaced by the values of power-hungry moderators, corporations, and Chinese propaganda. But what if Reddit's fall isn't just endemic to Reddit? Reddit has been the catalyst for a wave of censorship across the internet. The model of power-hungry moderators, out-of-control tech leaders like spares, and political propaganda is a model adopted by almost all social media sites.
Since 2016, the Chinese Communist Party paid $20 million to outlets like the Los Angeles Times, the Chicago Tribune, and the Washington Post. Twitter, which now operates as a publisher, also received checks from the Chinese government totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Social media companies have learned from Reddit. Reddit has shown that the backlash to censorship is only minor once you have a group of power-hungry moderators controlling the flow of information.
Oh, people beg for censorship now for some places, especially on Twitter.
Round led by Tencent brought Reddit's valuation to $3 billion, almost double Reddit's valuation just 2 years beforehand. And in 2021, Reddit's valuation is now at $6 billion. But the worst part of all is that Reddit moderators could have stopped this. They were the only people who had the power to do this. They could have shown that social media companies can't get away with the erosion of free speech. Reddit moderators showed that they had this power to change Reddit in 2015. In July of 2015, Reddit began experiencing a series of blackouts as moderators set popular subreddit communities to private. This was done in protest of the recent firing of Victoria Taylor. This Reddit moderator blackout ended up being highly successful and was one of the main reasons why Ellen Pao stepped down as CEO. So if moderators could do it back then, why not now? Well, because it doesn't fit into their tribe. It goes against the grain of their ideology. They don't want to be labelled controversial or conservative or lose any of that lucrative money shilling products from Reddit grants them. Instead, the moderators of Reddit are compliant to censor anti-China posts in exchange for power and money. This model of censorship has made
anti-China
Reddit
posts.
This is why you see censorship everywhere on the internet. It's an incredibly lucrative business practice. To receive Chinese funding means you could double your company's valuation in a ridiculously short time frame. The only cost this comes with is the fabric of Western civilization.
Whoa, what the fuck? Man, if this guy just stopped at the 20-minute history lesson of Reddit, which was super interesting, it would have been great. And then maybe just save this for something else. Like, what anti-China posts are getting censored? The front page of Reddit is constantly just critical of China. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Next to the bits Ragnaration. Damn. Like, Reddit is probably one of the most anti-China places I can think of off the top of my head. It's talking about Aaron, which makes sense, because, like, the first 20 minutes were great. I was super drawn in. It's not fair to love part of it, and then when it gets controversial, just to discredit that part. It's not controversial, it's just blatantly wrong. Like, 20 minutes were spent going over actual facts, like the history of Reddit, who formed it, Aaron, what happened with Aaron, and that was super interesting. And now it's like this weird reach about how Reddit is all sucking China's cock, but the entire front page of Reddit is always anti-China posts. I hate Reddit as much as the next guy, and I was super down to see, like, more things to not like about Reddit, but, like, this is just, like, wrong. Again, I'll just, do another search on Reddit for China, and it is nothing but negative posts about China with thousands upon thousands of updates. It is not, like, censoring China posts that I've seen. Like, this is just an immediate search of China from just I haven't touched anything, and it is nothing but critical of China. It has nothing to do with being controversial. It's just wrong. You don't know what isn't there, though? Yeah, but he's saying that he takes down, the Reddit mods take down any post critical of China. And if that's true, they're doing a horrible job, because this is all from the last week, it seems. Thanks to Prime, JDF cool. It's just news. Right, bad news about China. That's what he's talking about, right? Another thing he mentioned was Tiananmen Square. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I need to make sure that there's nothing bad that comes up. I feel like I'd get banned on Twitch if there's something not good here. Let's see. Yep. Here. This should be fine, I think. I don't see anything, like, bad. And then scrolling down, there's a couple pictures of it, but I'm not going to take a risk on Twitch. This is just the first search. So it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job, considering this one has 121,000 updates. This one has 62,000 updates. Did I spell it wrong? Did I? Oh, I did. Yeah, here. Same thing. Like, it's not like any of this shit's deleted. So, I mean, it's just like he's just like actually wrong. Reddit still fucking sucks, but I don't understand what point he's making by just presenting something that you can immediately disprove by just typing it in on Reddit. Which ones are negative again? He said that you can't even look... What did he say about Tiananmen Square? That it immediately gets deleted when talking about it?
Ideology. They don't want to be labeled controversial or conservative or lose any of that lucrative money shilling products from Reddit grants them. Instead, the moderators of Reddit are compliant to censor anti-China posts in exchange for power and money. This model of censorship has made Reddit bank. This is why you see censorship everywhere on the internet. It's an incredibly lucrative business practice. To receive Chinese funding means you could double your company's valuation in a ridiculously short time frame. The only cost this comes with is the fabric of Western civilization.
That's the beauty of America, that you can be different. Right. You can be an individual, but now you cannot be an individual, and that's what North Korea did. YouTube is that I talk about women getting sold in China. And those
tier 1 Stormborn.
Because, I mean, it's somehow doesn't meet the YouTube guideline. Yeah. And they letting North Korean regime to have their propaganda channel on YouTube. So they give a platform to dictatorship, but they do not want to give a platform to the people who is fighting this human rights justice fight.
Reddit has been at the core of this censoring trend. Reddit has shown how easy it is to get moderators.
Reddit censors the fuck out of things.
Reddit has shown how easy it is for users to accept censorship by controlling the narrative.
I would certainly not say that it's a bastion for sucking China's dick.
Censorship has given the go-ahead for all the other tech giants to censor. And people passively accept this because when all dissent is silenced, you feel alienated. As if your voice doesn't have any support, because you never see and connect with all those who don't want to see the erosion of a free and open internet. And Reddit moderators could have acted as the final buffer. They could have been the final force to stop the censoring trend. but instead they turn their back on free speech in the country for greed and power. This behavior is anti-Western to the core. Throughout history, the default style of governance has always been dictatorship, and to be in power, you have to be ruthless. You have to punish your enemy in the public eye. You have to censor speech that doesn't go along with the government projection. Every king and emperor did the same thing until the United States. The United States, a country which understood the importance of freedom of speech. The founding fathers knew this because they understood human nature. They understand what had happened in the past when free speech was stifled.
This is starting to sound like a manifesto.
But now we see the people who are willing to give all of that up for power and greed. This is what makes the fall of Reddit so frustrating. Reddit had the potential to be one of the greatest social media platforms of all time. Reddit had the power to change the way we look at society. Reddit could have opened so many doors for interesting discussion unconfined to conventional expectations. It could have opened the door for so many others who didn't fit inside the mold of mainstream culture.
Jesus Christ!
Reddit turned its back on this potential, simply because Reddit let go of its founding core free speech. And now a decade later after Aaron Swartz's death, and it's as though Aaron's work never existed. Reddit was the only social media site that could have actually paved the way for a free and open internet. Moderators could have held Reddit admins accountable to the community and the principles of free speech, and when you remember that Reddit was a key reason for abolishing the Stop Online Piracy Act, it makes Reddit's demise seem like that much more of a missed opportunity. And in a cruel twist of fate, Reddit's decline into censorship has breathed life into a new era defined by censorship. The media, celebrities, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, all of them have transitioned into adopting Reddit's model of censorship. When Reddit abandoned free speech to start censoring people who didn't fit into the mainstream narrative and government propaganda, it represented the real-world transition into the control of information. The cogs behind Reddit's censorship needs to be called out. In the words of Aaron Swartz, when people put their thumbs on the scale and try to say what you can and can't say, we should fight back, both politically through protest and technologically through online means.
So yeah, it's true. Both the government and private companies can censor stuff. But private companies are a little bit scarier because they have no constitution to answer to. They're not elected, really, right? They don't have constituents or voters. All of the protections we've built up to protect against government tyranny don't exist for corporate tyranny in these privately owned spaces that we live in. You know, I think we first saw this in the 90s with malls, right? As malls became the cool place for kids to hang out.
Malls were pretty fucking cool.
All those freedoms that we had against the government, we lost in the mall because the mall was a private company that could throw people out for saying the wrong thing, wearing the wrong shirt.
What?
Now, Facebook has kind of become the mall. It's where everyone hangs out. And so the private company that owns Facebook can tell you, oh, don't use those kinds of words, don't use those sorts of pictures, don't talk with those people. All of these constitutional rights that we take for granted are now run by a private company that doesn't have to answer to the Constitution.
And Breadist in the prime juice. Yeah, that took a real wild turn at the end there. Well, it was cool for a little bit though. I at least wanted to finish it to see where it went. Facebook is the bastion for all kinds of dumb, stupid fucking beliefs. That's where like everything spawns from. Facebook is like the ideal place if you're like a weird conspiracy theorist. This guy just doesn't like China. Yeah, I mean it seems like it, but I don't understand why he thinks Reddit is pro-China. Like it's not. Like if he just went on there like any day of the week, he would see multiple top front page posts about something that Reddit didn't like that China did. So I don't really understand where it's even coming from. And he said that you can't find the Tiananmen Square anywhere on there, but like just a single search and you have tons and tons of posts talking about it and remembering it and going over the history of it. And then all the Hong Kong protests, that was always on the front page of Reddit. So I just don't know what he's fucking talking about. Hong Kong protests were literally dominating the front page of Reddit for a long time, and it wasn't even close. So I feel like he's just very off, or he hasn't been on Reddit in a really long time. Yeah, the Hong Kong protests had tons of traction on Reddit. Thanks to resub, Danny. And doing alright, Kay. A lot are removed, but usually only when the same exact thing gets posted a million times at once. I could believe that. I see that shit in the comments all the fucking time. There's like one, like, sometimes there'll be people whining in my comments that I deleted something they said, when I've never deleted a comment in my fucking life. It's because I kept spamming it and then it auto-detected and deleted their comment, because they're dumb. I mean, maybe that happens on Reddit, I don't know. I don't like Reddit, I don't use Reddit very much. But, even I know that that was just super wrong. Because when I do go on there, the front page is literally everything he said it's not. Well, in regards to China. This guy looks like a sex doll. Is there a human being here? Or, like, the quality's so bad I can't even tell. Is this flesh? He can summon up an army of 200 million people, and he's the head of the world's martial arts committee?
Here on my right is Alexander Romanov, who is a grandmaster of an Illuminati group that claims to have started the French, Russian, and American revolutions.
Wow.
As you may know, there has been a battle going on over the future of this planet.
Awfully powerful.
Back in May of 2021, I was exposed to a bizarre conspiracy community that makes flat earthers look reasonable by comparison. Unlike a lot of conspiracy theories, which tend to have a small degree of truth, which is often extrapolated into outright fiction, this conspiracy theory is based on nothing but pure fantasy. Imagine if someone told you they lived out the plot of the movie Total Recall. That they thought they were living a regular life until one day they recovered memories of being a secret agent fighting an evil organization on Mars. Now, what if they also said that they were a space marine who fought insectoid and reptilian extraterrestrials on different planets? And finally, what if they capped it all off by claiming to be G.I. Joe?
I'd say that's a fucking good man.
If you ever encounter someone like this, it's possible that they believe that they are part of the secret space program. The secret space program is a conspiracy theory which has grown in popularity within the past decade. There are YouTube channels, social media groups, and entire conferences dedicated to a shared belief that humanity has already traveled to the far reaches of space, and that a shadowy world government has been hiding this truth from the masses. A lot of the people who buy into this theory also believe that they were abducted and forced to serve in the secret space program against their will. This isn't a LARP, or an ARG, or a giant sci-fi influenced role-playing game. No. These people genuinely believe this stuff, and their community is getting bigger by the day. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few years, this overtakes Flat Earth as the most ridiculed conspiracy theory by the general population. And that's because it's way, way crazier. I was put onto this by a friend of mine who goes by the handle Vapes for Christ. Here's us talking about it on a Discord call.
He's a prime Kevin.
So, I was listening to this podcast called The Unexplained of Howard Hughes. It's basically like the UK's equivalent to Coast to Coast. It's on the radio as well. And they just had this one guy in there I saw. His name was Captain Randy Kramer. He was saying stuff like he was actually a genetically enhanced super soldier made in a lab in the late 1960s for a secret space program where he'd be battling aliens on Mars for the Mars Defense Force. And the more I looked into this, he's not alone. There's a whole community of people that claim they've also been part of this program.
Randy lived on the planet Mars for 17 years, where he said there were approximately 6 to 7 million people living, including various ET races.
So I was genetically engineered from the ground up.
What a hero.
Tinkered with some extraterrestrial hybridized DNA to, be smarter, faster, stronger for soldiering abilities. Where I spent a little over 17 years in the MDF, which is the Mars Defense Force. I was in the infantry there on the ground, mostly scuffling with indigenous reptoids and indigenous insectoids territorially.
Wow.
Mostly really to test military equipment.
This guy's done it all.
There are a lot of interesting characters in the SSP/Super Soldier world, such as Dwight Eisenhower's great-granddaughter, Laura Magdalene Eisenhower.
What?
James Casbolt, a self-proclaimed former MI6 agent who's now in prison for trying to blackmail 2 million euros out of his Super Center heiress ex-wife, Haley Major. And Mark Richards, who's also in prison, not for blackmail this time, but instead for robbery and murder in the mid-1980s. He was also bizarrely plotting a paramilitary takeover of his county in order to turn it into King Arthur's court with himself as a king. Yeah, that's a thing.
This is amazing.
Within the community, these people are known as whistleblowers. Individuals who risk their lives to disclose sensitive information about their time in the secret space program. Initially, I was struck by how these so-called whistleblowers spoke with such earnestness while claiming to have lived out grand stories akin to Z-grade science fiction. And more strikingly was how many people seemed to believe them.
There is a secret space program which is funded by our taxes. We pay for our own enslavement. There are factions in space. They have anti-gravity propulsion system. Anything you can think of, time travel, manipulating consciousness, it's all real.
When I first started looking to this community, I considered making a video about it, but I scrapped the idea fairly quickly. At the time, my idea was to make a video simply exploring the whistleblowers and the conspiracy theory.
Well, why not
but
become
I decided
one?
against it, as I was more in the mood to work on something more ambitious and grand. So I set it aside and worked on a handful of other projects instead. However, there was a part of me that kept thinking about it. I found myself watching SSP videos during my free time, reading articles and browsing their community's forums. Eventually, it became my favorite pastime, and it was something that I was doing every single day. And what really intrigued me about it was it just kept getting crazier and crazier. And that's how I found my new favorite YouTube channel, Super Soldier Talk, which is run by a guy named James Rink. He's been doing it for 13 years, and he's been a hardcore believer of it for even longer than that. I found myself really drawn to James, especially his demeanor. I don't mean to ridicule the guy, but I genuinely just find him amusing.
So I am a super soldier. I've been involved in the secret space program for at least 330 years. I say that
he looks great
with
for 330.
a lot of hesitation because some of these projects, they have time compression zones where you're outside of time and the time is going by a little bit slower than the rest of reality.
Exit Prime.
They
Solomon
use re-aging
Sumo
tech, different
and
cloning
Shrek.
bodies. There's different techniques on how they can re-age us and reuse us. I spent at least 75 years on Mars.
Anyway, James runs the most popular YouTube channel in the community. It consists of interviews he conducts with secret space program experiencers from around the world. The guests on James' show all claim to be victims of the secret space program. The roles that they were assigned to in the secret space program vary. Some are shapeshifters.
So today we have David Lotherington, who is an Akashic reader, healer, and telepath. And he also remembers being in a facility that trained his shapeshifting abilities, in which I was also a participant of. He recalls experiences
still
as a
shapeshift?
super soldier in Kruger and has done training missions with zombies and vampires.
Well, there was one kid.
There
that
were
turned
zombies
into
and
a turtle.
vampires
There
on
was
Mars?
another a female that
surely we could
turned
cure
into an eagle,
zombieism.
and that was used for surveillance. I myself was a blue wolf. There was another being that turned
Cyclone and
into
the
a cat.
Others are cyborgs and off-world medics.
Oh, I mean, I started
That's sweet. Thanks for the bits,
working
Liana.
on Mars.
And have a good
I was
night,
looking
Millie.
for bugs, they call them.
Thanks for your
Mostly
sub.
mantises. Mantises
Bean.
were really good at genetics, and they wanted like information from them and stuff like that.
Oh, not
Genetic
Bean.
information.
Ban, come on.
And there's even She-Hulks.
Both dolphins and hulks, we can go through walls, go through portals. We can echolocate, but some people call it bilocation.
I quickly realized that most of the people James interviews don't actually have any celebrity status within the secret space program community. They're nothing like Corey Good, who sells out venues for his talks. Instead, they are just average believers in the SSP conspiracy who somehow got connected with James and were subsequently invited onto his show. Upon realizing this, I started to formulate a plan. What if I made up a story about being in the secret space program?
Well, that's
get
all
onto
they
James'
do,
show
yeah.
and share it
See,
with his
I mean,
community.
that's easy.
And that's how I finally found an angle that compelled me enough to make a video about this topic. And the angle was to become a secret space program whistleblower myself.
Let's rock.
You don't join the SSP, swine.
So if my
You
goal
were
still sounds too
chosen.
vague to you, I set up a criteria for how I was going to accomplish it. A set of rules, if you will. 1. Make up a compelling story about my time in the secret space program, which has to follow the established lore of the conspiracy. 2. Get onto a major platform
Well,
within
just
the
say you're part of the
community as
Blue
a
Wolf
whistleblower and share my
shape-shifting crew.
experience. I developed
Easy.
this criteria after thinking what's required to become an SSP whistleblower. Obviously, evidence of being in the secret space program isn't necessary at all. All that's needed is a story which follows the lore, and, after that, I just have to appear on a major platform and share it. I decided that I would aim to appear on James's channel.
70K
like I said, it's
subs.
the most popular YouTube channel in the community, and it's even had the illustrious Captain Randy Kramer on it twice. Unlike Captain Randy Kramer, or Corey Good, I was unlikely to get my own show on Gaia.com, so I settled for a more manageable, but still difficult task. To increase the difficulty, I chose not to use my own YouTube channel as a way to influence my way onto the show. Therefore, I needed to find a way to ingratiate myself with James, and hope that he decided to invite me on as a guest himself. Before I did that, I needed to create a compelling story. In order to craft my narrative, I began to study the plethora of interviews available on Jay's channel, as well as the SSP lore extensively.
Okay, open up your textbooks, It's time for me to start explaining the lore behind the secret space program. Now, I'm going to try and do this as fast as possible.
Exit Tier 1 C96C.
Okay, so it started right before World War II, when the Nazis were interested in mysticism.
Before World War II, the Nazis, who were interested in mysticism and alternative views, searched the planet for fantastical powers. They found Maria Orsek, a medium and leader of the Vril Society, who channeled Nordic and Draco reptilians who offered the Nazis the schematics behind anti-gravity technology and UFOs. The Draco reptilians told the Nazis about ancient alien technology hidden in Antarctica, and in 1938, the Nazis traveled there. With this newfound tech, the Nazis created the Die Glocke, aka the Bell, which was capable of space and time travel. In 1942, the Nazis were already in space. There they built a base on the dark side of the moon. And by 1950, the Nazis were on Mars. Despite having access to this advanced alien tech, the Germans still lost World War II because apparently the Germans who possessed the technology did not agree with Hitler's regime, so there was a split.
The new Schwabenlanders didn't want to support Hitler at the end of the war because they considered him.
Let me catch up on the lore myself here at base 211. The new Schwabenlanders. Was that like a real division in the Nazi Germany, or is that just what the secret space program made up? The new Schwabenlanders. No evidence. Bro, we don't use the E word when we're talking about the secret space program. We just feel it. They have unlocked memories, dumbass. Evidence. Fuck. What are you? Huh? Some kind of science believer? Idiot.
Insane.
This guy has lived for 330 years on Mars. Okay, you don't understand.
The Nazis capable of space and time travel became the Fourth Reich.
You don't have the lived experience.
Antarctica in space while refusing to provide any support to the Third Reich Nazis during the war. Anyway, the evil globalists, i.e. the Cabal and the Illuminati or something, engaged in a Cold War against the Space Germans. Meanwhile, the Space Germans were also fighting the Draco reptilians and various alien life forms in space. The Antarctic/Space Germans would be responsible for abducting people to serve in joint black projects between themselves, the Cabal, aliens, and pretty much anybody with any power at all. This was the beginning of the secret space program. By the 1960s, the Space Germans created Notwaffen, aka Dark Fleet, and began an aggressive expansion out into the solar system, setting up bases.
So is the entire secret space program Nazis?
The Kuiper belts, and etc. Capable of time travel, the Space Germans also traveled back in time to settle on planets around the galaxy.
Now there's 3 billion people, humans that live off-world under various German SSP groups protected by the Notwaffen, translated.
Oh my god, so they're Nazis.
People who were forced into the
what? In their own lore, they made themselves Nazis? Why? So they're part of the new Schwabenlanders? Oh man, they're everywhere in the galaxy. Oh, they could even travel back 400 years in time. So they're protected by the Notwaffen. Okay. Interesting. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to go say goodnight to Tiana. And then maybe interrogate her to see if she's part of the secret space program and she's lying to me. I'm back. These are tier 1 devil rides in the resub Axel.
Now there's 3 billion people, humans that live off-world under various German SSP groups protected by the Nachtwaffen, translated meaning Dark Fleet.
People who are forced into the secret space program are called MILABs, aka military abductees. These people are chosen because they are special and often because they are psychically
Well, of course
gifted in
they're
some way.
special.
Around 30% of MILABs are SSP
Everyone who
officers,
believes in
and
a
70%
conspiracy
of
is
them
special.
Are used as slaves.
Everyone wants to
Individuals
feel
are
unique.
abducted and could be used as just about anything in the SSP. Super soldiers, pilots, remote viewers, assassins, scientists, forced laborers, and even slaves. So, there you have it. That's a basic breakdown of the SSP lore. After spending months putting together my very own secret space program whistleblower testimony, I felt like I was ready to share it on James' show. The only problem was that he wasn't replying to any of my emails. But then I found an in. On his website was a page called My Lab Recovery Network, which was a list of people offering services to help recover secret space program related memories. At the top of the list was James. And for $200 USD, I could book a guided meditation regression session with him, which is exactly what I did at 6 a.m. on September 1st, 2021. Within 23 minutes, James got back to me with an email which read, "Hi Oki, I'm booked till the first week in October. Can I put you down for Tuesday, October 12 at an afternoon slot or evening time slot, EST zone? Which would you prefer?" By booking a hypnosis session with him, at least I had an in. It didn't mean that I would be invited onto his show, but it was a start. In order to ensure that I can get onto his show, I fine-tuned my story. I knew that my only option was to put on such a performance that it completely knocks him off of his feet. So for the next 41 days, I hunkered down and recited my script while polishing it all into something truly compelling. And finally, the day arrived. At 1 p.m. EST on October 12th, I got the Zoom call invite from James that I was waiting for. Our session lasted for 2 hours and 14 minutes. The results of the session exceeded my expectations.
I would be curious. What is your genetic background? Like what ET groups are you connected with?
Draco reptilian humanoid hybrid, and then I think I also got like Anunnaki.
Do you know who you might have been in a past life?
Have you heard like the Black Samurai Yasuke?
You were a samurai?
Yeah. Dude, hold on. I'll show you something. Check this out.
That's pretty dope. And I was a gladiator.
Oh no, that's awesome.
Oh wow.
The goal here, I want us.
You can learn a lot from James.
Let's put a gold shield of light around us. So at this point, we call upon Oki's higher self to override any kind of AI. Begin to relax your forehead and your cheeks, and you can breathe just fine in and out as the relaxation goes down into your legs. As you fly through the clouds, the puffy clouds, you may jump around a little bit. Your higher self already knows where to go, so go ahead when you're ready. Step on through the door, and without putting any kind of conscious thought into it, just imagine what do you think?
Imagine Oki just becomes a real believer.
So let's start with that, and tell me what you see.
I see Kevin Spacey, or his clone.
Paul Serene, he was on the governing council of the ICC. So his clone is Kevin Spacey.
We're in a gymnasium.
Wait, what? So wait, is that part of SSP lore? Kevin Spacey is like a figurehead in the secret space program? Oh, okay, so Monarch is responsible for human trafficking, sex, mind control, experiments, and chemtrailing. I knew it. Fucking Kevin Spacey was behind it all, that son of a bitch. Evil bastard, thought he got away with it. Didn't expect us to be hot on his trail. Luckily we broke away from Atlantis though, so we cut the connection. Okay. But Kevin Spacey himself is a clone of Paul.
We're in a gymnasium. It's me and at least 100 other. I think they're recruits.
Do you see anyone else there?
There's a
that
Prime
you
Scout and
recognize?
the Resub Hamster.
I think I see.
Oh, nice. Thanks for the rubber feet.
Mr. Beast.
Today we will be planting 20 million trees.
Okay, so they're probably programming him. But he's the guy that doesn't even give away a bunch of free stuff on the videos.
Yeah.
They must have looked into his future and Okay, so whatever trajectory, whatever plans they had for him was all programming stuff.
Anyway, the session was a success. Such a success that I got what I wanted. James invited me onto his show. Then he mentioned that it would be a little while before he could have me on his show because he was going to attend a secret space program conference taking place in early November. Without a second thought, I said that I'd be there.
Do you want to come on my show to share some of your experiences?
Yeah, hell yeah. That'd be awesome.
If you're coming out to Vegas, I could, maybe give you 45 minutes.
So a few days later, I traveled to Las Vegas and landed at around 12 p.m. after a 4-hour plane ride.
Man, he went all in for this video.
I'm here.
Traveled fucking 5,000 miles for a 45-minute interview.
Disclosure, 5D events, specifically to meet some super soldiers. People who are part of this,
Easy tier 1
they're part of the
Juggalo.
secret space program. This has been months in the making. Okay, this is gonna be fun, dude. I am so excited for this. Are you ready, Night Talks?
I'm as ready as I am gonna be, man. This is gonna be an exercise in patience for me.
No, this is gonna be an eye-opening experience for everyone. We're all gonna leave here thinking we're super soldiers from space.
The golden nugget.
We're here.
Nugget, here we are.
Hell yeah.
I guess we're gonna go learn how to become stronger through genetics.
And experience this up on the starship.
Is he the only one here?
Times. I spoke with the commander, the Arcturian commander, who I am connected to.
That's how we connect? Okay, hey. No, I understand it now.
They flew us to a separate base. We left this base and we went to a separate one on the moon. And it was U.S. military personnel. And the next morning they gave us a set of clothes to wear and put us on a larger craft and flew us to Mars. Flew out, we got away from the moon and
Exit Prime Wabajack
jumped to Mars.
The bits
yes,
SSJ.
I was talking about this concert, this Travis Scott concert, where 800 people were injected with these drone mosquitoes. You know, you see that, wow, they can go around.
So that's
and
what
inject
happened.
People.
Jesus Christ. It is so hard to believe that people like that exist, man. Not only exist, but have other people that believe them. Like, they have influence over other people. That's fucking wild. Think about that for a second. I've said this a million times. No matter how stupid you are or how outrageous your beliefs, you will always have an audience thanks to the internet. You will always find people that agree with you, support you, worship you, or just at the very least provide camaraderie in a positive echo chamber because you are connected to everyone at all times through Twitter and Facebook. So that guy who thinks at the Travis Scott concert 800 people were injected with, what was it? Some super space mosquitoes or whatever. He's got 100 other people in his Facebook group that all think the same thing. Wild.
The conference was a pretty fun but disorganized event.
Thanks
The
to
two
some
workshops we were
KV.
really looking forward to attending were
Zango.
How to Become a Jedi Warrior and Quantum Spoon
yeah,
Bending,
RT.
Bring Your Own Spoon.
Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day because tomorrow we get to go to How to Become a Jedi Warrior.
I'm excited about that one.
That should be, that should be productive.
Unfortunately, when we showed up to the How to Become a Jedi Warrior workshop, no one was there, not even the speaker, so it was canceled.
We just got in here. We have no idea.
Oh man, what the fuck? Well, they're too busy having sex, I
Yeah,
bet.
just gave up.
On Mars.
So the best part tomorrow is we are gonna go to Quantum Spoon Bending, parentheses, Bring Your Own Spoons, close parentheses.
And the quantum spoon bending lesson was underwhelming since, instead of learning how to bend a spoon with our minds, we were instructed to physically do it with both hands.
What the fuck? It's real! Oh my god.
But the conference was secondary to my ultimate goal, which was to meet James so he can interview me for his channel. It was during a workshop called My Life in the Secret Space Program that I finally got to meet him. Honestly, I felt sort of starstruck. I asked him to sign my copy of his book, and we talked for a bit before the workshop started. While walking around the venue, I noticed that James had sent me a text inviting me to his hotel room for an interview. Suddenly, a wave of anticipation and euphoria washed over me. This was it. Finally, after several months,
he ends up getting like Harvey Weinsteined by James.
I ran back to the workshop room, found Night Docs, and alerted him of the new development. We scrambled to get all of his equipment ready to film the interview and to get to Jay's hotel room as soon as possible.
Night Docs, go with him. Keep him safe.
Therefore, being late was not enough. Night Docs, who was behind me, was still trying to attach
the super
his
soldier's
camera to a
unpredictable,
gimbal, which would not fit. Watching the minutes go by was excruciating. Eventually, I told him to leave the camera unattached from the gimbal, and we raced towards the elevator, getting lost a couple times along the way. After an elevator ride that felt way longer than it should have, we rushed towards James' hotel room before realizing that we walked in the wrong direction once again. Then we beelined it in the opposite
James is gonna leave!
And finally, found James' room. I knocked. The time had finally come.
Oh! James.
James had his camera equipment set up in the corner of the hotel room. He instructed me to take a seat in front of his camera and microphone. I asked him if it was okay if Night Docs filmed the interview, and he said it was fine. After a brief preliminary discussion, James started recording and we were underway. By then, any nervous anticipation I felt leading up to this face-to-face sit-down had completely dissipated.
Yeah, you just get to come in here
knowing that I was more than prepared
make some
to
shit
speak
up.
about my time in the Secret
Have
Space
some fun.
Program in a convincing manner. The interview lasted 1 hour, and here's what happened.
Okay, so my name is Oki. So it started from before I was even born, where they genetically enhanced my DNA. And by the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch. I was under direct tutelage of Paul Serene, Kevin Spacey's clone. There was 12 children.
Oh my god. Luckily, James didn't pick up on that. He just got the lore wrong. Paul Serene is not the clone of Kevin Spacey, Oki. Kevin Spacey is the clone of Paul Serene. Oh my god, the whole operation just went tits up. There's no way James didn't just... Oh my god, there's no way James didn't pick up on that. Oh my god. He blew it. He fucking blew it. SSP's on his tail now.
Who were trained
He's hunted.
directly
He's a
under
hunted
him,
man.
including myself and the YouTuber Mr. Beast.
So, can you comment about what you, or maybe Mr. Beast, or maybe the people in your group were all being groomed for?
We were pretty much put in a top elite special program. They pretty much utilized every method they could to use MK Ultra programming and to create killing machines. And I was able to just look at a photo of a target and make their head explode. Because I mean, there was billions of dollars spent on each and every single one of us. I particularly liked
that sounds like Kevin Spacey's research.
I liked my my 2 daggers. I had a form of EMP that I could take out there.
He's a Reddit assassin.
In my past life, I was
on Mars.
Yasuke, the Black Samurai.
Did any of your clones ever get changed into a zombie?
I had a clone.
I like how that's one of James' core questions. Have any of your clones been changed into a zombie? James makes it sound like he doesn't even know what the fuck a zombie is. He makes it sound like it's a state of mind. The clones would have to die first, James, and then Kevin Spacey and Paul Serene would have to do a fusion dance in order to bring out the proper necromancy on Mars at the Knockwaffen to revive them, for them to be zombies, James. Jesus Christ. He's getting lost in his own sauce. He's not even following his own rules in the secret space program.
That clone actually was fighting zombies and vampires. And there was also Yetis that they were fighting.
What about vampires? Do you recall any scenarios fighting vampires?
He just said that, James.
This particular thing.
He's killed 1,000 of them with his bare hands.
Is that they can't help but count. From what I remember, most clearly is
He
that
wanted
I
that
do
so
have
bad.
many different clones of myself with parts of my consciousness uploaded into those clones. I was taken, I was cloned, and my clones with
As
my
you said,
consciousness
Dismo.
inside of them were used pretty much as like kamikaze pilots.
Typically, at least what I heard, black people require a different protocol of brainwashing.
Time flew by, and I was
That's-
struck by the
The
effortlessness of
the super soldier is many things, but a coward he is not. He will ask the hard-hitting questions. He will go where no other space program super soldiers will.
story which I crafted. I spoke for 1 hour.
He actually
with ease
fucking
and
said
told my
that.
story so coherently that I realized that if I was to continue to pursue a career as an influencer in the SSP community, I'd be able to become a prominent whistleblower. I could
Thanks
do
for the 5
workshops,
gifts subs,
sell
Dirty
books,
Dan,
charge for
and some
hypnosis
broccoli and
sessions,
Mac
be
Daddy.
invited onto shows, and attend conferences as a speaker, just like the top members of the community. I would be able to mold a career out of it, which likely could be far more profitable than spending months making YouTube documentaries and releasing them only a few times a year. When I first became interested in the community and its major players, I wondered how these people could regurgitate their own bullshit with such ease, as if their lies didn't affect them at all. Were they deluded, or were they
Lies?
capitalizing on feeding lies
These are
to a
real
fantasy
memories.
prone audience? And when I was being interviewed by James, I finally understood it. What you believe becomes your own reality, no matter how ridiculous it is. Spewing the nonsense
True.
story I crafted
Fucking
was
true.
like an out-of-body experience. I was playing a role, and even though I created the role, while I was performing it, it was like a switch in my brain went off and everything I said felt real.
That's
At that moment, I
100%
managed to
true.
delude
That's how it
myself and
works.
Speak matter-of-factly about
That's
being
why these
trained by
communities
Kevin
exist.
Spacey's clone along with Mr. Beast. I never broke character. I never felt like laughing or winking at the camera. I spoke stone-faced with deadly seriousness the whole time. It was so easy to detach myself from the situation and make it feel real. Overall, this whole journey has been a
There's some
fascinating
big
experience.
shooter and slider.
I now feel as though many of the questions I had about charlatans, grifters, con men, and even cult
Here's Prime
leaders,
C.
it's starting to make more sense. By stepping into their shoes, I feel like I gained insight into how they operate and what makes them tick. Like I said, if I wanted to, I could have continued to masquerade as a secret space program whistleblower and turn my lies into something truly profitable. Of course,
You should've.
I
Still
have no
can.
interest in doing so.
He still could. It's not like they're gonna watch this video. They just exist on their own little pocket of the internet.
Enhanced my DNA, and they took the DNA from my father and they put it in my mother, and they were keeping tabs on me. By the time I was 6, I was put into a special program run by Monarch. The leader of Monarch, Paul Serene, also known as Kevin Spacey's clone. So on December 28th, 2021, James finally uploaded the interview we did in Las Vegas onto his YouTube channel. As I record this, the video is sitting around 13,000 views. The
Thanks to
response
Five
from his
Subs
community
Party.
has
Thank you,
been
Party.
overwhelmingly positive. People left comments that indicate that they completely believed me. A couple people said that I was the best whistleblower testimony that they've heard on James's channel so
Yeah.
far. And one person even said that they cried the whole way through the video. So that's that.
Oh my god. Hold on, I want to read that. I'm so sorry you had to do that. Thank you for your bravery. Oh man. God, like to a certain extent, I feel bad for them. Not in particular the secret space program, like them too, but in general, people that truly believe these things, like wholeheartedly separate themselves from reality to exist in this new made-up world. It is sad to a certain level, but they're their own worst enemy in that case. They at any point can just choose not to think that the Nazis created a secret space program that's been in the galaxy habitat, or what the fuck, now I'm lost. What was it? The Nazis split off from the world in order to exist in Mars, and they took over Cedarus, Uranus, Siblius for 400 years and started abducting people here for more fuck, forgot a lot of it now. It's been so much lore. Either way, you could leave that world where the Nazis control space and just go back to reality.
Through the video.
So that's that. I made up a story and officially got it to James's channel. I can now officially call myself a secret space program whistleblower, an elite among elites, a space samurai, MK Ultra victim who was trained by Kevin Spacey's clone to become a killing machine. If you want to watch the full interview I had with Jay as well as our hypnosis session, please subscribe to my Patreon. Otherwise, follow me on social media. I have Twitter, which I'm the most active on.
God, this was so
Instagram,
good.
And a subreddit. All links could be found in the description box below. And as always, until next time. That's all you need to know now.
That was so fucking good. Yeah, apparently this got deleted, which I absolutely imagined it would. He'd have to. And he'll probably address this as well at some point. Goddamn shame. They loved Oki. Thanks to the bits Rogue and the Prime Keith. God, that was amazing. This is criminally underrated for the work that went into this. Dude flew out from Canada to Las Vegas to a secret space program meeting in order to have an interview with the #1 figure in secret space program super soldier lore. The 330-year-old ass-beating, ass-eating super Goliath James. Like that is what it's all about, baby. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Night Docs. I appreciate that. And the tier 1, thank you for that. And great work. Appreciate the generosity. I want to look more into this group on my own time now. The Secret Space Program. I wonder how big they are. I wonder if I can find any numbers. They're definitely not that big. They don't even pop up when you look at Secret Space Program on Google. Usually you can type in any conspiracy group and immediately find something about them. I'm actually going to have to type in Kevin Spacey, maybe. This will be my gateway. Nope. I just got movies. And then I got Oki's video. And then Kevin Spacey's sexual assault. Thank you for the 10 gift subs again, Lawborg. Appreciate the generosity. James addresses it on his website. Let's see. Okay. Well, that didn't work at all. I want to read this. Yeah, he just addressed this yesterday. YouTuber Oki Day lies about being in the SSP. He came to me for help, had a regression, but lied and made up a huge story. Yeah, James, what do you think everyone in the SSP community does? It's just fun little fanfic without the porn. How do I read his post? Does it not work? Do I have to be in the SSP? I have to go through a hypnosis regression therapy session with James in order to unlock my mind to read it? Thank you. That time it worked. I didn't get the 404. Well, that wasn't very insightful. Thanks for resub Story Eater and Saki and the gift sub Mouse Bomb. No, we're not doing like Cult Night or anything. I can't read it. He's basically just saying he doesn't have permission to share the... Oh yeah, I see you can't read that at all on stream, sorry. He's just saying you didn't have permission to post the interview or the hypnosis session. That's it. Though he does say we don't know if you're lying or not. So please stop lying to us. That's kind of sad. Yeah. Alright, that was fucking interesting. I love shit like that. I absolutely love it. And you know what I like most about it? It's harmless. They're not hurting anyone by believing that they're Mars soldier veterans who have been biologically enhanced by hybridization with reptilians, vampires, and space zombies. Them thinking that and sharing their creative writing pieces with one another, that doesn't hurt anyone. It's just a bunch of dudes and some ladies occasionally talking about space, sex, and war and drugs or whatever. Like, that's great. Harmless conspiracy. I love it. Love it. Have you seen the crazy story behind Low Tier God? Yeah, of course, I know all the LTG stuff. They do identify as space Nazis, though. Yeah, like I said, it's a little weird that they chose the Nazis to be the ones that they are a part of. That's concerning. I don't really know why they do that, but like excluding the whole Nazi angle of the secret space program lore, it's harmless. They made the plot for the next Wolfenstein game. Yeah, kinda. Thanks for give sub CJ and the give sub Buffalo. Hey Buffalo. Someone recommended that before Blue Soul. I'm not gonna watch it tonight though. I'm actually getting tired. I think I'm just gonna call it a night. We're not gonna find something as interesting as that for the rest of the stream, so I'm just gonna go to bed. I'm getting tired anyway. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. I appreciate the generosity. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening and a happy new year. I'll throw you to... Who haven't I thrown you to in a while? Oh, here, I'll throw you to Edgar. He doesn't stream that much. So I'll toss you over to him. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great night. See you tomorrow. Thanks to the resub B-Town and Tier 1 Tristan. Dubai is a parody of the 21st century. That's been getting recommended to me every day. I'm assuming that's the same for all of you then. Let's see.
When we hear the word Dubai, most of us picture towering skyscrapers, immense wealth, police with Lamborghinis, 7-star hotels, with the absolute cream of society.
I did not know police got Lamborghinis. That's kind of fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. The cop that pulls you over is just fucking loaded. Wild.
Inside them. Also the Palm Islands, the World Islands, the Burj Khalifa, the Burj Al Arab.
Thanks for sub enchanting and the resub Phantom and Schnoz.
So in light of all that, I'm here to make the case
and yeah,
that
I have seen
Dubai,
that, sis.
the Emirates, and the Gulf countries in general are one of the worst places on the planet.
Whoa.
Now, this is a rather bold claim, I realize, but it's one that I can substantiate fully. So let's take a look at what's really behind the glitz and glamour, the true face of Dubai and the Gulf countries.
Money. It's a lot of money.
To understand what's going on in a place like Dubai, first let's talk about
There's a Big O and Pyro.
In the decades following World War II, Bucharest, the capital, came to face the same problem as many Eastern European capitals did at the time. As urbanization increased and huge residential areas were built out, the need arose for new, high-capacity public transportation. And so Nicolae Ceausescu, the dictator of Romania back in the day, gave out the order to construct a metro line. And so the engineers created a line proposal and presented it to him. And then Ceausescu was like, no, I will design the route personally. And so the
He seems
former
nice.
shoemaker assistant, who also called himself the genius of the Carpathians, I am not making this up, sat down and redesigned the entire metro line to have it run along the river.
Have you seen Big O?
underneath.
I think so.
Yes, along. But Nicola Ceausescu's wife, Elena Ceausescu, a former textile factory worker, also got her fair share of planning. Reportedly, when the planners presented the final version of the metro line to the Ceausescu couple, Elena Ceausescu reportedly asked why the metro would stop inside the inner city at Piața Romana.
And this all ties into Dubai?
The planners told her there aren't any factories, but there is the Bucharest University of Economics where there are lots of students. Hearing that, Elena Ceausescu reportedly said, "Students? They've gotten fat. They grew a belly. They should walk. No station at Romana, let them walk." And so, since Nicola Ceausescu added nothing to that and nobody else dared to oppose his wife, the station was axed from the plans.
Damn,
but of course,
rough.
everyone outside of the dictator power couple knew that this was fucking stupid. And so the engineers, having enough foresight, decided to build the station in secret, banking on the fact that they would need to build a station there anyway
Nice to
due to
resub
future
park.
public pressure. And they were correct. The end result was this ridiculous and dangerously narrow station, since the engineers couldn't build a normal station hall, since they had to disguise their little secret project as regular tunnel boring. And so the moral of the story is, smooth brain dictator plus construction equals dumb shit. And boy, what
Pretty
a
cool,
perfect
though.
segue this is to the video's actual subject, Dubai.
Yeah, what did that have to do with Dubai? It just seemed like a really shitty
The city
subway.
of Dubai is a fucking joke. It's a tasteless parody of everything wrong with modern humanity. And so why do I say that? Let's go through it, shall we?
Thanks to resub Legionnaires.
Now,
Learning
in my
more about
video
my country. Are you from
skyscrapers,
Dubai?
I have already talked about the Burj Khalifa. It's a big dumb tower of glass and steel stuck in the middle of the desert, serving no other purpose than a petrodollar-fueled dick measuring contest. And the building
Thanks,
even
Prime
has its
Pusk.
own poem about itself. Like seriously, how pretentious can you get?
I am the life force of collective aspirations and the aesthetic union of many cultures. I see.
Oh, this is so sweet, though.
What the hell is that noise? Oh no, it's the poop trucks. Yeah, did you know that the Burj Khalifa isn't connected to its sewage system? So every single day a huge line of poop trucks have to queue up next
What?
to the building and suck out all the poop.
So it's like a fucking RV? Wait, are you... Why? What? Hold on, I have to fact check that. I'll just do septic trucks. Oh my god. Why? Thanks to the Prime, Flux, Waffle, and Psychonaut. Yeah, they're transporting 7 million grams of shit a day. Why did they measure that in grams? Or 7 tons. And that's only shit, that's not even pee-pee. That's fucking wild. That's so much shit. Thanks to the resub Gigas and Showtime.
So Amar's ambition and Dubai's shining dream included the world's tallest skyscraper but not a sewer system. And besides, I talked about this before in the skyscrapers video, there's actually not much point to building a skyscraper. Like the only situation where it might make sense is when you're physically out of space. But trust me, Dubai does not have this problem, which ties into the next suspect.
Look how cool that is though, that's awesome. That looks cool. Thanks to Prime Westy and Nerd.
Dubai's Palm Islands are the OG symbols of the city. The construction of the first one, the Palm Jumeirah, started in 2001, if you can believe that. And according to Google's satellite images, it's still not finished. It's still getting built out. And just for good measure, let's take a look at what they
Nature is
actually built
amazing.
here. I mean,
Nature
these
didn't
things
make
do
this.
look nice
They
from
made
space,
this.
But what are they really, from up close and personal?
These are man-made.
Well, the stem is an 8-lane urban freeway, and the leaves are just individual suburban streets. Oh, and there's also a monorail in the middle. Oh, and between The Point and Nakheel Mall, there are no stations. So then, how do people living on the leaves get on this thing? Well, it's a rhetorical question, of course. Just like the real suburbs in America, this thing was built around cars. And the second palm, the Jebel Ali, will be more the same. And then there are the world islands, of course, which
Yeah!
are just a complex of tiny islands for the ultra-rich.
We watched this one.
And oh my god, this looks outright post-apocalyptic.
Thanks to
Jesus
resub, Little
Christ.
Lamb.
Oh, and there's a third palm under construction if the two weren't enough. Oh, and by the way, the sand they use for the palms is not desert sand. They can't use it because the grains are too big. Instead, they have to get the sand from the seafloor. And they achieve this by sucking it up with these big tanker ships. And also annihilating acres of marine life in the process.
Yeah, but it
by
looks
the way,
cool.
These palm islands were built on top of natural coral reefs, which they just ended up basically burying. And according to NASA measurements, all these islands are sinking at a rate of 5 millimeters per year.
Wow, not
And
bad.
by the way, have you heard about this thing called the rising sea levels?
No, it's
Environment
fake.
Agency Abu Dhabi, under the
It
most
doesn't
severe
exist.
climate change scenario, nearly all of Dubai, including
Thanks
the
to Tier
Palm
1
Islands,
Marauder and
would be
Tier 1 Malachi,
underwater.
the prime
Alright, so let me
potato.
get this straight. You had all the money and power in the world to create anything, and you have paid money to annihilate a coral reef to build a sinking suburb on top
What does
of
that
it.
mean, Uncle?
Perhaps I treated you too harshly. And here's the kicker about these islands. That's right, I'm still not done. Why build them on the sea to begin with? I mean, you have the desert. You have all the space you will ever need. So why not just build the palms inverted into the land? You know, having the actual body of the palm not out of sand, but out of water.
'Cause it
would
looks
look
cooler.
Just as impressive from space,
No.
and it wouldn't even demolish all the aquatic life.
Disagreed.
Hang on a second, they did do something like this already, just below the palm tree. And, oh no, these are American-style suburbs? Oh man. I can't believe it. They took the worst urbanism practices from the US and they implemented it one-to-one.
Whoa,
And they actually
there's-
have all the circles
let's
of
not get
urbanism
carried
happening
away.
here. Copy-paste housing, cul-de-sacs, giant highways cutting through the area, no public transportation, a 12-lane arterial road, Jesus Christ. And so this will be our segue to...
He's convinced me. Dubai sounds like ass. Oh my god. What the
Dubai's
fuck?
urbanism in general is just complete bonkers. It's kind of its own little bubble, really. A
I don't-
strange little
that
rich
doesn't
people's
sound very
dystopia
nice.
in the desert. Take a look at this arrangement. Two sections of skyscrapers separated by a 20-something lane freeway, and behind it a bunch of
Thanks to the
cul-de-sac
resub,
suburbs and
Saxy.
golf courses.
And thank you
It's
to the
this
Bit Zero.
strange mixture between Futurama and evil Los Angeles. And this just makes me feel so
You just had a
frustrated
wedding in
because all
Dubai and
that
they
money
cleared
and
out a
all that
building
power,
and
they could have
streets to
done
make
so
way for
much
poop
more and
trucks.
So much better than this. The way I understand
That's
it,
amazing.
the motive behind building all this flashy stuff was to
Wow.
try and increase tourism, to help the Emirates economy transition away from oil revenues, which is, you know, fair enough. But then why not build something truly unique? Something that isn't just a big dumb tower of glass and steel, or a couple dozen suburban streets on sinking sandbanks, or gigantic malls or golf courses. Imagine a city with full-on historic Arabic Golden Age architecture with modern elements.
Oh,
Okay,
that-
this is concept art from Diablo 3, but
Horrible, it looks horrible.
I have seen skyscrapers, malls,
Oh my god, what a
suburbs,
piece of shit.
urban freeways, or
I don't
golf
even see a
courses
poop
before.
truck.
What I haven't seen is a historical or at least historicist Arab city. That would be a great way of spending all those petrodollars, or at least a better way, I would say. And that might even attract a more quality crowd instead of the oligarchs, trust fund babies, and Novo-rich idiots. Okay, that's a bit unfair, but Dubai right now is not exactly a haven of intellectualism, so to speak. By the way, did you know
Nowhere
that only
is.
10% of the Emirates population is actually Emirati? The other 90% being immigrants and expats. Well, actually, they're all immigrants.
Thanks to the
It's just
resub
that
butter
white
and
people came up
prime
with this word
Paris.
expat, so they don't have to call themselves immigrants abroad because that word is reserved for brown people.
He probably is
Speaking
zero.
of which, and this right here is my biggest problem with Dubai, the Emirates, and the Gulf states in general. All that luxury, wealth, and opulence you see all around you in Dubai.
This
rests
video
on
is
a
full of
mountain hidden
stereotype and
tragedies.
hate.
Poor people from third world countries
What
such
do
as
you mean?
India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh are
Seems
lured
like
in
he's just
by work
hating on the-
agencies promising
the
high
city.
wages and stable employment. People take loans from friends and family so they can cover the costs of their travel and work visa, usually more than $2,000, despite Emirati law requiring the companies to pay for those. Upon arrival, workers' passports are often confiscated, essentially trapping them inside the country. Workers are forced to work up to 12-hour shifts, up to 7 days a week, for $175 per month on
Wow!
average. Wage arrears are
Big
common,
bucks.
many workers not receiving money for months on end. To quote from a Human Rights Watch report, the impact on workers whose
Nigga
wages are
Prime
withheld for
Larry,
even 1
Resub
month
Burger
is very
King.
serious. They immediately fall into arrears on the debt they owe recruiting agencies in their home countries. They incur additional interest, and they are unable to send money home for their families who depend on their income earned in the Emirates. In some cases, the non-payment of wages means that workers do not have money to buy food or basic goods and end up borrowing money just to survive. survive. The COVID epidemic only made things worse. That and the oil price crashing left many workers jobless. Consequently, many were abandoned by their former employers. They now spend their days in half-abandoned worker camps on the outskirts of the city. Only volunteers and their food donations standing between them and starvation.
Jesus Christ. What does that mean? That's a Fed you just mentioned now, Charlie? What is it? I don't... What's that in reference to? That's a Fed. What are you talking about? I was gonna look something up though real quick. Thanks for the gift sub, Drifter. What is the average salary of Dubai? Because maybe $100 a month is good. Wow! The average salary in Dubai is 17,000 per month. That's of AED, so roughly 4.5k a month USD. Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Not bad. That's just for like a normal entry-level job in Dubai. The average is roughly 4.5k USD a month, according to this report, which is AET International. I remember stuff is kind of expensive there. True, yeah. What is the cost of living? Cost of living is single person monthly cost without rent, roughly $1,000. To be fair, that's not horrible. That is not bad for the average salary and the cost of living. That isn't bad. I thought it was going to be like a lot more. But I guess with rent it could really pop off. No, I didn't even see that, Camino. It didn't come through for me, I don't think. Oh, you're right. I didn't see that. So they get that impounded and converted. That's a pretty cool fact. Dubai is such an interesting place. After watching this video, it seems like a place I would hate to live, though. If I have to wait for the poop truck to come around. And if it's sinking, doesn't sound optimal. Thanks, 3 subplex. You gonna paint your nails like Ludwig? I didn't plan on painting them. And I can't click links mercenary. Just tell me what it is in the chat.
A Guardian article quotes a construction worker called Hassan. He says, guests on and off visit but when nobody comes, we have to starve. We have nothing. All this just a few kilometers away from the 7-star hotels, the world's tallest skyscraper, the world's biggest mall, and the golf courses for rich foreigners. According to the estimates of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, between 2012 and mid-2018, more than 10 Indian workers died in Gulf countries every single day. And these are just the Indians. In addition to that, a Jezebel article goes on to say that at least 2 Indians commit suicide every single week.
Holy shit.
A number, they say, that is simultaneously both shocking yet unsurprising.
They
show photos of the accommodation the
Tier
workers
1
have to
Phoenix.
endure, unfit even for animals. A harsh contrast to Instagram's parallel universe. They call this system modern slavery, and I'm afraid they are correct. This and the previously mentioned issues, but especially this, is why I hate the Emirates and especially fucking hate Dubai. The city of Dubai is a fucking joke, one that's unusually cruel. It's a twisted parody of everything wrong with modern humanity. I'll leave you with a poem from Bertolt Brecht, written in
leave me with a Burj
1935,
Khalifa poem.
Titled, Questions from a Worker, who reads, Who built Thebes of the 7 gates? In the books you will read names of kings. Did the kings haul up the lumps of rock? And Babylon, many times demolished, who raised it up so many times? In what houses of gold glittering Lima did its builders live? Where, the evening that the Great Wall of China was finished, did the masons go? Great Rome is full of triumphal arches. Who erected them? Over whom did the Caesars triumph? Had Byzantium, much praised in song, only palaces for its inhabitants? Even in fabled Atlantis, the night that the ocean engulfed it, the drowning still cried out for their slaves. The young Alexander
This is a poem?
India. Was he alone? Caesar defeated the Gauls. Did he not even have a cook with him? Philip of Spain wept when his armada went down. Was he the only one to weep? Frederick II won the 7 Years' War.
Hey, thanks for the long time of watching, Cobb.
Every page a victory. Who cooked the feast for the victors? Every 10 years a great man. Who paid the bill? So many reports, so many questions.
Thanks to the Prime Alpha Jack.
Thank you for
watching. That wasn't a very cool poem.
I'm sorry the video took such a dark turn in the end, but as I was looking up stuff for Dubai for the video, I kept encountering more and more just alarmingly fucked up information. Like, Jesus Christ. And
watch Failure of Reddit Island. Never even heard of that. A group of Redditors come together to buy an island? This is a real story? Thanks to Tier 1 Jeff and Prime Darth Resin, the resub Tartarus and consume bees.
Imagine yourself in paradise. Picture the beautiful beaches, the crystal clear waters,
fucking outside.
The breeze on your
So
face.
dumb.
You open up your phone. You upvote the first chonker meme you see. Life is perfect. All of this could be possible. With your help, we can create a paradise with no TikTokers, no Instagrammers, and monuments to both Keanu Reeves and Elon Musk.
Amen.
A society
Sign me up.
Of only Redditors. Welcome to Reddit Island.
Then we use Dogecoin.
This was an actual thing they tried to make happen. Believe it or not, the concept of a Reddit island has been out there for quite a while now. The idea revolves around getting a bunch of Redditors together, gathering a bunch of money, and buying a private island to call your own. If you disregard building infrastructure, having an economy, and having a gender ratio of 99 men to 1 woman, a Reddit island might be possible. Now, there are 2 separate cases of this attempting to happen. One that was started all the way back in 2010, and one that was started in 2021. For the sake of this video, we're going to be focusing on the newest one, as the 2010 island project was a bit unremarkable. It didn't really go anywhere, and nothing came of it, apart from the abandoned subreddit, which exists as kind of a time capsule to old Reddit, if you will. Oh, and a Gawker article dating back to 2012, in which the author of this piece states, there are few places on Earth I could imagine wanting to spend time less than a remote island populated solely by hundreds of hardcore users of the social news site Reddit. I didn't think I would ever say this, but Gawker kind of hit the nail on the head.
It's kind of fucked.
The subreddit was mostly concerned
They're just
with
like us, but
logistical
smarter.
issues and the practicality of the idea. Spoiler alert, something you won't see in the new one. The 2010 Reddit island, likely due to a lack of direction, leadership, and organization, was abandoned in 2016. Likely around the time they realized that this wasn't as easy as they thought it would be. Some of the obvious issues in regards to buying a private island in which you want to build a community on are economy.
Okay, here's a $10 bill. This is garbage. This
infrastructure and opportunity. What the new Reddit island could do is take one of 2 paths. Learn from the mistakes and actually try to make this work, or say fuck it and dive balls first into building a society with no plan. I'm sure you can guess which path they took. Saying it didn't go well would be like saying a tsunami is just a splash of water. A complete understatement. The earliest traces of this new island plan.
How could it go bad though? It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't work. Unless they started paying for it.
A photo was posted by user Mr. No Name is here on April 30th. The message was communicated via a Spider-Man presentation meme and stated the following. If Redditors wanted they would join together and buy an island for the meme. The top comment on this post points out that Reddit islands already exist and are in fact a US territory. However, they fail to mention the islands that aren't US territories, which would be perfect for a Reddit island. Regardless, that didn't stop the upvotes and Reddit gold from coming
Big up dudes, baby!
The GME fiasco, maybe one could say these Redditors were being cocky, And you'd be right to say so. Soon after, a subreddit was created with the name r/Reddit_island, not to be confused with the old one, r/Reddit Island. What followed was essentially a propaganda campaign to get people to flock to the subreddit, and it kind of worked. The subreddit as of now has over 24,000 members, but there was a big problem. And it wasn't whether to buy a town or an island. It was, where do we go from here? We have all these bad memes and Redditors, but no direction. People started spitballing some ideas on where they could go. One suggested that Elon Musk should fund the island because he's a billionaire who uses Reddit.
What in that sounds like every fucking person on Twitter.
Memes. It seemed like this idea was a shot in the dark until...
Elon is literally the savior for some people.
The official Elon Musk Reddit account messaged one of the mods and wants to chat. Oh my god. This could actually happen. So while they attempted to secure funding via Elon, like every startup crypto on Twitter, the other Redditors got to work on where to go. Somebody suggests that they move to the Pitcairn Islands, a British protectorate of islands known for... Oh dear.
Oh
anyway,
no,
protectorate.
Who told them about the Pitcairn Islands? We talked about this on the podcast for years. This is an island of pedophiles. This is the island we always talk about. Which one of you fucking leaked that? It's an island that literally only has 50 people and I think 40 are pedophiles. So if you have like a big enough group, like maybe just like 10 dudes, you could easily take them down. And a lot of them are really old. Oh, their plan isn't bad. The Pitcairn Islands, like that is ripe for the taking. That is an easy overthrow. Damn.
The Pitcairn Islands, a British protectorate of islands known for... Oh dear. Anyway, the Pitcairn Islands have a population of only 47. So if the Redditors were to move there, they could simply outvote the population and claim it as their own.
They literally stole our plan!
This picture of Jim from the
with less violence, I think.
Fucking whiteboard was the most upvoted post on the subreddit in regards to moving anyway. Side note, how are these stupid presentation board memes even considered memes? They're not funny, there's no joke. What's the point? You just type it out at once. All it does is make you look like a smug. This seemed foolproof, right? Wrong. Two big problems with this idea. One, you'd need to obtain some sort of citizenship to vote. You can't just walk into some place and outvote the population, or else we'd all be speaking Mandarin. And if you were to somehow take over the island, Pitcairn Island is a territory of the UK, and I'm sure they'd have something to say about that. Two, the Pitcairn Islands are in the middle of fucking nowhere, with conditions less than ideal for living life. It's also inaccessible by plane, so you'd likely need a private boat with a skilled crew to even get there. Although from this footage it looks nice, most of it's uninhabitable. It looks like it's ripped straight from Far Cry 3 actually, now that I think about it. Imagine if Reddit Island turned into Far Cry 3. The good ending. The Pitcairn Islands seem to be the popular choice, even if it didn't make sense.
Get Mr. Beast involved.
Geographically, you get the goddamn point.
Fucking losers.
Though, even with all the brainstorming,
we can't do it. Let's just ask Elon or Mr. Beast to do it for us. We deserve it.
Until one day. One glorious day, somebody under the name Island Owner Alt claimed they had inherited a private island from their grandfather, who bought it 40 years ago, and he wanted to expand it. He made a simple offer. If the Redditors could give him the money to cover the construction,
oh my god, they did!
Costs, he would make this island an island of Redditors. The mods saw this post and the popularity it got and gave him money.
They got fucking scammed!
He sold them on his pitch. He now has the mod approval, and we all know Reddit mods are never total idiots. To many, this looked somewhat legit now that it had an actual sense of organization. They dubbed this guy the Messiah.
Classic Reddit.
A little later in the day, Island Owner Alt makes another now deleted post claiming that this is possible, but they need funding. So if they donate to him, this can become a reality. Also, if they donate to his PayPal, they'll have their Reddit usernames engraved onto a plaque. Remember, they still have that Elon contact, so he can just reimburse them. What could possibly go wrong? Even after all
this is incredible.
Some people were skeptical, like this rational person, I mean hater, but fear not. Island Owner Alt was here to provide proof for the skeptics who dare question the Messiah. He was gonna prove the doubters wrong, and all the people who donated to him right. He showed where the island is, right here off the main island in Cuba. He provided pictures from the island, and a reverse image search shows these pictures were not taken from Google Images. And just in case you still had any doubts, he showed the deed to the island, which his grandfather had passed down to him. 100% proof that this is real. Holy shit. Let's send in all the money. But hold on, while you're doing that, I just want to talk about some stuff here. There are some issues. These pictures can be found on Google Maps if you go to said island. Okay,
I can't believe it.
The deed, right? I'm still getting my name on the plaque, right? Well, take a look at this deed. Notice anything off about it?
No, it looks good.
The title is in Spanish, but the text is all in English. That's odd for a document from the Cuban government, a country where they only have one national language, Spanish. Doesn't seem very official. Speaking of official, the document has no government seal or stamp on it either. Also, the latitude and longitude coordinates from the deed and the picture he showed don't match up. This guy also claimed that his grandpa bought the private island in Cuba around 40 years ago, but Cuba is a communist country, meaning that there is no private land ownership. Private property wasn't allowed in Cuba until 2018, meaning either his grandpa had some sort of in with the government, or the jigsaw is falling into place. Also, another thing, this guy...
Yeah, but I can trust him, he's a Redditor.
Amount, I should add.
Yeah, I trust him.
But PayPal doesn't
Redditors wouldn't lie.
Meaning he has to be stationed in somewhere that is not Cuba. Weird considering he said he'd be using the money for services on the island located in Cuba. At this point, it seemed like Reddit did its thing and essentially gave their money to Lyle Landley in exchange for nothing. But I hear you saying, this could all be a coincidence. There's still hope, right? We can still pull this off. Well, just in case you needed any more proof, take it from the horse's mouth. Island owner Alt made a post with a simple caption,
Salmon and
"Thanks
Blaine.
for the money, suckers." And in the comments, he claimed he wouldn't refund them. But wait, they still have contacts with Elon. He'll be the one to
I wonder
say
how
it.
much they
Turns out
got.
That was a fake screenshot from a mod who tried to justify it as an honest mistake. It clearly was not honest in any way.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
Hold on, I want to see the whole apology. A technological glitch. That's weird. What a weird glitch where Elon accidentally sends, or Reddit glitches out and makes you think Elon sends a DM. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Oh, it's so painful. People actually sent that dude money too, and then this mod tries to just say like it was a technological glitch. I accidentally inputted the Konami cheat code, and for some reason Elon was typing to me. Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. It was weird that Reddit glitched. Curses does the narwhal bacon at midnight.
It clearly was not honest in any way.
Liar, liar, plants for hire.
And with that final blow and one last presentation meme came the end of Reddit Island. Kind of, but we'll get into that a bit later. First, let's get into the aftermath. In that same thread, people were claiming they were going to sue island owner Alt, and he's going to be...
God, he's really like kind of. Blasting through these. I want to read these.
First, let's get into the aftermath. And that's...
You're a terrible person. I would rather spend an hour locked in a room with your mother than take a single look at your greasy ass looking face. What does that even mean? It doesn't even make any fucking sense. You suck. I'd rather be with your mom instead of you. Ouch. Shit. This reads like somebody that would send money to a guy that claims he can make a Reddit island. Have fun dealing with the FBI investigators and being sued. Yes. Can I get the FBI on the line? There was a guy on Reddit and I gave him money and he lied. Okay, thank you. Wow, I can't. This is a new low even for Reddit.
Same thread, people were claiming they were going to sue island owner Alt, and he's going to be arrested for fraud. While I don't know if he'll be arrested, this is an important note. This tells me that people certainly donated money to this. And
God, there's so many comments I want to read. I'm really invested in this now. He fucking ratioed him on his own scam. On a... oh my god. Damn, that is rough.
People certainly donated money to this. And if this guy's internet rage is anything to go off of, it might have been a lot of money. There have been multiple claims floating around about the amount.
Thanks to resub Sax Facts and QD.
Donated over 30,000.
Oh, 100% he did not do that. No, absolutely not. He's just trying to get like 30k back or some shit. No way. 0% chance. Not even the dumbest person in the world would do that. Not even the most gullible geriatric octogenarian gives that kind of money away to someone they don't know on a telemarketing scam. 0 chance.
$1,000? Insane, but probably fake. Some people agreed that he would have taken around $700.
So $700 for doing nothing? That is a great deal. I imagine it's higher too. This reads like some copium. I definitely think it was more than 700. People throw money to people for no reason all the time.
$100, which seems
Exit
a
Prime
bit
Salty
more
in the
believable. But again, I haven't seen any solid proof of this.
Skelly
There's no
Boy,
way to
and
know
Rugged.
what's true in this case.
The
Either
Bits
way,
Gamer.
I think we can comfortably say people got scammed here. This was clearly a failure for almost everyone. But what if it didn't have to be this way? Let's say, for the sake of argument, this actually went through. Let's say in some miracle world, Reddit bought an island and managed to get a bunch of people to move there. Then what? We could make an exclusive subreddit for island members? Yeah, I have a feeling this might not have been thought out very well. Who would even lead the island anyway?
Yo, we're coming at you live from Camp 119.
Thanks to resub.
In my opinion,
Ungodly.
best case scenario, Lord of the Flies. Worst case scenario, everyone dies from lack of food, water, and shelter.
What kind of place is this?
But in a way, I kind of get the appeal. There is something kind of interesting about just getting up and leaving, isolating away from
Tier
society,
1 Chief
then
and Tier 1
advocating
Frost
for a
Phoenix.
nature-based form of anarchism and opposing the Industrial Revolution. Wait, no, not that last part. Which leads me into my thoughts on the whole thing. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I'm a little conflicted. On one hand, yeah, this guy scammed people after he promised something to them, and he might have committed a crime. On the other hand, come on, did you actually think you were getting an island? I mean,
Yeah, I think you
you
absolutely deserve to get scammed there if you gave him money.
Who doesn't understand technology? Kids, stop buying V-Bucks.
Is it Tier 1
start buying an
Welleslaw
island
and
with
Tier
your
1
mom's credit
Uneasy
card.
Bake
It's kind
Oven?
of like the Darwin Awards, where if you take the context out of it and don't provide details, yeah, it's a bad thing.
Oh, he did.
But if you put in the context and give some backstory, there is some kind of comedy there. Did this guy commit a crime? Probably.
Nope.
Are these people naive for donating to this? I find it hard to feel bad for people who were dumb enough to donate to someone like this with zero proof. And the mods are somewhat
Not
to
true, he
blame
had
for modding this
pictures.
guy despite that. But the story doesn't end there. You'd assume the idea of a Reddit island is essentially over. There have been 2 attempts and both have failed.
Thanks,
But what if
Resub
I
Ash.
told you there are some secret underground operations that I have exclusive access to get a 3rd Reddit island going? Like the 3rd Madagascar movie that nobody remembers. There are subreddits set up now from the remainder of the Reddit island people like this
Jesus
one. Reddit
Christ.
Island Reborn.
Oh my
And
god.
this one promises to work. They even said they were going to build a theme park called Meme Land when they got there. They can't fail.
Never heard that one.
Oh my god, I want to read that. But I don't understand what this grant money has to do with anything when it's being used for research. Oh my god. What? Is he an actual bioscience student, I wonder? Oh my god. Thanks to Tier 1 Kawaii Baby and Prime Ewok and gift sub what's in username. There's no way, yeah, there's just no fucking way. I refuse to believe that. Oh my god.
Never heard that one.
They also set up an official website, and this time they have
What?
an official team working on this, consisting of
oh, it looks good.
Don't worry about that. They have a frequently
I
asked
trust them.
questions page. We can check there to learn more. But don't fret. They're taking donations. This isn't a money pit like the last two, and 2 days after donations were enabled, they were disabled. Listen, guys, I'm going to be straight up with you. If you for some reason have any hope that this is going to work, I have a message for you.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again, expecting
What a crazy little adventure.
That is crazy.
Thanks for 5 gift subs, Weenie. I appreciate that.
Hey, thanks for making it to the end of the video.
You know what? I take back all the harsh criticism. This video is biased. It doesn't show this full story. Reddit Island is possible. I believe we can do it. We can fucking do it. This is just Fire Festival for Reddit. No, but this one will work. Assuming, of course, you donate. Well, it won't work without your contribution, obviously. Otherwise, it's doomed for failure. Thanks to the resub Hexadice and the resub just for the thanks to the Prime Hexadice and resub just for the lols. Twitch Island. Yes! Oh, yes. An island for Twitch chat. Where the streamers can have their own little base and the chat, like, around them. That'd be, like, a really cool ecosystem. Oh my god. That could be the future. That'd be amazing. You get to see your favorite streamers. Thanks to resub Darn. We throw peanuts like a zoo. Yes. Let's see.
I could comb away my troubles, but all I have is...
Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Gorgasmic, and resub E-Man. Thank you, Gorgasmic. There's a lot of other things that happen too. Well, no one hung themselves on this set of Wizard of Oz. It's a myth.
and clog the drains of showers. If I only had some hair.
Thanks to the Prime Jackie Boy and gift sub Moff. That's super sweet, Ski Master. Sounds good. Thanks to the Prime.
National Weather Service
Cap.
has issued a downward spiral warning in your area. Please remain calm.
Do not attempt to flee or seek shelter.
Resistance is futile.
Wow. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Biles. Appreciate it. Biles.
Oh, boy.
Thank you.
I have a feeling we're not in Florida anymore.
I am Dr. Spiral, the great and powerful. Welcome to Green Screen City.
God damn, going in hot.
Hey, I've seen you before. You look just like that man behind the curtain.
Watch Tea Time? What the fuck is
Pay no
Tea Time?
attention to the man behind the curtain. You were brought here because you wished for your hair back.
Thanks to Prime Wilson and gift sub Glorified.
Are you really doing this?
This is an ad?
Were the 4
Oh
other
shit.
times not enough?
You're doomed to lose all the rest of your hair.
Years later,
Alright,
most of you
alright, I
watching
see.
know exactly who these characters are. Far less known, however, are the people behind these characters. Principal photography for the
I
Wizard
watched
of
most
Oz
of the
lasted
ad.
from
I did my
October
part.
1938 to March 1939. During these 5 months, the stars of the movie were subject to some of the most horrendous conditions in the history of the American film industry.
There's the resub Mord
When it was all
and the
said
Prime
and done,
Kako and
not a
gift sub
single
Jack.
character who set off down the yellow brick road left the land of Oz unscathed.
By the drought, even hotter than England, rural America is in a desperate plight.
That's not to say that things were much better back home in Kansas.
The 1930s were a period of major turmoil and hardship for the American public. The Great Depression ravaged almost every sector of the economy.
Yeah,
While
that'll
most
do it.
American industries were struggling, the film industry was booming. To escape from the dread of everyday life, most Americans sought refuge in the cinema. Nowadays, about
How do they pay for the cinema experience, though?
in the past week. In the 30s,
I imagine it couldn't have been
was
super
not
cheap.
uncommon for half of all Americans to pay a weekly visit to the theater. Hollywood was in the midst of its golden
Thanks to the
age,
resub
a
Precipice and
period
Tier
where
1 Cody.
studios had unparalleled influence over the industry. During this time, the top 8 studios controlled 95% of American cinema.
Maybe Camino.
And no studio was more illustrious than MGM.
Rest in peace, MGM.
They were the studio widely considered to provide audiences with the biggest stars and the grandest spectacle. MGM smoked the rest of Hollywood with its unmatched financial and critical success.
I've already seen Operation Soda Steel.
Across the 30s, MGM films accounted for nearly a third of the nominees for Best Picture, and nearly 3/4 of the total.
What happened to
profits
MGM? They
generated
suck.
by all 8 major
Well, actually, they
studios.
just got bought, didn't they?
MGM's dominance over Hollywood was due
All
in
they have
large
is
part
James
to the
Bond
strong
now,
leadership
and
of
Tom
its
and
chief
Jerry.
executive, Louis B. Mayer, who in 1937 was the highest paid man in America. 1937 also saw the release of one of the most groundbreaking films ever made, and
There's
one
a
of the
Tier
most
1 Blaze
successful
and
films
resub
of the
Villain
time
Views
to
and
not
PJ.
come out of the MGM system. That year, Walt Disney would release
Woo!
his first animated feature film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. The film was an immersive fantasy unlike anything audiences had ever seen, and by the following year had become the highest-grossing film to date. Snow White's record-breaking success inspired
There's a resub
MGM
Mr.
to
Fisher.
produce a spectacular fantasy of their own. In 1938, the studio bought out the rights to L. Frank Baum's popular children's novel, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, and the rest
I had
was
no idea
history,
it was based on a book.
history that some members of the cast and crew wished they could forget. Unlike Snow White, The Wizard of Oz was entirely live action, which presented a series of challenges while
Jesus
attempting
Christ,
to
Justin.
transform fantasy
Thanks
into
for some
reality.
Baconator.
One of the most iconic scenes in all of cinema
Holy
is Dorothy
shit, thank
waking
you.
up in the land of Oz, and the
God
film
damn, man.
transitioning from sepia to color.
Must be a big Wizard of Oz
The
fan, hey?
official coloring method used to develop the film was Technicolor, which required heavy exposure due to the process of splitting the image
Thank
into
you,
different
Justin.
colored channels. As a result, the Oz set required an exorbitant amount of lighting, so much so that the temperature on stage often surpassed 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's a
The
literal
heat was
normal
suffocating,
afternoon in
and
Florida.
stagehands frequently had to be carried off stage after fainting. The set lighting was so intense that some actors even claimed to suffer permanent vision damage. The exhaustion suffered from the oppressive heat was
What?
only magnified by the arduous production schedule. For 6 days a week, the actors walked into the studio at 4 a.m. and didn't leave until 7 p.m. A significant part of each actor's day was dedicated to the meticulous preparation and removal of their costumes. The Scarecrow.
I don't
Tin
understand
Man,
how.
and Cowardly
Well,
Lion
I
are
guess
one
I
of
could
the
see
most
it
recognizable
with the vision
trios in
loss.
fiction. All 3 characters were brought to life by the skilled design of makeup artist Jack Dawn.
Thanks to
While
the
the
resub Tree Nut,
costumes
Rex,
presented an
Trooper, Kit Kat,
impeccable
and the Prime
external
Manx.
appearance, conditions
William.
weren't so pleasant on the inside. Every morning as the Scarecrow, Ray Bolger would have to spend an hour getting his latex and plastic mask painstakingly glued to his face, and every evening he would spend an hour getting it removed. The mask completely covered his facial pores.
To be fair, that's
Being
not
able
that
to
bad.
sweat while wearing it. One could only
A lot of
imagine how it
actors
must have
spend like
felt
7
to wear
hours
that
in
thing
their
for
shit,
15
or
hours a
putting it
day.
on.
But Ray Bolger didn't have to imagine. For 22 weeks, it was his reality.
It could be worse.
By the time filming was complete, the repeated applications of the mask left Bolger with permanent grooves around his mouth and chin.
Holy
but
shit.
considering what happened to some of the other actors, he may have gotten off easy. The Tin Man was played by Buddy Ebsen for about 9 days. That's how long he lasted during filming until he was hospitalized from a severe reaction to the Tin Man's metallic makeup. Ebsen's silver
Did they just
face
actually
was made
spray
out of
paint him?
aluminum powder that would eventually coat the inside of his lungs.
Oh my
completely
God.
asphyxiating him. As Ebsen sat
What?
bedridden under an oxygen tent in the hospital, the studio could not have given him less sympathy. Producer Mervyn LeRoy
Yeah, get stronger
refused to go to the
lungs,
hospital,
nerd.
angrily insisting that Ebsen return to the set. After 2 weeks out of action, the studio replaced Ebsen with Jack Haley. Much like Pete Best getting cut from the Beatles, Buddy Ebsen would end up becoming one of the unluckiest men in show business. Not only was he unceremoniously
3 gives
fired
up Swift
from
Light.
what would have been the biggest role of his career, the incident left him with chronic bronchitis. Jack Haley managed to avoid a catastrophic reaction to the aluminum makeup. but it still gave him a severe eye infection that forced him out of work for days. The rest
Why
of the
not just
suit was
switch
so
the
stiff
like
that
from
it rendered
aluminum
Hayden
powder to
unable
like
sit down or lie down
crayons
while filming.
or something? I
In
don't know.
order to
Fucking
rest
melt
in
crayons
between
on his
takes,
face.
He was forced to lean on a reclining board. But despite all the complications it caused, the Tin Man costume may have still been preferable to that of the Cowardly Lion.
Thanks to
Burt
Reset
Lahr's
Hypno,
lion suit was compared to
Death,
carrying around a mattress.
the Prime
The bulk of
Glarfield.
the costume consisted of a 60-pound lion hide, a real lion hide. Combined with additional padding, some estimates put the weight of the full costume at 100 pounds. Burt Lahr would be
God, he's like a real-life Rock
for just
Lee.
a few minutes, and he would frequently have
What?
to take off the suit between shots to avoid exhaustion. The prosthetic mask covering his face didn't allow him to fully open his mouth, forcing him to consume all of his on-set meals through a straw. Halfway through production, Lahr gave in and sacrificed an additional hour each day in the makeup chair so that he could eat solid food at lunch. As someone who was known by his peers to be a hypochondriac, Burt Lahr was in near constant agony. But by far the worst costume-related accident during the whole shoot happened to Margaret Hamilton, better known as the Wicked Witch.
How?
Nowadays, there are
That
lots
seems
of
so
ways to make
simple.
someone look green, but in
Did
1938,
they put-
the only
oh.
tried-and-true method used by Hollywood makeup artists was copper paint. Copper, of course, is
Wow.
toxic when ingested by humans. This was known back then, but the studio showed no restraint in applying the copper concoction directly to Hamilton's face and hands. Towards the end of production, Hamilton realized that the constant application of the witch's makeup had tinted her skin green, an effect that lingered for months after the job. Wearing the makeup
Holy
on set
shit.
was a constant struggle. Once it was on, Hamilton was unable to touch anything without staining it, and required assistance to perform the most basic of tasks.
Thanks to
But the
Resub
day-to-day
Kaji
struggles of
and
the makeup
Benji
would
and
pale in
Wicked and
comparison
Holmes
to the
and
accident
Soup.
she suffered on December 23, 1938. When departing Munchkinland, Hamilton was scripted to exit the scene in a fiery cloud of smoke. The first attempt at the stunt went flawlessly, but director Victor Fleming wanted to get a few extra takes for insurance. On the fourth attempt, the pyrotechnics were ignited too early.
Oh,
causing
they
Hamilton to be
incinerated
engulfed in
her.
Flames. The accident resulted in second-degree burns on the whole right side of her face. The skin on her right hand was entirely scalded off. But before Hamilton could even receive medical attention,
Whoa.
she had to slowly and excruciatingly have the copper makeup removed from her freshly burned skin with rubbing alcohol. Margaret Hamilton would spend the next 6 weeks in the hospital before returning to the set.
Holy
On
shit.
her very first day back, she was scheduled for the skywriting scene. Another stunt
Oh, goddamn,
involving
Justin.
pyrotechnics.
Thanks for Resub Lysol.
Hamilton adamantly refused to put herself anywhere near fire again and threatened to walk out of the production
Thank
right
you
then
so
and
much,
there.
Justin.
Since the project was nearing completion at that point, the studio acquiesced, and the scene was completed using Hamilton's stunt double, Betty Danko. While filming that very scene, the smoke pipe underneath the broomstick exploded, and Danko was violently flung from the installation. The explosion was caused by the special effects crew coating the pipe with asbestos, another toxic substance.
No,
thought to be an
that's
all-purpose
the
water
science
reservoir.
isn't there yet. We don't
Asbestos
know
was
if that's
also
actually
used in Ray
dangerous.
Bolger's scarecrow suit, as well as the snow in the poppy field scene.
Unusual weather.
Oh my god, they use asbestos
Betty Danko
there?
was hospitalized for 11 days with field scene.
All of this is asbestos? How cheap was it? I feel like it'd be cheaper just to like, I don't know, like sprinkle fucking sugar or something. How fucking cheap was asbestos back then? I'm gonna look that up myself. This was 1937, right? So let's just look up 1930 asbestos price. Like they had to just be giving this shit away for free or something. Thanks to the resub sub and the Prime Frosty Tooth Fairy and the 2 gift subs Red Dragon. 5 cents for 100 pounds. Yeah, that actually seems about right. There's not really like an estimate here, but it just, all these sources keep confirming that it's like the cheapest thing at that entire area. That's fucking crazy.
Unusual weather we're having, ain't it?
Betty Danko was hospitalized for 11 days with internal damage from the explosion, as well as a 2-inch deep gash on her leg, a wound that would never fully heal. It was a hefty toll for a gig in which she earned just over $800.
Oh, that's
The
big money
long-term
though.
Health effects on Margaret Hamilton were far less known. What is known is that she would go on to develop Alzheimer's later in her life, a condition that has been linked to copper poisoning.
Burial, Ligmo, Revenge in Tier 1,
total,
Lil
6
Lizard.
performers on The Wizard of Oz faced some kind of serious physical trauma. Not even toThe left the set intact. However, after enough time had passed, many of the actors could look back on the whole ordeal as a bunch of amusing war stories. Most physical ailments are only temporary. Mental ailments, on the other hand, tend to stick with you for life. And out of everyone in the Land of Oz, perhaps none suffered a worse fate than the star of the show, Judy Garland. She was without a doubt one of the most talented performers of the 20th century. Her portrayal of Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz has served as an enduring symbol of youth and innocence. And even though she was never imprisoned by a brutal costume like the other actors, the studio paid no less scrutiny to her appearance. Since the character of Dorothy was envisioned as a prepubescent girl, the then 17-year-old Garland had to constantly wear a tight corset to hide her more mature figure. But that was merely one aspect of the studio's efforts to keep Judy thin. Garland was placed on a shoestring diet, one that would not provide her with enough energy to complete the arduous filming days. To compensate, the studio kept Garland on a steady intake of amphetamines to keep her working long into the day.
Oh.
The amphetamines subsequently necessitated the use of barbiturates to prevent Garland from exhausting herself.
Wow.
Years later, she claimed that during some periods she would only sleep 4 hours every 3 days. The fact that she was able to perform as well
That's
as
efficiency.
she did under these conditions is nothing short of astonishing. By the end of production, Garland was addicted to both drugs, an addiction that would last for the rest of her life. It certainly didn't help that her time as a child star directly contributed to deep-rooted psychological problems. Despite her brilliance as a performer, Garland was
Tier
always
1
encumbered
MMO
by major
Live
esteem
and Tier
issues.
1 Max.
The insecurities
The Prime
began
Chrism.
when a 14-year-old Garland overheard the MGM executives referring to her as a fat little pig. This moment completely devastated her self-image and manifested itself as an unobtainable standard of perfection that she spent her whole life chasing. And even though she would wind up becoming one of the greatest performers ever, in her mind it was never good enough. In many ways, Judy Garland was the first tragic child star, an archetype that has sadly become much more common in modern times. Clinical psychiatrist John Linden encountered many such patients.
Yeah, if you hate your kid, you get them in a movie.
He observed that premature stardom.
I can't think of any child star that has become normal or had a good life.
They tended to report a feeling of profound emptiness when they weren't performing, as if they were marionettes whose true selves lacked any sort of meaning. The reason so many young stars end up on the downward
Disney
spiral
actors?
is that many fail to develop any sense of individual identity.
Disney
Some
actors?
attempt to fill this void
Like
with
who?
sex, drugs, and alcohol, but it's often no match for the constant anxiety of never really understanding who you are. There exists a tragic
Hilary
irony
Duff.
between
Yeah,
Judy
true.
Garland and Dorothy, a character who wanted nothing more than to find joy and comfort
Thanks,
in a
Reset
wayward
Mysterious
world.
Maid, Zombified, and
Unlike
Olivia.
Dorothy, however, Judy Garland never made it over the rainbow. On June 22, 1969, Judy Garland was found dead of an overdose on her bathroom floor. She was just 47 years old.
Goddamn.
In the years leading up to her death, her increasingly erratic downfall was treated by the media as some sort of morbid spectacle. The American public seemed unable to reconcile how she could have possibly been anyone other than the innocent farm girl from Kansas. Hollywood has the remarkable ability to make the wildest
Here's
parts
some
of our
merch house.
imagination come to life. But the magic of crafting immersive fantasies comes with a very real dark side. Oftentimes it's easy for studios to lose sight of the real-life human beings at their disposal, and to end up treating them as, well, marionettes. It would be easy
I mean,
to
yeah,
look
that's
back at
Hollywood.
all the trauma from The Wizard of Oz and chalk it up to a product of its time. Back then, studios could just get away with all of it because if any actor fought back, they would be blacklisted from the industry. But still, even after the studio's iron grip over the industry was broken and actors gained more leverage over their careers, it would be naive to suggest that much has changed in Hollywood. The inner workings of the film industry
Harvey
have always been an
Weinstein.
enigma. The
Is
history
he in
of
jail yet?
Hollywood is smeared with talented people guilty of terrible things. Very rarely do we ever get to discover what truly goes on behind the big green curtain. Out of every scandal that does come to light, we can only imagine what remains.
Well, Bill Cosby's an innocent man. He's back on the streets, baby. He's an innocent guy. He shouldn't be in here.
For 22 weeks in 1938 and 1939, 6 of Hollywood's most talented actors were practically tortured, with many of them experiencing long-lasting and permanent damage to their bodies and minds. The result was one of the single greatest artistic works of the 20th century. The Wizard of Oz
I never
was
liked
the
that movie.
defining career achievement for every single person
Not even
who
as a
worked
kid.
on it. Their suffering had directly contributed to the most beloved film of a generation. It's tempting to dismiss everything you've heard today as an exploitative cash grab from greedy media tyrants, but for MGM, it was never that simple. In 1939, MGM released 41 films in total, premiering a new movie once every 9 days on average.
What the
At
fuck?
this time, the studio had no shortage of revenue. What they coveted instead was prestige. Every year, MGM would earmark one production as their prestige film, a project that was never intended to turn a profit.
Thanks
but
for
one
some
that
Wavy,
existed for the simple
Spectacular, and
purpose of
Fine,
flexing the
Canny,
cinematic
Dark
might of the
Angel,
studio.
and Ludwig Reinhardt.
From its very conception, The Wizard of Oz was designed as a monument to the single most dominant empire in the history of the film industry. 35 years after the film's release, toy executive Marty Abrams was conducting market research on local children and found that 80% recognized the characters of Oz. Today, memorabilia attached to these characters now sell for millions at auction. Over the years, the performers who brought these characters to life have gradually faded from public memory, their sacrifices ultimately forgotten. Dorothy, Scarecrow, Tin Man, Cowardly Lion, and the Wicked Witch have managed to outlive them. Such is the ultimate
Thanks to
destiny of
resub
people in show
Noob
business.
and Noir.
Actors are tragically temporary. Eventually, only the characters remain. Today, it may seem unfathomable that our most popular and celebrated actors will inevitably meet the same fate. But at the end of the day, it is art, not the artist, which stands the test of time. Despite the turmoil suffered by the actors on the set of Oz,
That's pretty
one has to
powerful,
wonder
not
if
wrong.
any of them ever regretted it.
Yeah, I think pretty much all of them, I would think, right? I mean, I guess the one that got it the easiest was the lion. What was his name again? Case in point, I have no idea who the fuck he is, but yeah, the lion seems to have got it easiest. His was more of just like an endurance test. The others were actually poisoned. Frank Baum. Oh no. Is it Frank Baum? Brett Lahr. He was the lion. I just typed in Brett Lahr regret, and I didn't get any results. Thus, he didn't regret it. Man was happy. Since nothing came up, it means he must have loved it. See, what did I tell you?
Ago, the ancient Egyptians completed the Great Pyramid of Giza, a structure so remarkably ambitious that it would stand as the tallest building on Earth.
He's a tier 1 lonely gamer.
For millennia, archaeologists found it inconceivable that it could have been constructed by any other means than a massive workforce of slave labor. The pyramid defied our expectations to such an extent that some people believe it had to have resulted from supernatural or extraterrestrial influence. However, recent archaeological studies have uncovered a truth that is somehow even more unbelievable. The vast majority of people who built the Great Pyramid were volunteers. The ancient Egyptians risked life and limb to participate in something greater than themselves. Their reward for 20 years of deadly backbreaking labor is that we still talk about them today, long after everything they knew and loved ceased to exist. What would you be willing to sacrifice if it meant you could live forever? Since the dawn of civilization, mankind has sought the secret to immortality.
Lice and the Prime Funk.
If science or religion will ever help us achieve eternal life, but at the very least, art can get us pretty damn close.
Nice. Alright, I'll take chat's word for it. We'll watch the new Nexpo vid. I do like the channel.
Wayne Kernigan was stuck at home during an excruciatingly long winter. He was what his parents believed to be a problem child, experiencing nightmares, arguing with his 7 siblings, and getting in trouble at school. Having gone on record to state that his father beats him with hockey sticks, it was undeniable that their humble abode in suburban Connecticut was less of a place of refuge for him. The man on the phone says that Wayne should come right away, and that they'll have a private jet waiting for him at Danbury Airport.
What a good deal.
His mom tells him not to worry,
wow,
and that it's more of an outdoor camp type thing that'll make him better. So Wayne packed up his stuff that night. Eager, sure. Nervous, yes. But absolutely awaiting the things to come. Inquire on why he was sent there.
Who made this vid? It's Nexpo.
Drugs.
I keep seeing this one's fucked up.
When Wayne began to question whether he was going to the place he thought he was.
Cults are known to be pretty cool.
Didn't seem right. Looks like a camp, he thinks. However, when he exits the vehicle, he isn't greeted with the silent serenity of nature, but instead, the screaming.
Yeah, but that could mean anything. I scream when I'm having a lot of fun. Like, yeehaw, we're having fun. Yeah, I saw the American Horror Story cult season. American Horror Story is the best shitty show.
Across the United States, a rise in for-profit behavior modification facilities were in action. Now called the troubled teen or tough love industry, it seemed to be a money machine aimed at altering and stifling troublesome behavior in adolescents.
Well, someone's got
to. It's hard to gauge, given that this was the decade following the rise of the hippie subculture. Authority was and had been challenged for years.
That facial hair is kind of nutty. That looks cool. It's like Wolverine, but not cool like Wolverine's. It's like a little cushion. That's nice. That's like an OG neckbeard.
In early 1970, a psychiatrist named Gerald Davidson, alongside investor David Goldberg and a man named Joseph Ritchie, would band together to create a school named Elan, a private co-ed behavior modification program geared from grade 8 to beyond high school. Ritchie billed the facility as one that would correct bad behavior by teens without punishment, while painting himself as a genuine mentor that could help make that happen.
They had a website?
33 have gone on record to state that their initial, outside impression of the school was that it was like a summer camp in the Maine woods. However,
it looks like a summer camp.
Furthermore, some have stated
it does look like Crystal Lake.
The vehicle expecting a lively campground. They're instead faced with a sight much stranger. Some students were spotted wearing degrading signs. Some shackled in handcuffs.
What?
Some being yelled at. Point.
They take discipline very seriously.
To flee. School was marketed, touting itself as an altruistic institution genuinely concerned with helping troubled teenagers get better. It was clear from the outside that those claims were a reach.
Is that Charles Manson teaching the class?
But
man, they got celebrities, teachers. Good for them.
Observe the vernacular.
So this is pretty recent.
To each parent. Dear parents, we're very aware of how lonely and confused you must feel as you sit down to read this. If you're like the parents of most of our students, you're faced with an adolescent whose behavior is out of control, and you don't know why. A youngster who's been given everything and is throwing it all away is difficult to understand, but you can see that this process is progressive. The most saddening part is knowing that your offspring is ruining his or her future. Your own pain is difficult, but your pain for your child is unbearable.
Yeah, they're not reaching their full potential.
It's been noted that Joseph Ritchie was somewhat of a salesman. He was charismatic and excelled at convincing parents of all the good that Elan could do for their kids. The good that, as we'll soon find, was all a lie. Reportedly, once your parents agreed to send you off to Elan and pay the $50,000 tuition fee, they designated time and date with Elan's so-called teen escort service. They won't pick you up during the day, though. Instead, in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep, they would bust through your door and kidnap you.
Why?
In years past, Elan's staff have stated that since the child has no say in attending, their capture hinges on the element of surprise.
Okay.
According to a blog,
so are these just stories?
What? Physically subduing them.
Are these just stories this guy makes up? What? No, what? Is all you read creepypastas? Why would he make up a 52-minute story and make websites to corroborate it and evidence and stuff? It's just like a history lesson that's well presented.
Tying them up with plastic handcuffs, throwing them into a van, and then driving them to Poland, Maine, where they'd be handed over to the Elan school. Such experiences often traumatized the teens who were abducted. For all they knew at first, they were being taken by criminals to be held ransom, tortured, or worse, killed. This practice became notorious around the United States, eventually earning its nickname, the Elan Snatch.
So this was so well known that it had its own name?
Morality wasn't the school's strong suit.
The 70s, man? What are you talking about? This was in 2000. They have a fucking website. Had a website.
Day 1. Students would typically arrive to Elan during the early morning hours of the day.
Oh, it started in the 70s. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying.
To resist their escorts.
I see what you're saying,
It's
sorry.
been noted that their capture was designed this way, utilizing their escape attempt against them as a tool to convey that no matter what, they're not getting out of there. Often, the first stop would be the dormitory showers, which served as a tool in robbing each student of their sense of individuality. Reportedly, students are thrown into them with absolutely no privacy and are demanded to remove all of their clothing and valuable items. After complying, they're given what Elan calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them into a state of conformity.
Well, let's not get carried away. A white t-shirt's pretty cool.
Each new student would be taken into a common area where there is
I wouldn't necessarily look too deep into that.
This, in essence, was a tenured student designated to be a guide. On paper, they were told to help their students adjust to their new life on campus, somewhat like a peer, while educating them on how great and effective the program is. As we've seen in studies like the Stanford Prison Experiment, I'm sure you can see why this would be a bad idea.
I don't know that experiment.
Oftentimes, Big Brother figures, much like staff, would take great pleasure in exerting their superiority over the newer students.
Looks like the house from Promised Neverland.
If you want to act like a baby, you get screamed at. If you want to act as more like a mature adolescent, you get talked to.
Oh, so I was like, wait, what?
Speaking of cults.
Was that footage from Elan University? Is it Elan or Elan? I don't know how to say it. Either way. But didn't he just say that they were forced to wear, like, the colorless shirts? Because that guy, like, that second guy, he's kind of dripped out. He's got a chain on. He's got a red button up. Oh, that was staff. Gotcha.
The social hierarchy at Elan is structured in a way that heavily resembles one. At the school, students are immediately placed into two categories. Strengths, which were tenured, obedient students that were a few steps up the totem pole, and non-strengths, the newer ones who typically resisted treatment. Strengths were allowed to talk to fellow strengths and non-strengths. Non-strengths, on the other hand, were only permitted to communicate with strengths. If a non-strength were caught communicating with a non-strength, harsh punishment would soon greet them. They were quickly disconnected, reprimanded, and robbed of any future potential.
So if this is supposed to be a scam, I feel like this is a lot more effort than just not
on top of the phone manipulation
doing this.
Every Elan resident was required
it seems like
to
so much
write
more
what the
work
school
to
calls
abuse the
a guilt
kids.
letter, which, as you might expect, is an explanation of how great the Elan school is for them, all the great activities they do there, and how well they're progressing through the program. These letters would be heavily scrutinized before being mailed out to their parents. In most
I get that it's a cult,
verbally
but usually
tortured
cults have a
with the pleasure
purpose.
of the Elan school staff. It was clear to students that they weren't getting away from this anytime soon. And after realizing this, their minds would often pivot away from rebellion and towards compliance in hopes of power.
Yeah, money. That's why I would think they'd want to run a scam as opposed to a cult. And it'd be so much easier to not abuse the kids. Takes a lot more work to do that, I imagine.
To make their escape.
So I'm assuming there is a point to the cult, like they want to turn these kids into like super soldiers or something, I don't really know. But if it was just a scam, they're putting a lot of work into it. Whereas they could just take the kids here for $50K a year and just let them play basketball and sleep.
The Elan school were immense. Exerting nearly totalitarian control over everything that happens, Joe Ritchie's set of rules, which he called guilt, was gargantuan and needlessly meticulous.
Maybe Tier 1 Wheeloo.
As a student at Elan, you would be expected to refrain from doing the following. Having any image, reading as a non-strength, not completing learning experiences, writing without permission, being sideways, looking at security zones, non-strength interacting, talking too loudly, talking too softly, looking at the opposite gender, being attracted to someone, any physical contact, looking out windows, unauthorized drawing, not listening to higher ranks, pretending to sleep at night, thinking of running away, being in the bathroom for too long, wearing dark clothing, being manipulative, being lazy while working, listening to music, talking too much, showering for
all in all, they're pretty lenient.
Not talking enough, making facial reactions to orders, negative body language, pretending not to have guilt, oversleeping, undersleeping, smiling, and the list goes on and on.
That's not bad.
Clearly, these rules were not designed to be followed.
Basically a lawless place over there.
To become commonplace. To help enforce these,
Integra
individuals
and
known as
Razzle-Dazzle
expediters were designated by the school to stand on watch with clipboards. Primarily, they were known to catch those that broke 3 rules: being attracted to members of the opposite gender, looking at the opposite gender, and making prolonged eye contact with anyone else. Since expediters too were required to fill their clipboards with names and infractions at the risk of their own punishment, they frequently and unapologetically made assumptions and accusations that were a lie. Laces and the requirement to wear a bright yellow t-shirt and short pink shorts. The school figured that without laces, their shoes were effectively useless, in turn preventing any ability to move any faster than a walk.
What is it, like barbed wire on the ground or something?
Risk punishment
Just go barefoot.
is shown with this student. Instead of a t-shirt and shorts though, he was forced to wear a bright pink rabbit suit with cuffs around his legs. It's unclear if this is a repeat offender, but it raises the question as to how far Alon would actually go with this tactic.
Thanks, the Resub Hunter.
Students that smiled at a place were punished by wearing dunce caps and reduced to work that the school calls shot down. These involved repetitious, dull tasks like mopping floors, scrubbing the insides of trash cans, and even cleaning toilets with just a single toothbrush.
Man, if I went to one of these fucking schools, if my parents sent me here, I would never forgive them.
It's been noted that approval by sometimes 6 or more superiors was required before you were able. And even then, an escort had to watch you while you were in there. This, on top of a myriad of other degrading punishments, like humiliating sign and diaper wearing. It's clear that Alon kept an iron grip on their daily operations. Their daily operations that took up most of the daily schedule, and those that were deceptively named by the Alon school themselves as their treatment.
Makes it a bit savage. Give some Ethan.
But I will say, all of these punishments are relatively tame compared to what we're about to talk about. Let's just say, if you pissed off a staff member, they could start something called a general meeting on you. And trust me, you wouldn't want one.
That doesn't sound so intense. Well, we're just gonna debate, huh?
There seemed to be no standard for them. Get your feelings off, the administrator screams. And following this, each student in the room would begin screaming at and berating the student, firing off slurs and obscenities.
Oh, so it's like Twitter.
No matter how much
pretty innovative
for everyone to stop, no matter how much they broke down, no matter how much they cried, general meetings would not end until the admin said so. And when it finally did, the victim would lie there, often crying and exhausted at the relentless abuse that they'd just endured. It's clear that general meetings aren't designed to reprimand. They're designed to completely break each and every student that's the subject of one. And with this, we can effectively put the points together that Alon was doing nothing more than running an operation that commanded total compliance. Any self-thought or sliver of independence that students thought they had was gone. They were merely reduced to weapons. Weapons that, at a moment's notice, could just as easily be used against them. "7 p.m.
Are they also haunted by vampires or something too? Like, how much worse can it get? Fucking werewolves or something?
On academia and outside marketing, school time within Alon was secondhand to the students' treatment. Typically, the time frame for learning was 7 to 11 p.m., but sometimes could run longer. As you might expect, there were no extracurriculars, no physical education,
Tier 1 Squish
no
in the resub
projects,
Kakaroo,
no
0,
legitimate
and
exams,
Gengar.
nothing. Instead, students were required to grade themselves on
Prime
work that they were self-assigned with absolutely no direction. Allegedly, he believed students were easier to control while sleep-deprived and utilized even this as a medium to work against them. By 11 p.m., if a student makes it through a night of work without issue, school hours then draw to a close.
Not bad.
They're quickly released from class and escorted to their dorms, which were often in the form of uncomfortable, impersonal, military-style bunk beds.
That's military style? A piece of wood?
Sleep was known to be difficult, as designated students named night owls were assigned to stand guard with flashlights. In regular intervals, they'd shine them on the sleeping students to both ensure that they hadn't escaped and to secure the fact that they're actually asleep.
What?
A requirement that, as we can recall, was also in the list of Elan's rules. And if one actually manages to calm their nerves, dozing off into their only time of tranquility, that would allow them to effectively place the cap on a day in the nightmare.
I just want to see if like the main guy behind it's still alive, but I don't want it to be a spoiler either. His name was like Joe something and I forgot, so I'm trying to find it. It says, I don't think it's Joe Rogan, but it keeps wanting me to type in Joe Rogan. It was like Joe something. Richie, that's what it was. He's dead. Damn.
A notorious aspect of Elan, among everything else that happened there, was something called the Ring. Considered the highest level of punishment, Elan staff could make the call to start the Ring at any time. Enough for a specific student.
Well, I gave them safety equipment.
In the Ring, a student's designated as a bully and is outfitted with a face guard and gloves. No one was safe from the Ring either. Some bore pre-existing injuries, some were much smaller than their opponent, and some were even pregnant.
Wait, what?
Even worse, things seemed to be treated like a game, with superiors commentating.
This is only up to high school.
TV. In reality,
how are the...
This was the furthest...
Wait, I'm super curious then. So how were some of them pregnant? Because you're not even allowed to look at the opposite gender, and assuming that you lived here for a year, how would you get pregnant? That makes no sense to me. I guess if they could have arrived pregnant, which would check out. Staff? Oh, I see what you're saying, by the staff. Right. Thanks to the prime material. I keep forgetting that there's actual adults behind this, because it looks like, it sounds like they literally only appoint the students to do everything here. It's like Lord of the Flies.
This thing from TV.
It costs $17,400 to send the average youngster to Elan for 1 year. Even at that price, there are judges, social workers, and parents who consider it a bargain. Elan's defenders claim it has the most consistently effective program for salvaging young people who are too difficult for other facilities to handle.
It's administered by the kids, first of all. Corporal, it's a harsh term. Okay, what it is we have the Ring, okay, which...
oh, he's super open about it.
Misinterprets. It's not a boxing ring, it's a ring of human people. The bully is introduced as what he is. In this corner is the bully who's trying to turn this facility into a detention center, okay? And in this corner is the house champion who's going to show him why it can't be done. And that's exactly how it does. And we never allow the bully to win.
But girls get put in the ring, too.
Well, girls bully as well as boys do. I mean, you know, it doesn't, it's, you know, we're a equal rights facility.
Oh, that's progressive, okay.
Spanking, which is symbolic. Again, it's a last resort, okay? Wow. And it's one resident spanking another resident, and it's done with a ping pong paddle, okay? And usually a person won't get spanked more than once or twice, but it's a symbolic thing, which is if you're going to act like a baby, you should be treated like a baby.
On December
so he is just super open about it.
A 15-year-old Elan student named Philip Williams was placed into the ring. And so, that evening, a ring session commenced with Phil as the bully. There was fight after fight after fight. In the end, it's been reported that he was beaten up so badly that he fell flat on the floor, and it took an entire 20 minutes before an ambulance was called to help him. 20 minutes or so they called the ambulance. They took Phil and they never saw him again. His sister claims, "I thought it was a wonderful place. I thought they were helping my brother. I thought he was coming home."
How can you think that when they actually kidnapped him?
In a box.
I don't get that delusion.
Alon's
Their technique was to kidnap them.
That he had regularly faked headaches. The cause of death? A brain aneurysm. And no charges were ever filed against them.
Yeah.
That cult is one by the name of Synanon.
Never heard of it, and I know a lot of cults.
County, with a warrant to investigate reports of child abuse.
In recent years, Synanon began calling itself a religion.
He's 52 years old. He's deaf in one ear. He's an egomaniac. But one of the wisest persons that I've ever met in my life.
He knows how to get people moving. He creates turbulence.
Gentlemen,
Is the prime bone scope?
No member of the California Department of Corrections is permitted on Synanon property unless he has the express permission of Charles David.
Very cool spectacles. What is he, a fighter pilot?
In early 1958, a man by the name of Charles Dedrick Sr. would found the group in Santa Monica, California. It was intended to be a drug rehabilitation program aimed at delinquents. However, in the years that followed, it appeared to stray from that mission entirely. The distinguishing form of therapy employed by Synanon was something called the game, which, in today's terms, is more commonly known as attack therapy. The focus of the game was to break down the social construct of an individual's mind by first allowing them to open up about themselves before commencing an aggressive beratement session, much like we discussed earlier with general meetings. The primary goal was to recreate someone's personality and sense of self by completely demolishing everything they know about themselves before rebuilding them as a newer, subjectively better person. It hinged on the brink of legality while being entirely immoral. And, unsurprisingly, by 1991, the cult would disband due to criminal convictions that caught up to many of their members. The founder also died just 6 years later, leaving behind a dark legacy that, to this day, is known as one of the most dangerous and violent cults that America has ever seen.
That's weird. I've never heard of them.
This is, of course, the abridged history. To be honest with you, I could make an entire hour-long video on the operations and practices of Synanon.
Oh, they look like they're having fun.
For another day. If there's one takeaway tonight, though, it's that it unknowingly
fucking
serves as an inspiration and blueprint for other institutions to follow. One of those being Elan, and by utilizing similar practices, they appeared to carry the torch that Synanon was forced to abandon. They knew they had to keep up appearances too, thriving off an immaculate public image, spearheaded by the charisma of Joe Ritchie. Before the age of the internet, admittedly this was easy.
Built with Prime Pink. Why didn't they fight back? Brother kids. What do you mean?
Through the late 70s and into the early 80s, reports of the true nature of Elan began to spread by word of mouth from former students. Authorities in Maine reportedly visited the school upwards of 12 times to investigate, however returned with absolutely nothing to show for it. Frustratingly, the operation that Joe Ritchie was running was completely and entirely legal. There were no laws in place for facilities like this, so it was allowed to remain in operation without issue. As we touched on, the media was the primary in for outsiders at Elan. However, even they failed to communicate the extent of their operations. While they showed select parts of it, unfortunately Joe Ritchie was given enough airtime to convince the public and the news crew that it was nothing more than their treatment taking place. By dehumanizing the students, emphasizing their delinquencies on national television, he was able to use this notoriety to his advantage, ultimately swaying the public opinion into believing that what he was doing was entirely good. On top of the growing number of alumni, though, came an increase in escapees, which only furthered Elan's unwanted infamy. Over the years, 3 students, a 16-year-old unidentified individual,
nice.
a 15-year-old Brad Glickman,
good work,
and a 17-year-old Don Birnbaum would all escape successfully, however would meet wildly differing fates.
Oh.
For the 16-year-old, it's been reported that he ran over 15 miles through the wilderness in the middle of the night. He was eventually caught by an officer, Max Ashburn, and after hearing the boy's story and observing his physical condition, he helped him return home.
What a good guy.
For Brad Glickman, he was shot.
Oh.
In 1990, after escaping Elan's search parties, he made his way to a house in a small town. Authorities believed that he had a connection to the girl that lived there. However, the homeowner opened fire, ultimately killing him.
What? What? That's like the most American shit I've ever heard in my life. This guy must know my daughter. Like, what? Jesus Christ. Actually, 2 gift subs Kill Command and the resub Terra in Tier 1 Summer.
And for Don Birnbaum,
how unlucky,
too had escaped the clutches of Elan, eventually finding a trucker named James Cruz who was willing to take her home. A few hours down the road, though, Birnbaum would find that Cruz's true intentions weren't quite so virtuous.
Oh, Jesus.
As it turned out, he sexually assaulted her on the side of the highway before strangling and abandoning her body between routes 26 and 550 in Pennsylvania. She was discovered by another motorist with a yellow rope tied around her neck and without clothes from the waist down. And from her corpse were tire tracks resembling that of a semi-trailer. Since Birnbaum had crossed state lines, an FBI investigation was commenced for her, and after cross-checking with numerous similar cases that have happened in the area, the truck belonging to James Cruz was deemed as the culprit. Upon catching up to him and searching his vehicle, authorities were able to find but a single blonde hair that belonged to Birnbaum, effectively leading to his arrest.
That's incredible detective work. Like, just think about that for a second. This is in the middle of fucking nowhere. Random trucker picks up a random student, well, student's the wrong word, random person from a cult, and they somehow tracked it down to the right guy who did it. That is incredible.
What's incredible?
Just the detective work here. There's a Tier 1 pack. And the resub Juke and the Prime Scary Man, and the resub Genius and Virgin Shadow. What?
A cult in a boarding school?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is pretty wild. What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? Just watching One Piece.
Okay, well, have fun.
I'm not even playing any games right now.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, you're in a good arc. You're having fun.
It's a really good arc. It really is.
Thanks to resub Side Jellyfish.
Hi, chat. I'm seeing all the hellos, but I can't read too much past that because my glasses are not on. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to that.
Okay, well, have fun.
Much to the school's displeasure, these cases successfully gained ample attention. Joe Ritchie resultingly paid off numerous judges and journalists in hopes of drowning out the negative press.
Thanks to Prime Proximity.
However, outsiders were beginning to catch on that these students were running for a reason.
Quick text message.
But why?
There we go. Okay. All good. Thanks to the resub Adventure Creature Mumbling Plot in the
October
Prime
30th,
Eco.
1975. A 15-year-old girl named Martha Moxley was out with her friends participating in what they call Mischief Night. This typically involved TPing houses, ding-dong ditching, typical teenager antics. Later that night, Moxley found a liking to a Thomas Skakel, eventually kissing him before the pair decided to venture off. To the other friends in their group, seeing Moxley fall over the Skakel's backyard fence with Thomas was the very last time that they would ever see her alive. The next morning, the Moxley family awakens as usual. They go about their morning routine, however notice that Martha is missing. Upon searching the house for her, they notice a body lying by the tree out in the backyard.
And they don't really have one stoner boner.
And discover a grim scene. Martha is lying, lifeless with her pants down, Her body appears to have been visibly beaten, and a few feet away from the body, broken remnants of a 6-iron golf club.
Holy shit.
This club was eventually traced back to the Skakel family. Autopsy reports claimed that she was bludgeoned and stabbed to death, all by that 6-iron. And since Thomas Skakel was the last person she was spotted with that night, he was the prime suspect in her murder. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, however, he, among the other suspects, were eventually absolved.
What?
And as a result, the Moxley case, frustratingly, went cold. 3 years later. Thomas's 18-year-old brother named Michael Skakel is arrested for drunk driving.
What a great family, all around.
Admission to Elan. While there, Skakel was known to be problematic and outspoken. According to Elan students at the time, he would regularly boast about a girl named Martha and how he sexually assaulted and killed her. One student named Gregory Coleman,
what a weird thing to brag about,
recounting how Michael had gone on record to state that, "I'm going to get away with murder. I'm a Kennedy." The Kennedy reference was alluding to his relation to Robert F. Kennedy, something that would prove pivotal in launching his eventual trial to the national spotlight. At the time of his confession, though, nobody could do anything about it. Given the overbearing nature of the rules set at school, any student that tried to tell someone about this was quickly reprimanded. It would take an entire 22 years before Skakel's actions would reach the public eye. In January of 2000, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Martha Moxley, and due to his relation to the Kennedys, it was a case that commanded the airwaves. Since Skakel's primary vehicle of bragging about his crimes was Elan, this, by proxy, had also thrust the school into the national spotlight. Dozens of students took the stand, exposing the callousness that occurred there. The humiliation, the general meetings, the beatings, the ring, the deaths, all of it was brought into the public eye. Realizing this, Joe Ritchie did everything he possibly could to keep discussion about his operation to a minimum.
He looks like Neil Breen.
He eventually took the stand, downplaying any mention of Elan, touting its high success rate, and doing everything he possibly could to divert the attention back to Skakel
and hope you like God Slap
Skakel
Creamy
only. But this was only marginally effective, as this was in the 2000s. An interconnected era of information catalyzed by a little something called the internet.
That piece of shit, huh?
Michael Skakel was eventually found guilty of the murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. After serving just 11 years behind bars, he was granted a new trial in 2013, in which he was let go after posting a $1.2 million bond.
Oh, Jesus.
Today, he walks a free man. But
Exit Tier 1 sarcastic, and the recent Phil Swift and
the
Stick.
inhumanities committed at the Elan School were documented in one of the most high-profile cases in decades. And because of this, people began talking, theorizing, and investigating, effectively marking the beginning of the end of Joe Ritchie's iron grip on the hundreds of students that were helpless beneath him.
Thanks to the resub Nathan and the Prime Green Gorilla and Tuga sub Sarcastic.
But with his weakening grasp on the media surrounding his operation came a different hurdle that Joe Ritchie would soon have to overcome. In June of 2000, he was diagnosed with lung cancer caused by his well-known addiction to cigarettes. And just 6 months later, on the 29th of January 2001, Joe Ritchie would pass away in Portland, Maine at 54 years old. As a result, his second wife, Sharon Terry, would take over operations at Elan. It was clear, though, that due to the increased publicity among the rising alumni testimonies, the idea of Terry having a lot of PR work on her plate was putting it lightly. Throughout the years, numerous changes would be put in place in response to
Hold on, someone just said something. Skakel is in jail, by the way. His conviction got reinstated in 2016. Thanks to resub Monty, Geo expert in chasing bubbles. Well, this video is brand new, and he said that he's a free man. Let me see. Let's take a peek. I don't see anything about him going back to jail. Yeah, there's nothing about him going back to jail. Literally nothing. He got reinstated, just exonerated in 2020. Oh.
For instance, the ring was eventually forbidden from being used as punishment. And while this was substantially a good thing, the other cruelties would remain. What Sharon Terry was unaware of, though, was that due to the rapid rise in technology, namely the internet, even her reign over Elan would soon meet its demise. When the water settled following the Skakel case, mentions of Elan were made on various forums throughout the next few years. They would get people talking, however it wasn't quite enough for definite action. By 2010 though, something would change. A website that we all know very well would help spearhead one of the most effective exposed stories in the history of the internet.
I want to take a guess. I don't know the story, but I want to guess. Is it Something Awful? Something Awful used to be pretty powerful. No way, is it Reddit? God damn it.
That website was Reddit.
Son of a bitch!
On November 26th, 2010, a man named Jeff W., who went by Gazaz My Hero, would make a post titled, "Even skimming this once will blow your mind. Most probably think it's made up, but you'd be dead wrong." Within it, he explains that he was an Elan student in 1998, before outlining, in detail, the reality of what took place there. They're mostly points that we've already covered and explored in great detail tonight. But back then, these claims were unbelievable. The school was very much still in operation, so some initially had a tough time wrapping their head around the fact that a place like this actually existed. But then came the comments. The other stories from other alumni with their own experiences. Gazaz My Hero's post carried weight. It was real, and these atrocities needed to be
Tier
known.
1 Dewey Nose and 2 gift sub Zuki.
Eventually, this thread would rack up over 2,000 likes and 1.4 thousand comments. While this may not have caused Elan's closure outright, it aggressively reopened old wounds. 2010 was not 2000. The internet user base was exponentially larger than it had been, and resultingly, the effectiveness of this newfound attention caused a massive amount of backlash that the Elan school had never before experienced.
These 3 sub chimeras.
4 months later. On the 23rd of March 2011, the Elan school announced that it would soon be shutting down. Sharon Terry blamed the call on what they deemed to be libelous remarks made about them online. The school has been the target of harsh and false attacks spread over the internet with the avowed purpose of forcing the school to close. The school, unfortunately, has been unable to survive the damage.
Shucks.
And on the 1st of April 2011, the Elan school would close its doors.
What a great date to close on fucking April Fool's Day.
They blamed it on declining student numbers in hopes of diverting the attention away from the actual cause. But on the outside, everyone knew the real reason. For students, this was unbelievably good news. However, the damage they endured was something that would remain.
Thanks to the Prime Fans and Sutrus and the resub, Wilhelm, Geegan, and
numerous suicides have occurred as a result of attendance at Elan. PTSD with alumni is rampant, and it's clear that the school had done nothing but damage people. A filmmaker and former student named Todd Nilsson, creator of a fantastic Elan documentary named The Last Stop, has gone on record to state that, as a student, he was helped by their unconventional tactics, but he knew the majority of others weren't quite so lucky. Today, hundreds of stories remain online about the cruelty committed at the Elan school, about the facade they upkept for 41 years. Reading through these are eye-opening, and you can find them on nearly every piece of media and documentation that exists about Elan online. To all of you that have shared your stories, that have opened up about the torment you went through, your voice is the reason that Elan ceases to exist today. This video would not exist without you, and I wish I could say that I feel your pain. But I don't.
What's Sharon Terry up to? Let me take a peek. Sharon Terry, what's going on? Wow, since 2011 she has vanished. Holy fuck. Her spirit was trapped in Elan, and when it closed down, she just ceased to exist. Holy fuck. Yeah, I cannot find anything of Sharon Terry after 2011, my god. Well, thanks to the resub. Physics. God damn, that was fucking intense. So I imagine over the course of 41 years, they must have had a lot of students graduate, and I'm really surprised that it took Reddit to be the one to finally shut that shit down from one post. The graduates were brainwashed. That's true. I guess it's hard to really understand that perspective, since I obviously wasn't there for the brainwashing. I'm gonna go fill up my water now. I'll be right back. I'm very curious about this. Recommended actually gave me something that sounded interesting.
Hello? This is Rhodey, aka War Machine. The former is played by actor and Academy Award nominee Terrence Howard. The latter is played by actor and Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle, the man. Also, Terrence Howard's the guy you might remember has been trying his best to convince the world that 1 times 1 equals 2. He tries to completely change math as we know it. That's how I know Terrence Howard.
The first Iron Man film, but you might not know why.
Didn't he want like a ton of money?
Within these big franchises that consistently gets torn down and torn apart by the media when you realize what's going on underneath. But having the title of Oscar winner on a resume means that they can also charge more for their performances. By the time Iron Man was rolling into production,
so it is a money thing. I'm pretty sure it was just money.
Around $3.5 to $4.5 million for that performance.
Not bad.
This made him one of the highest paid actors in the film.
Pretty solid.
And at that time, he's actually paid over 6 times more than Robert Downey Jr. He only made about $500,000.
Only is the wrong word for that number, I think.
Studio on-set money. When a project like Iron Man is successful enough to create a franchise, it's usually great for everyone involved. The directors and producers...
Except Terrence Howard.
Robert Downey Jr. was rumored to have made $10 million for the second film, a pay increase of about 2,000%.
Not bad.
He was able to, on the other hand, was actually offered a significant decrease in pay from what he was expecting to earn.
I'm jealous.
Marvel eventually offered only $1 million. It's rumored that Iron Man director Jon Favreau was ultimately unhappy with Terrence Howard's performance.
I do remember hearing that they did not like him. Like he was very rude.
But to make sure that Terrence Howard's future roles would be measured against a larger contract.
Yeah, so it really was a money thing and they just didn't like him in the movie.
Returns in the future on the next film or the film.
It's not super deep, it doesn't seem.
After the dust, Seth publicly claimed that he was the one who recommended RDJ for the role of Iron Man, but that he ultimately was happy with the way things turned out.
Terrence Howard is a really weird guy, though. Like, aside from giving a bad performance and wanting more money, he's a very unlikable person to work with from everything I remember reading. Plus, he's the guy that keeps really trying to push that 1 times 1 equals 2. Billionaire wants to create futuristic city in Arizona desert.
And he wants the first phase to be built by 2030. Team 12's Michael Doudna has...
Sounds cool to me.
But is this utopia built in the desert even possible?
Yes.
Technology to do what he...
Who is this, God? Oh my God. Holy Lord. Where is he?
He's the first person that tried to build utopia.
In fact,
wow.
Lord wouldn't even be the first.
Man's communicating from heaven. I wish him the best. Good luck. I was just reading about the Jagex situation. They just shut down RuneLite HD, which has been in production for 2 years, where a guy named 117 put 2,000 hours of his life into it, and it was supposed to release, I think it was today, and Jagex today said, fuck you, and they shut it down. Even though they've known about its existence for the last 2 years, they waited until launch day to shut it down, just to fuck this guy in the ass as hard as they could. It was despicable. I was reading up on that. From what I understand, it wasn't the old school RuneScape team that did it. It was more of like the upper echelon of Jagex, but my god. That's some toxic shit. If they really didn't want that, they could have told him at the beginning. I watched the update on Yandere Simulator. No, let's check it out. Is Yandere dev still acting like a weirdo? Oh, it's done?
He's made a statement on the WordPress. He's made a statement on his Patreon. He's decided to let the people know who are financially supporting him what exactly is going on here.
All right, it's ready. Wow, look at that. So after what, 9 years in development? It's finally ready? I mean, this is probably one of the most troubled developments of all time. Very public meltdowns, almost nothing going right, but we got there, baby. We fucking got there. It's not actually done. These posts make it sound like he thinks it's done. Oh, it's just a separate game mode that he finished? Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, I see what's happened here. Jesus Christ. What's the point in never finishing the project? Is there any benefit to him? Yandere Simulator is it's old school. This shit was in development for so long. Most of the big YouTubers played it. PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, they've all played Yandere Sim. It was a massive, massive game when it was like first released as like a demo thing. And then I believe it was put up as a crowdfunding thing that has just never even been close to done. And the developer has very public meltdowns. He like purges his Discord and Hangouts once a week.